Summary: Yi Chen was an honest and hardworking man, but he caught his girlfriend who was having an affair with a wealthy second generation. Because of his sadness, he decided to return to his hometown to calm down. While on his way, he met a god cultivator and ended up being his student. After that, his life began to change. On the right and left arms holding the beautiful girl, from the start of the school flower, rich young women, beautiful teachers, beauty CEO, famous beauty stars, beautiful goddesses. One by one the women came to him. Chapter 951, Go to God Realm. The two women who had just arrived were of course Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli. Today was the first time Yi Chen saw Xia Qingyu wearing a veil to cover her face, plus Xia Qingyu was now wearing a white phoenix outfit. This of course added to Xia Qingyu's attractiveness. Xia Qingyu looked even more beautiful when she wore the white phoenix outfit. Xia Qingyu looked like a moon goddess who had descended from the sky. Yi Chen was dumbfounded for a moment when he saw Xia Qingyu in front of him. He thought that Xia Qingyu was really dazzling with this appearance. Yi Chen didn't know why Xia Qingyu looked like this. It wasn't like the Xia Qingyu that Yi Chen usually saw. Qingyu, what's with that look of yours? Yi Chen immediately went over to Xia Qingyu. He immediately asked about Xia Qingyu's current appearance. Why, do I look weird? Xia Qingyu asked whether her current appearance looked strange or not. No, you don't look weird. Instead, you look very beautiful and charming in that outfit. Yi Chen told Xia Qingyu that she looked stunning in the phoenix outfit she was currently wearing. Xia Qingyu's heart was sweet when she heard Yi Chen's praise. She Mei Yueli looked at Yi Chen with a strange look. It could be seen that Mei Yueli was not happy to see Yi Chen praising Xia Qingyu like that. Yi Chen ignored Mei Yueli's gaze. He continued to stare at Xia Qingyu who was in front of him. Alright, since the person we've been waiting for has arrived, let's go now. Mu Shuiying took Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli to the God Realm. Huh, so the people you were talking about earlier were Mei Yueli and Qingyu. Are they going to come with us? Yi Chen said in surprise. That's right. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that they had been waiting for Mei Yueli and Xia Qingyu before. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded when he heard that Xia Qingyu was going to the God Realm with them. This had never occurred to Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately looked at Xia Qingyu. He couldn't believe that Xia Qingyu would also go to the God Realm. Qingyu, why did you decide to go to the God Realm? Yi Chen immediately asked why Xia Qingyu wanted to go to the God Realm. I'm quite interested in the world of cultivators, so there's no harm in going to the God Realm and training there. Xia Qingyu told Yi Chen the reason she went to the God Realm. But why to the God Realm? Can't it be here too? Yi Chen asked Xia Qingyu. God Realm is a great place. I want to see this world more broadly. Xia Qingyu wants to see this world wider. This is what made Xia Qingyu interested in the world of cultivators, but it's a dangerous place there. Yi Chen warned Yi Chen that the God Realm was a dangerous place. So what? Can't I go to the God Realm with you? Xia Qingyu asked Yi Chen. Not, of course you can. Yi Chen seemed unable to stop what Xia Qingyu wanted. Xia Qingyu's decision to go to God Realm was unanimous. Yi Chen wouldn't be able to stop her. Liu couldn't help but smile when she saw what was going on right now. Liu came over to Xia Qingyu. She whispered a few words to Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu nodded to Liu. Xia Qingyu understood what Liu had just whispered to her. Yi Chen, we shouldn't waste any more time. Let's go right now. Mu Shuiying invited Yi Chen to leave right now. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded to Mu Shuiying. The four of you quickly line up behind me. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli to line up behind her. Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu and Mei Yueli lined up behind Mu Shuiying. After making sure everything was lined up neatly behind him, Mu Shuiying took out a high-ranked teleportation stone. This teleportation stone had been specially set up by Mu Shuiying. With this teleportation stone, they would all be teleported around the 9 Immortals Peak sect. Mu Shuiying immediately used the teleportation stone. Immediately in front of them appeared a black hole that was not too big in size. Let's go. Mu Shuiying invited Yi Chen and the others to go inside. Xia Qingyu, Mei Yueli, Mu Nianzi and Yi Chen followed behind Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying was the one leading the way, meanwhile everyone was following behind her. Mu Shuiying, Xia Qingyu, Mei Yueli, Mu Nianzi and Yi Chen entered into the black hole. The five of them disappeared from the sight of all the women. All the women could only watch Yi Chen leave. They all hoped that Yi Chen would be fine while in the God Realm. Sister Xiang, so what are we going to do now? Jia Yanyan immediately asked Nangong Xiang what they should do now. We might as well go to the God Realm. I will try to contact my good friend. I hope she will accept everyone to practice there. Nangong Xiang already had her own plans for herself and all the women here. Nangong Xiang deliberately didn't tell Yi Chen this plan. Nangong Xiang didn't want Yi Chen to worry too much if they went to God Realm. Are your friends really going to accept us all? Zhang Shiyun asked Nangong Xiang. You don't have to worry, she will definitely accept us all. After all, Jia Yanyan is on our side. She definitely has no reason to reject us. Nangong Xiang looked at Jia Yanyan. with Jia Yanyan, surely they all wouldn't be rejected, meaning? Jia Yanyan was confused when she heard what Nangong Xiang had just said. She didn't understand what Nangong Xiang meant at this time. Why did Nangong Xiang say that if there was Jia Yanyan then they would be accepted by Nangong Xiang's friends? This made all the women feel confused. You will understand later. Nangong Xiang told Jia Yanyan that he would understand this later. Yay, we're finally home too, a voice that looks cheerful and happy. All the women immediately looked in the direction of the voice. When they looked in the direction of the voice, they all saw the arrival of Xing Mei, Xiaoningzi, and Su Yuyu. Xing Mei, Xiaoningzi, and Su Yuyu were currently wearing a beach dress. It could be seen that the three had just enjoyed their vacation at the most beautiful beach on earth. The vacation from Xing Mei, Xiaoningzi, and Su Yuyu had been prepared by Lu Yu and the others. This was so that Xing Mei, Xiaoningzi, and Su Yuyu would not interfere when they wanted to have dual cultivation with Yi Chen. Sister Yanyan, why are you all outside? Xing Mei immediately went over to Zhao Yanyan and the others, immediately asking what they were doing out here. That, Sister Yu, is Big Sister leave? Xiaoningzi immediately approached Lu Yu. She immediately asked if Xiaoqing Yu had gone to the God Realm. Coincidentally, this morning Xiaoningzi received news from Xiaoqing Yu. Xiaoqing Yu told Xiaoningzi that she was going to a faraway place. Chapter 952, Saintess Shueishan, she just left. Lu Yu told Xiaoningzi that Xiaoqing Yu had just left. Oh, so Big Sister is gone. Xiaoningzi looked very disappointed when she heard this. She couldn't meet her older sister who had left. Ningzi, you don't have to be so sad. Xing Yu will definitely see you if she has time. Lu Yu tried to comfort Xiaoningzi. Xiaoningzi nodded to Lu Yu. Surely she would meet her older sister again. Ha! Yi Chen went to God Realm. Why didn't I know about this matter? Xing Mei on the other side screamed as she listened to what Jia Yanyan had just said. Xing Mei did not expect that Yi Chen would go to the God Realm without her knowing. For Xing Mei, Yi Chen was the best furnace. Just being and hugging Yi Chen was like cultivating for tens of days. Now that Yi Chen had gone to the God Realm, what should Xing Mei do now? Sister Yanyan, do you think you know where Yi Chen is going? Xing Mei asked Zhao Yanyan. I don't know about it. Zhao Yanyan said that she didn't know where Yi Chen was going right now. Zhao Yanyan deliberately didn't tell where Yi Chen was going. This was meant so that Xing Mei wouldn't bother Yi Chen. If Xing Mei were to look for Yi Chen, it would most likely cause Yi Chen a lot of trouble. Oh, what a shame. Xing Mei looked disappointed when she heard this. It seemed that she couldn't find Yi Chen without a clear clue. Zhao Yanyan turned a proprietary gaze towards Nangong Xiang. Sister Xiang, let's discuss the matter beforehand. Which woman are you referring to? Zhao Yanyan wanted to ask who the woman Nangong Xiang was just referring to. Actually, I'm not that close with that woman. I've only met her a few times. Nangong Xiang told Zhao Yanyan a little bit about the woman she was referring to. If you two aren't that close, is it possible that she will accept us? Zhao Yanyan asked Nangong Xiang. Of course, that saintess body that you have will definitely attract her. Nangong Xiang told Zhao Yanyan why she was so sure that she would accept them all. It was because of Zhao Yanyan's saintess body. Zhao Yanyan's special saintess body would definitely attract her. So you two are talking about me? A voice that sounded extremely gentle and full of majesty rang in the ears of Zhao Yanyan, Nangong Xiang, and all the women in this place. All the women immediately turned their heads to see where the voice they had just heard came from. The source of the voice they just heard came from the sky. When they all looked up at the sky, all the women saw a golden light that was so dazzlingly shining that it shone across the earth. This light is so dazzling that some people are unable to see it with their naked eyes. This light descended towards the bottom of the place where Zhao Yanyan and the others were. Zhao Yanyan, Lu Yu and all the women were alert when they saw this dazzling light approaching towards them. They all felt an extremely terrifying pressure emanating from this light. Needless to say, this was beyond the imagination of Zhao Yanyan and the others. They had all never felt this kind of power in their lives. The dazzling light began to dim slightly. This light began to dim and shrink to a size similar to that of a human body. This light actually began to dim until it completely disappeared. When the dazzling light disappeared, all the women could see the figure of a beautiful woman in plain white clothes. This woman's face is absolutely perfect. There is almost no flaw in this woman's beauty. This woman's hair flows straight down. This woman's hair looks shiny and very soft. This woman has a beauty comparable to Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu. It can be said that women are worthy of being called a peerless beautiful goddess. Saintess Shueishan Mei immediately shouted when she saw the beautiful woman who had just appeared in front of them. Xing Mei immediately felt scared when she saw the arrival of this beautiful woman. It was clear that Xing Mei already knew about the identity of the woman who had just appeared in front of her. This beautiful goddess in front of her is really very great. Almost everyone from the Immortal Destiny Star realm knows the figure of this beautiful goddess. Even people who had very high positions in the Immortal Destiny Star realm had great respect for Saintess Shui. You are always one step ahead of everyone else. Nangong Xiang was helpless when she saw Saintess Shui already in front of them. Even though Nangong Xiang wanted to come to see this woman, she didn't expect that this woman would actually meet Nangong Xiang first. This beautiful woman's name was Shui Yixian. She was the only person with the strongest profound light power currently in the God realm. So it was not surprising that Shui Yixian had earned the nickname Saintess because she possessed the power of light. Shui Yixian smiled slightly when she heard Nangong Xiang's words. Shui Yixian couldn't say much in response to the words Nangong Xiang had just said. Shui Yixian turned his gaze towards Jia Yinyan. Shui Yixian began to serve closer towards Jia Yinyan. Jia Yinyan looked straight at Shui Yixian. She could see that this woman in front of her had a slight match for her. Shui Yixian looked at Jia Yinyan, who was in front of her. Shui Yixian smiled gently at Jia Yinyan. Excellent, I finally met a suitable successor. Shui Yixian finally met Jia Yinyan, who had a saintess special body. Your name is Jia Yinyan, isn't it? Shui Yixian asked Jia Yinyan, who was in front of him. How do you know my name? Jia Yinyan was immediately shocked when she saw Shui Yixian knew her name so easily. Yinyan, this woman has the ability to see far into the future. She can even see into the future, worried that her lifespan will decrease, so it is not surprising that she knew about you a long time ago. Nangong Xiang told Jia Yinyan about Shui Yixian's special ability. Shui Yixian had the special ability to see straight into the future, so it was not surprising that Shui Yixian already knew very well about the Zhao Yinyan in front of her. Oh, I see. Jia Yinyan nodded to Nangong Xiang. Now she knew why Shui Yixian knew her name so easily. Jia Yinyan was quite surprised by the ability of this woman in front of her. This woman's ability was truly extraordinary. You're exaggerating it, I'm not that great. Shui Yixian said that she wasn't as good as Nangong Xiang said she was. Even though Shui Yixian could see into the future freely, he could not arbitrarily tell others what he saw, otherwise Shui Yixian could still earn the wrath of heaven. That's why there were some things that Shui Yixian couldn't say freely to others. Shui Yixian could only warn that person. What are you doing here? Jia Yinyan immediately asked why Shui Yixian had come here. How about we talk about this matter inside? This place is not suitable for talking. Shui Yixian said to go inside the villa and discuss what she wanted. Chapter 953, Skycloud Peak Star Realm. Alright, Jia Yinyan and Nangong Xiang immediately nodded. They both invited Shui Yixian to come inside and discuss the purpose of coming here. Shui Yixian followed Jia Yinyan and Nangong Xiang with a graceful gait. In terms of appearance and also this woman's temperament was absolutely perfect. All the women didn't know what to say when they saw Saintess Shui Yixian walking into the villa. This beautiful goddess is still quite foreign, they are curious about the identity and name of this beautiful woman. Young sister Mei, who was the woman just now? Lin Roshi immediately asked Xing Mei. Previously Lin Roshi heard clearly that Xing Mei called Shui Yixian's name. Xing Mei started to explain to everyone who the woman who had just arrived at this place was. Everyone was shocked when they heard Shui Yixian's identity. To think that this perfect woman was one of the strong women who stood at the pinnacle of the God realm. They just found out about this matter. All the women were curious what Jia Yinyan, Nangong Xiang, and Shui Yixian would talk about. They wanted to know what they were going to discuss. Unfortunately, they couldn't go inside. The aura that was emitted by Shui Yixian was heavy enough for all women to feel. All of them could only wait outside patiently and wait for news from Jia Yinyan and Nangong Xiang. Meanwhile, Chen, Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli had already arrived at the star where 9 Immortals Peak was. Yi Chen, Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi set their feet on a place they had never been before. Yi Chen started to look around this place. He saw a very wide expanse of grass around this place. The wind here blows very hard. It's too windy here. What surprised Yi Chen the most was the pure energy in this place. The pure energy in this place was much richer than the one inside the fairy gate. If Yi Chen practiced here, then it was certain that Yi Chen's cultivation would definitely increase very quickly. While Yi Chen was observing the surroundings, Xia Qingyu suddenly fell and knelt on the ground. Yi Chen immediately stopped looking around, immediately headed towards Xia Qingyu. Qingyu, what's wrong? Yi Chen immediately asked the state of Xia Qingyu. It's nothing, it's just that my body felt heavy and weak when I arrived here. Xia Qingyu told Yi Chen that her body felt heavy when she arrived here. This is a normal reaction. The pressure in this place is much higher than the earth. So it is not strange that you feel heavy when you are in this place. Sooner or later you will get used to being under this pressure. Mu Shuiying began to explain to Xia Qingyu why did Xia Qingyu's body feel weak and heavy when she arrived at this star. Xia Qingyu's cultivation was still extremely weak. So it was not surprising that Xia Qingyu was unable to withstand the pressure that existed in this place. I understand. Xia Qingyu nodded. She would try to get used to this place. Qingyu, you better stay away from me. It would be dangerous if something bad happened. Mei Yueli told Xia Qingyu not to stay away from her. If something was urgent, then Mei Yueli would immediately act and do something. Sister Yueli, thank you very much. Xia Qingyu thanked Mei Yueli, who took such great care of her. Mei Yueli nodded. Mei Yueli just didn't want anything bad to happen to Xia Qingyu when she was in God realm. She would feel sorry for Xia Qingyu's grandfather if anything happened to Xia Qingyu. Mu Shuiying waited for Xia Qingyu's condition to improve. After improving, they would continue their journey. While they were waiting for Xia Qingyu to recover, Mu Nianzi had already started trying to cultivate. It could be seen that Mu Nianzi was very happy when she discovered that the energy in this place was extremely rich. For Mu Nianzi, this place was a paradise that she had dreamed of since a long time ago. Alright, let's go now. Mu Shuiying led Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli to the direction of Nine Immortals Peak. Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli nodded. They all followed Mu Shuiying back to the direction of the Nine Immortals Peak sect. On the way, Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying various things. He wanted to know the details about the star they were currently in. Mu Shuiying answered all of Yi Chen's questions. He told Yi Chen that this star was called Skycloud Peak Star Realm. This is a star realm of enormous size, where the population is around 250 billion people. The Skycloud Peak Star Realm had countless mountains that were so high they even penetrated the clouds. So it wasn't strange that this place was called the Skycloud Peak Star Realm. Mu Shuiying also told Yi Chen that this star was a mid-level star with a fairly low rank. That meant that this star was only slightly higher than a low-level star with a high rank. Yi Chen nodded. Now he understood a little about where he was now. Yi Chen didn't really care about the star he was in right now. As long as he could train quickly, then it wouldn't be a big problem for Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying took Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu to a location that was very wide and filled with many ancient buildings. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yi Chen could see 9 peaks that stood very majestic, even without Mu Shuiying explaining. Yi Chen already knew that this was the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Yi Chen didn't expect that the Nine Immortals Peak sect would be this big. The Nine Immortals Peak sect is really very vast. It is estimated that the Nine Immortals Peak sect is probably over 1 million square kilometers. The Nine Immortals Peak sect's area is the same as several major cities combined. Nine Immortals Peak sect was much bigger than Yi Chen had expected. There were still so many parts that it was impossible for Yi Chen to measure at this time. We have arrived at the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen, Xia Qingyu, and Mu Nianzi that they had arrived at the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Mu Shuiying started to explain a bit about the Nine Immortals Peak sect to Yi Chen, Mu Nianzi, and Xia Qingyu. The Nine Immortals Peak sect was the largest sect in the Skycloud Peak Star Realm. The current population of this sect was in the millions, so it wasn't surprising that the Nine Immortals Peak sect looked very dense. Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi admired the Nine Immortals Peak sect. They didn't expect that the Nine Immortals Peak sect would become this big, especially Mu Nianzi. She looked shocked when she found out that the Nine Immortals Peak sect had millions of members. How could the Nine Immortals Peak sect manage such a large number of members? Mu Nianzi really couldn't think of Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying called out Yi Chen's name. Yes, what is up? Yi Chen immediately asked Mu Shuiying. He wanted to know why Mu Shuiying called him. Before we go in, I want you to do something. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to do something. Do what? Yi Chen wondered what Mu Shuiying wanted. Chapter 954, Change Appearance. I want you to change the appearance you currently have. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to change his appearance for now. Huh, changing my appearance, so what? Yi Chen wanted to know why Mu Shuiying had told him to change his appearance. It's because you're too handsome. It would be really troublesome if you enter the sect with that appearance. Mu Shuiying indifferently told Yi Chen the reason why she wanted Yi Chen to change his appearance. Yi Chen's face is too handsome. This can cause a bit of chaos among the women in the outer court. Mu Shuiying doesn't want Yi Chen to be seen in trouble because of this. Yi Chen smiled quite proudly when he heard this from Mu Shuiying. It seemed that Mu Shuiying admitted that Yi Chen was a very handsome man. Don't put on that kind of expression. Hurry up and do what senior sister says. Mei Yueli scolded Yi Chen, telling Yi Chen to immediately do what Mu Shuiying told him to do. It's fine, you better not be angry like that. A grumpy woman usually gets old quickly. Yi Chen told Mei Yueli not to get angry like that. Mei Yueli's face darkened when she heard what Yi Chen just said. She looked even more angry when she heard what Yi Chen just said. At this moment, Mei Yueli felt that she wanted to kick Yi Chen in front of her. This man gave Mei Yueli a headache. Yi Chen started trying to change his appearance. He started to change his hairstyle to look like a geeky man. Yi Chen, who previously looked cool, instantly turned into a geeky man when he changed his hairstyle. Ha ha ha! Mei Yueli couldn't help but laugh when she saw Yi Chen's current appearance. She thought that Yi Chen's current appearance really looked like a geeky man. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi looked normal when they both saw Yi Chen's current appearance. Even though Yi Chen looked geeky, according to them, Yi Chen was still quite a handsome man. It was very difficult to hide Yi Chen's good looks. Is this like enough? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying, who was in front of him. Yi Chen was lazy to wear a leather mask. He didn't like wearing things like that all the time. Mu Shuiying looked Yi Chen up and down. She thought this was enough to hide Yi Chen's good looks a little. That's enough. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that this was enough to hide Yi Chen's good looks. Yi Chen was relieved that Mu Shuiying didn't ask him to wear a leather mask. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mu Shuiying still had one more thing to say to Yi Chen. Oh my god, what else is that? Yi Chen was already helpless. Mu Shuiying really demanded more from Yi Chen. I want you to hide your true power, don't expose your strength too much. Mu Shuiying warned Yi Chen not to expose her powers carelessly. Mu Shuiying knew that Yi Chen's strength was much stronger than it appeared on the surface. If Yi Chen were to show his true strength, in this sect there would be very few disciples who could match him. Okay, it's a very easy problem. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that it was a very easy problem. Yi Chen was already an expert in the matter of concealing strength, so Mu Shuiying didn't need to worry about matters like this. It's good that you understand, then let's go. Mu Shuiying immediately invited everyone to enter the Nine Immortals Peak sect. When Mu Shuiying, Yi Chen, Xia Qingyu, Mu Nianzi, and Mei Yueli were about to enter the sect, they were met with countless disciples going in and out of the sect. Almost all of the disciples stared at Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli. Everyone naturally focused their gazes on Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli. Beautiful women can easily become the focus of attention, since Yi Chen was currently changing his appearance. No one paid much attention to Yi Chen, who would pay attention to a man with a geeky appearance like this. Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli very easily ignored the stares of the people they passed. Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli completely ignored the gazes staring at them. Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli thought of these people as empty air. Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying, Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli walked towards a post not far from the sect entrance. Within this post were several people in charge of keeping an eye on the sect's entrance from the commotion, as well as bad guys trying to sneak into the sect. The people in the post immediately stood up when they saw the arrival of Mei Yueli. Hello Miss Mei, everyone saluted Mei Yueli. Since Mei Yueli's position was that of a core disciple, these people would naturally have great respect for Mei Yueli. They couldn't possibly dare to be disrespectful to a core disciple like Mei Yueli. I want to get someone into the sect, can you guys take care of it for me? Mei Yueli immediately told these people that she wanted to include Yi Chen in the sect. Which one do you want to enter into a sect member? One of the men immediately asked Mei Yueli about who to include in the sect. Mei Yueli pointed at Yi Chen. Mei Yueli wanted them to include Yi Chen in the sect. Just me, then what about Qingyu and Nianzi? Yi Chen immediately asked Mei Yueli about Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi's fate. They will come with me while you are here. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen that Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi would join her peak. How could that happen? Isn't that cheating? Yi Chen said to Mei Yueli. According to Yi Chen, what Mei Yueli did was really cheating. Yi Chen should join the normal path while Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi immediately join Mu Shuiying and Mei Yueli. Our peak has no men, so you won't be able to join. Mei Yueli told Yi Chen that the peak she was training it was all female, so Yi Chen didn't have a chance to join hers. Straight face, Yi Chen didn't know what else to say under these circumstances. It was unlikely that he would be able to join Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi together. Yi Chen, don't worry, I will help you find a suitable peak where you can train. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that she would find a suitable peak for Yi Chen. Okay, thank you very much. Yi Chen thanked Mu Shuiying. It seems that Yi Chen doesn't have to worry about this matter. Alright, let's go. Mu Shuiying took Xia Qingyu, Mu Nianzi, and Mei Yueli to go see the peak lord. Yi Chen, see you later. Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi waved goodbye to Yi Chen. The two immediately left together with Mu Shuiying towards one of the 9 peaks. Yi Chen waved his hand at Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi. Enjoy your time in this place. Mei Yueli laughed at Yi Chen, who was about to become an outer court disciple. Yi Chen gritted his teeth as he listened to what Mei Yueli just said. This woman must have done this to him on purpose. Chapter 955, Sect Entrance Exam. 1. Friends, come with me. One of these people invited Yi Chen to come with him. Yi Chen nodded. He immediately followed the person in front of him. Yi Chen had to immediately settle all matters in order to join the sect. It could be said that this was Yi Chen's first time joining a large sect like this. Yi Chen wanted to know what it took to join this sect. Hey friend, what's your name? The person at the front asked about the name that Yi Chen had. My name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen told the person in front of him calmly his name. Oh, so your name is Yi Chen. My name is Hua Tsujin. You can ask me whatever you play with me. Hua Tsujin said that Yi Chen could ask him whatever he wanted. Thank you very much for the kindness of friend Hua. Yi Chen thanked Hua Tsujin for the kindness shown. It can be seen that Hua Tsujin is quite a good person. This person is willing to explain to Yi Chen about this sect. Yi Chen slightly asked Hua Tsujin about some pretty important points that he needed to know. Hua Tsujin started to explain some important points and rules about the sect. Hua Tsujin explained in a very concise manner for Yi Chen to quickly understand. Yi Chen nodded slightly at what Hua Tsujin just said. Yi Chen understood a little about the Nine Immortals Peak sect. The first rule in Nine Immortals Peak sect was that junior disciples had to pay respects to senior disciples, otherwise there might be quite a troublesome matter. The second rule is that fellow sect disciples are forbidden to kill in the vicinity of the sect. If you want to kill someone, then you must use a life and death battle that needs to be submitted to the sect elder, otherwise you will get a punishment. One could escape a punishment if no one knew about it, therefore if one wanted to kill someone it would usually be done secretly. In addition, there are still a lot of regulations conveyed by Hua Tsujin. Yi Chen didn't expect that the Nine Immortals Peak sect's rules were that many. These rules were too torturous for Yi Chen. Yi Chen is a person who doesn't really like complicated rules like this. He is quite a free person. This rule really shackles Yi Chen's freedom. Yi Chen had to try to defend himself. He shouldn't back down because of a matter like this. We have arrived. This is the registration room to become a member of the sect. Hua Tsujin told Yi Chen that this is the room to register as a disciple of the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Yi Chen looked at the building in front of him. It was quite large for a sect disciple registration area. Come on, let's go inside. Hua Tsujin took Yi Chen inside to register as a sect disciple, with Mei Yueli's recommendation. Yi Chen would definitely enter the Nine Immortals Peak sect very easily. Yi Chen might be able to directly enter the sect without waiting for recruitment to take place. Hua Tsujin took Yi Chen inside. He immediately looked for the person in charge of this place. Hua Tsujin tried to find the elder in charge of this place. Unfortunately, after searching for a while, Hua Tsujin did not find the elder in charge of this place. How strange, where did the elder in charge of this place go? Hua Tsujin started to get confused when he didn't find the elder in charge of this place. Friend, where is the elder in charge of this place? Hua Tsujin directly asked a disciple who happened to be in this place. Oh, the elder is in the backyard right now. He is selecting people who try to join the sect. The male disciple told Hua Tsujin that the elder was selecting people who wanted to enter the sect. Oh, I see. Thank you very much for the information. Hua Tsujin cupped his hands. He thanked the disciple who had informed the whereabouts of the elder in charge of this place. Yi Chen, let's go to the back. Hua Tsujin immediately led Yi Chen to go to the backyard. Yi Chen nodded. He went with Hua Tsujin to the backyard. When Yi Chen and Hua Tsujin reached the backyard, they saw that there were thousands of people gathered in this backyard. What's going on here? Why are there so many people? Yi Chen immediately asked why there were so many people here. Looks like it's a massive recruitment day that happens every few years. Hua Tsujin immediately explained to Yi Chen that this was a massive disciple recruitment that the Nine Immortals Peak sect took every few years. Oh, I see. Yi Chen now understood why there were so many people here. Apparently they were all just like him. They came to join as a member of the Nine Immortals Peak sect. It's the elder in charge here. Let's go and see him. Hua Tsujin immediately pointed at the middle-aged man sitting while gazing at the participants who were about to take the Nine Immortals Peak sect entrance exam. This middle-aged man was the one in charge of everything in this place. Greetings, elder. Hua Tsujin immediately saluted the elder in front of him. It could be seen that Hua Tsujin showed his respect for the middle-aged man in front of him. What is wrong? The middle-aged man immediately asked why Hua Tsujin had come here. From the tone of this middle-aged man alone, it could be seen that this middle-aged man did not see Hua Tsujin. To the middle-aged man, Hua Tsujin was not worthy of attention. Hua Tsujin is used to the attitude of the elders towards ordinary disciples like him. In the eyes of some ordinary elder disciples, they are not very worthy of attention. I'm here to bring someone to join the sect. Hua Tsujin told the elder that he brought Yi Chen to join the sect. Good, then get him to join the others. The middle-aged elder told Yi Chen to join the other participants. But elder, this person was recommended by Miss Mei Yueli from the Peak of the Jade Lotus. Hua Tsujin told this elder that Yi Chen was recommended by Mei Yueli, who was from the Peak of the Jade Lotus. Why is it that if he is recommended by a core disciple, he still has to take the entrance exam like the others? This elder said that Yi Chen had to take the exam like the others, but Hua Tsujin tried to convince the middle-aged elder's decision. If Yi Chen didn't enter easily, then Hua Tsujin would definitely get into trouble. Mei Yueli was a core disciple of the Nine Immortals Peak sect, so an elder still had to give Mei Yueli some face. I don't care, if you really don't want to. You are welcome to leave this place. This middle-aged elder chased Hua Tsujin and Yi Chen away. He told the two to leave the place if they didn't want to do what he wanted. Hua Tsujin was helpless when he heard this. Hua Tsujin was only a disciple, how could he go against the will of an elder? Hua Tsujin would definitely get in trouble if he dared to go against an elder. Chapter 956 Sect Entrance Exam 2. Yi Chen looked at this middle-aged man in front of him. It could be seen that this middle-aged man was quite arrogant. It was clear that this middle-aged man dared to be arrogant because he had quite a high position. If this middle-aged man did not have a high position, it was likely that this middle-aged man would not be this arrogant. Hua Sujin immediately turned his attention to Yi Chen, who was currently behind him. Yi Chen seems like this elder doesn't believe what I say. Hua Sujin said that this elder didn't seem to believe what he said. No problem, I will handle this myself. Yi Chen said to Hua Sujin that he would take care of this matter himself. It was not difficult for Yi Chen to clear the examination to enter the sect. Then good luck, I have to go back to work. Hua Sujin bid farewell to Yi Chen. Hua Sujin had to return to his work as soon as possible. If Hua Sujin continued to be in this place, then he would lose his commission. Yi Chen nodded to Hua Sujin. He let Hua Sujin go back to where he was working. After Hua Sujin left, Yi Chen immediately joined the other participants. Entering into the crowd, Yi Chen looked around himself. He found that most of these people were only at the early stages of the divine nascent realm. There were only a handful of people currently at the pinnacle of the divine nascent realm. With Yi Chen's current cultivation, it was certain that Yi Chen was the most powerful person in this place. Looks like I have to lower my strength a bit so it won't be too flashy. Yi Chen decided to lower his power so it wouldn't be too flashy. If Yi Chen was too strong, then Yi Chen would definitely be very conspicuous among everyone. The time for the test will be held after everyone is fully assembled. At this time the participants keep coming one by one. Fortunately this place is very large, so it doesn't matter even though now there are a lot of people in the same place. Yi Chen and the other participants were quite bored when they were told to wait for several hours. It was very boring when they had to wait for the other participants who still hadn't arrived. After a few hours finally all the participants have gathered. It is now the women to start the test to enter the sect. The elder immediately got up from his seat. He immediately stood in front of all the participants who had gathered in this place. Hello everyone, my name is Gong Seni. I will be in charge here, Gong Seni said with great arrogance to everyone in front of him. Everyone didn't dare complain when they saw the arrogance displayed by Gong Seni. They were all silent and listened carefully to what Gong Seni had to say. Yi Chen sneered when he saw Gong Seni. This person was too arrogant when speaking to the participants present in this place. Gong Seni started to talk about the rules for the sect entrance exam. The rules are very simple. It is forbidden to cheat in this exam. Here, Gong Seni will take all participants very seriously, so the chances of them cheating will be minimal. All participants understand. They will try not to cheat on the test this time. Okay, then let's start the first test. Gong Seni told everyone that the first test was about to start. Okay, this first test is very easy. You have to do a test to show your strength. Gong Seni told everyone that they had to show their strength. All the participants were curious as to what kind of method would be used to test their strength. You must be wondering what method to use to test your strength. Then let me tell you which method to use. Gong Seni would tell all the participants about the method to be used in this first test. Everyone nodded to Gong Seni. They all wanted to know what method Gong Seni would use to test their strength. Did you see the arrangement of the walls over there? Gong Seni had several very large stone structures that resembled a wall. The participants immediately looked in the direction Gong Seni was pointing. When they looked in the direction Gong Seni was pointing, they saw that there were about 10 arrays of walls lined up. The participants were a little confused when they saw this. They really didn't understand what Gong Seni was going to do. That will be a place to test your strength. Gong Seni told all the participants that the stone array would be a place to test their strength. Look carefully, I will show you the way. Gong Seni said that he would show the way to do it. Gong Seni immediately went to get a spear that was in the corner. This spear had been prepared beforehand by Gong Seni. All the participants watched Gong Seni carefully. They all wanted to know what Gong Seni was going to do. Gong Seni took one of the spears. After picking up the spear, Gong Seni stood a few meters in front of the stone array. Gong Seni began to breathe. He began to try to concentrate fully. After getting full concentration, Gong Seni began to take a stance. It could be seen that Gong Seni was currently wanting to throw the spear that was in his hand. Everyone's guess was right. Gong Seni threw the spear in his hand towards the stone array in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. The spear shot and pierced several stones at once. At least 8 out of 10 stones could be penetrated by the spear that was just thrown by Gong Seni. Do exactly as I did before. If you can break through 3 layers of stone, then you will pass to the next round. Gong Seni told everyone the conditions they had to meet in order to pass this first test. Everyone immediately nodded, now that they all understood what they had to do. All they needed to do now was pierce the rock with the spears they had prepared. as long as they could break through a total of 3 layers, then they could move on to the next test. Each wave contains 100 people. You need to wait your turn. Gong Seni told all the participants that each wave consisted of 100 people. Everyone understood. They already understood what they had to do now. The number of people in this place is tens of thousands. It looks like the first test won't be finished anytime soon. Chen may have to be more patient in this matter. Are you ready? Gong Seni immediately asked if everyone was ready. We are ready, all participants answered very compactly. It could be seen that they were very enthusiastic in doing this test. Only Chen looked lethargic when facing this test. Good, let's get started. Gong Seni decided to start the first test. The first wave started to advance to show their strength. 100 people immediately threw their spears at the stone array. Bang, 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 bang. Hundreds of thunderous voices simultaneously rang out. The participants were curious about the results of the first wave. They all wanted to know what the results of the first wave were like. Chapter 957 Ningxia 1. Meanwhile at the Jade Lotus Peak, Mu Shuiying, along with Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli were currently climbing the stairs to the top of the Jade Lotus Peak. As the 4 of them climbed the stairs, they encountered several core disciples who were going in and out of the Jade Lotus Peak. All the core disciples of the Peak Jade Lotus wore a veil that covered their faces. All the women also looked beautiful and had a good temperament to look at. In addition, the female disciple of the Jade Lotus Peak had 2 different clothes, one was white and the other was red. The color of these clothes indicated their cultivation. Red meant cultivating flame, while white meant cultivating ice. Both cultivators with different cultivations were able to live on the same mountain. This was thanks to Lord Peak being capable enough to manage this matter. The female disciples started to look at Mu Shuiying with disbelieving gazes. Almost all the female disciples were shocked when they saw the arrival of Mu Shuiying. They all looked like they were seeing a ghost. All the women were completely taken aback by Mu Shuiying's arrival to this place. Senior sister, is that you? Several women greeted Mu Shuiying. Yes, it's me. Mu Shuiying nodded lightly to the woman who greeted her. Where have you been all this time? Master has been looking for you for thousands of years. One of the women asked where Mu Shuiying had been going. I'm going to do something important. Mu Shuiying didn't want to explain this matter too much. She only said that she was going to do something important and couldn't tell outsiders. Oh, these women just nodded. They wanted to dig too much into the secrets that Mu Shuiying had. Senior sister, you better go see Master. He might be very happy when he meets you, one of the women said to Mu Shuiying. This woman told Mu Shuiying that Lord Peak would be overjoyed when she saw Mu Shuiying return. Lord Peak had been looking for Mu Shuiying for a long time. She would definitely be overjoyed when she saw Mu Shuiying was back. Is the master there? Mu Shuiying immediately asked if Lord Peak existed or not. That master seems to be cultivating in her room. These women told Mu Shuiying that Lord Peak was currently cultivating in her room. I see, thanks for the information. Mu Shuiying was grateful for the important information the women in front of her gave her. You're welcome. These ladies didn't mind helping Mu Shuiying, who had just returned after a very long time. Yueli, you take Nianzi and Qingyu around this place. I will meet the master first. Mu Shuiying told Mei Yueli to go escort Mu Nianzi and Xia Qingyu around this place. Let Mu Nianzi and Xia Qingyu recognize the Jade Lotus Peak. Okay, I understand. I will do as you ask. Mei Yueli immediately nodded. She would escort Mu Nianzi and Xia Qingyu around this place. Good. Mu Shuiying nodded to Mei Yueli. Come on, let me show you around this place. This will be your home, so you should know the ins and outs of this place, Mei Yueli said to Mu Nianzi and Xia Qingyu. Xia Qingyu and Mu Nianzi simultaneously nodded. The 2 of them started following Mei Yueli around this place. Mu Shuiying saw the departure of Mu Nianzi, Xia Qingyu, and Mei Yueli. Now she had to go to see her master. Mu Shuiying immediately climbed to the very top of this mountain. There was a special room that belonged to Lord Peak. Not just anyone is allowed to roam around this place without the permission of Lord Peak. Mu Shuiying looked at the huge building in front of her. Although this building was huge, it looked very simple. Before going any further, Mu Shuiying paused for a moment. It could be seen that Mu Shuiying was a little hesitant to come forward. Mu Shuiying started to think of some of the worst scenarios that would happen. Surely the master will be very angry when she finds out that she is no longer a pure virgin anymore. Mu Shuiying was afraid that her master would get angry and look for Yi Chen. If that happened, then Mu Shuiying might not have the power to stop her master. Why do you stop there? Hurry up and go inside right now. A female voice that sounded indifferent told Mu Shuiying to come inside. It was clear that this voice belonged to the master of Mu Shuiying as well as the woman who became Lord Peak, who became the ruler of this peak. Okay, Shuiying, understand. Mu Shuiying nodded. She immediately rushed inside. Mu Shuiying did not dare to delay. It could be seen that Mu Shuiying was very obedient to the voice of the woman inside. Mu Shuiying immediately rushed towards the entrance. She immediately opened the entrance to go inside. When Mu Shuiying opened the entrance, there was already a woman in the room who was currently behind the curtain. From behind this curtain it was quite difficult to see the real figure of the woman. Only the shadowy figure of this woman could be seen by Mu Shuiying. Although only a faint figure could be seen, this woman seemed to have a perfect body shape. From her figure alone, it was certain that this woman must be very beautiful. Shuiying pays respects to master. Mu Shuiying immediately knelt down. She immediately saluted like master and disciple. You still remember to come back? I thought you had forgotten this place, the woman in the curtain said to Mu Shuiying who was in front of her. Master, I'm sorry. Mu Shuiying apologized to her master. She really felt guilty for running away like this. The woman inside the curtain sighed when she heard what Mu Shuiying said. She didn't know what to do with Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying had given herself pain for a long time. This woman had spent quite a long time looking for Mu Shuiying, so it wasn't strange for her to be like this. So why did you decide to come back? Lord Peak asked Mu Shuiying. She wanted to know the reason Mu Shuiying came back to this place. I want to go back and apologize to master. Mu Shuiying returned because she apologized to her master named Ningxia. It was true that the name of the woman with the mysterious figure was Ningxia. She was a lord of Jade Lotus Peak. Ningxia was speechless. Mu Shuiying actually came back to apologize to herself. So why you have decided to accept what I wanted a long time ago? Ningxia said to Mu Shuiying. She hoped that Mu Shuiying would not run away from responsibilities like this. Ningxia was doing this for Mu Shuiying's favor. So Ningxia hoped that Mu Shuiying would accept the matchmaking she had said before. Master, sorry, I can't do that. Mu Shuiying immediately rejected what Ningxia said. She did not want this matchmaking to take place. She wanted to determine her future life. Ningxia sighed again. It seemed that she was quite difficult to impose her will on Mu Shuiying. Shuiying, master is doing this for your good. I hope you can understand this. Ningxia tried to persuade Mu Shuiying. Chapter 958 Ningxia 2. Ningxia was a person who cared for Mu Shuiying. She really wanted the best for Mu Shuiying. There was no way that Ningxia would do anything detrimental to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying was Ningxia's favorite woman. Of course she would do anything for Mu Shuiying's brighter future. Master, I know you have good intentions, but I have already chosen my own path. Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia that she had already chosen her own path. Ningxia was completely helpless when she heard Mu Shuiying's words just now. It was obvious that it would be difficult to change Mu Shuiying's way of thinking. Shuiying, you yourself should understand the special body condition you have. I hope you are wiser in listening to my words. Ningxia didn't give up. She tried to convince Mu Shuiying. Ningxia was still worried about Mu Shuiying's exquisite goddess body. She didn't want anything bad to happen because of Mu Shuiying's exquisite goddess body. That's why Ningxia found a suitable figure to overcome Mu Shuiying's exquisite goddess body. The man who would get Mu Shuiying was a very lucky person. In the future Mu Shuiying would definitely become a peerless beauty that might even be able to match the beauty possessed by Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu. Master, you don't have to worry about that problem. I've already taken care of that problem, so you don't have to worry anymore. Mu Shuiying informed that she had already solved her yin qi problem. Thanks to dual cultivation together with Chen, Mu Shuiying's problem was solved. Now she didn't have to worry about the exquisite goddess body's body for the time being. You mean? Ningxia's tone sounded quite surprised when she heard what Mu Shuiying just said. Master, I has found a suitable man for me, so you don't have to do that matchmaking anymore. Mu Shuiying dared to tell Ningxia the truth. What? Ningxia was completely shocked when she heard this from Mu Shuiying. She couldn't believe that she would hear something like this from Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying, who was a pure woman she had seen do this with a man, this was something Ningxia had never thought of. You really did that thing? Ningxia asked Mu Shuiying. Yes, I did. Mu Shuiying confirmed what she had said earlier. Mu Shuiying told her that she had done that together with Chen. Impossible, how could this happen? Ningxia still couldn't believe this matter. It was quite difficult for Ningxia to believe what she just heard. At this moment Mu Shuiying lowered her head. She was afraid to look straight at her master who was currently behind the curtain. Shuiying. Who is that man? Tell me right now. Ningxia immediately asked who the man who had taken Mu Shuiying first was. She needed to know about this matter. Master, can I not tell you the name of this person? Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. Mu Shuiying was a little reluctant to tell Ningxia about Chen. Mu Shuiying was afraid that Ningxia would do something bad to Chen. So you want to act mysteriously with your own master? Ningxia's tone was disgruntled when she heard this. Ningxia did not expect that Mu Shuiying would hide the man's identity from her. Not really, just don't want master to do anything bad to him, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. Mu Shuiying was currently trying to protect Chen. So it wouldn't be strange for Mu Shuiying to try to cover this up from Ningxia. You don't have to worry like that. I promise I won't do anything bad to that person. Ningxia promised Mu Shuiying that she wouldn't do anything bad to the man who had done that to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying looked at Ningxia. From what Mu Shuiying saw, Ningxia was a person who always kept her word, so Mu Shuiying was very confident that Ningxia would keep her promise. Master, that man's name is Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying finally told Ningxia who the man who had taken her first was. Yi Chen, Ningxia muttered as she listened to the name of the man. Mu Shuiying said, so his name is Yi Chen, then where is he now? Ningxia immediately asked where the man was right now. He is currently in this sect. Mu Shuiying told Ningxia that Yi Chen was currently in this sect. You dare to bring him here? Aren't you afraid that Luo Tian will find out about this and kill him? Ningxia said to Mu Shuiying. Luo Tian was the one Ningxia wanted to set up with Mu Shuiying. Luo Tian was a step genius in this sect. It could be said that Luo Tian was the strongest disciple within this sect. He was under the direct care of the sect patriarch, so all elders and core disciples should respect Luo Tian. Luo Tian was quite famous among the sect's female disciples. He became the object of worship of the female disciples in this sect. Unfortunately, Luo Tian was not interested in these women. He was more interested in the beauty possessed by Mu Shuiying. According to Luo Tian, Mu Shuiying was the female figure he dreamed of. That's why Luo Tian had repeatedly tried to get Mu Shuiying. Unfortunately, Luo Tian's path was not smooth. He was repeatedly rejected by Mu Shuiying, until one day Luo Tian found out that Mu Shuiying had an abnormality in the yin qi in Mu Shuiying body, so she needed a man. Seeing this opportunity, Luo Tian immediately asked for help from the patriarch of the sect, who was the master. As a result, with the help of the number one person in the sect, Luo Tian managed to make a proposal for Mu Shuiying. Too bad things didn't go well. Mu Shuiying didn't agree and ran away from the sect instead. This irritated Luo Tian very much. Luo Tian almost spent all his time searching for Mu Shuiying's whereabouts. Unfortunately, until now he couldn't find Mu Shuiying's whereabouts. If Luo Tian found out that Mu Shuiying was back, he would definitely go and look for Mu Shuiying. Master, you don't need to worry, Yi Chen is quite strong, so we should be fine, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. What kind of cultivation base does this man named Yi Chen have? Ningxia was curious about Yi Chen's current cultivation level. Why did Mu Shuiying look quite confident in Yi Chen's cultivation? He is currently in the early stages of the divine spirit realm, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. Are you joking with me? That guy's strength is still far from Luo Tian's. Ningxia felt that Mu Shuiying was joking with her. Luo Tian's current strength difference was thousands of times stronger than Yi Chen's, so it wasn't strange that Ningxia thought Mu Shuiying was joking with her. Now he may be weak, but in the future he will definitely become a strong and reliable person, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. Chapter 959 Ningxia 3. Why are you so confident with a man named Yi Chen? Ningxia felt strange about Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying trusted this man named Yi Chen too much. Ningxia wondered what was so special about this man that Mu Shuiying had such confidence in the man named Yi Chen. That's because I firmly believe that the person I chose was not wrong. Mu Shuiying said that the person she chose would not be wrong. I see. Ningxia understood. She could see the confidence in Mu Shuiying's eyes. Master, I beg you not to bother with this matter anymore. Mu Shuiying asked Ningxia not to bother with this matter anymore. Okay, I won't bother with this matter anymore, but Luo Tian will definitely not let this matter. He will definitely aim for the man named Yi Chen you said just now, Ningxia said to Mu Shuiying. Master doesn't need to worry, I will take care of this matter. I won't let Luo Tian do anything bad to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying said that she wouldn't let Luo Tian do anything bad to Yi Chen. You have very high self-confidence. Do you know Luo Tian's current cultivation? Ningxia asked Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying shook her head. She didn't know Luo Tian's cultivation level. Luo Tian is currently at the peak stage of Divine Monarch realm. Ningxia told Mu Shuiying Luo Tian's current cultivation level. Compared to when Mu Shuiying left, Luo Tian's level had certainly improved quite a lot. Master, don't worry, for now my cultivation level is still much higher than Luo Tian's. Mu Shuiying told Ningxia that her cultivation level was still higher than Luo Tian's. What? Ningxia looked in disbelief when she heard what Mu Shuiying had just said. Mu Shuiying started to expend her own power. The entire room was instantly enveloped by profound ice. Ningxia focused her eyes on Mu Shuiying. She couldn't believe what she just saw. Mu Shuiying had entered the 6th level of the Divine Preceptor realm. This was something that looked very shocking to Ningxia. You really didn't disappoint me. You really are my most talented disciple. Ningxia praised Mu Shuiying's cultivation. To think that Mu Shuiying's cultivation would increase so much when she returned to this sect, this was far beyond Ningxia's expectations. The reason Mu Shuiying's cultivation increased a lot was because she did dual cultivation together with Yi Chen. Besides, Mu Shuiying's exquisite goddess body had also been fully awakened. This made Mu Shuiying's cultivation rise very rapidly. Teacher praises me too much. I'm not that great, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. When compared to Ningxia, it would be quite a distance away. Ningxia was already tens of thousands of years old, so it was not surprising that her cultivation would be so high. If Mu Shuiying was given a little more time, perhaps Mu Shuiying would be able to match Ningxia's cultivation. You don't have to be modest, I am very proud of you. Ningxia was proud of Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying had truly exceeded her expectations. Ningxia had absolutely not wrongly invited Mu Shuiying to join. Mu Shuiying was truly a rare talent rarely seen in this world. Master, I still have something to tell you. Mu Shuiying said that she still had something to say to Ningxia. What is that? Ningxia asked what Mu Shuiying wanted to say. This news made Ningxia a little happy. All her anger towards Mu Shuiying had completely disappeared. I brought 2 women that I want to include in this peak. Mu Shuiying told Ningxia about Mu Nianci and Xiao Qingyu. You brought 2 women to be included in the peak. You rarely do this, Ningxia said to Mu Shuiying. The masters of these 2 women are really very special. Mu Shuiying told Ningxia that Mu Nianci and Xiao Qingyu had something quite special. Something special? Ningxia asked what Mu Shuiying's words meant. She wanted to confirm what she just said. Yes, they are Mu Nianci and Xiao Qingyu. Each of them has a special body. Xiao Qingyu with purine body and Mu Nianci with frozen glass heart special body. Mu Shuiying told Ningxia about Mu Nianci and Xiao Qingyu's special body. Ningxia did not expect that Mu Shuiying would bring the diamond back when she returned to Jade Lotus Peak. Explain to me about their identities. Ningxia asked Mu Shuiying to explain about the identities that Xiao Qingyu and Mu Nianci had. Mu Shuiying began to explain in detail the identities of Xiao Qingyu and Mu Nianci to Ningxia. Ningxia raised her eyebrows as she listened to what Mu Shuiying just said. So these 2 women also have a relationship with a man named Chen? Ningxia asked Mu Shuiying. Yes, that's right. One is Chen's fiancé and the other promises to be Chen's woman, Mu Shuiying said to Ningxia. Ningxia really couldn't understand how a man could get a woman with such a rare body in this world. This man named Chen was too lucky. Ningxia had never seen anything like this in her life. Your relationship is very complicated. I don't want to get involved in that matter. Ningxia felt that Mu Shuiying, Chen, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianci relationship was very complicated. Ningxia felt that she did not want to interfere in this matter. Mu Shuiying could only lower her head when she heard what Ningxia had just said. Then where are the 2 of them now? Ningxia immediately asked where Xiao Qingyu and Mu Nianci were at this time. The 2 of them are currently traveling together with Yueli. Master, do I need to call them? Mu Shuiying asked Ningxia. That's not necessary, you will give this to the 2 of them later. Ningxia handed Mu Shuiying 2 jades. This jade was a sign of membership of the Jade Lotus Peak. With this, Xiao Qingyu and Mu Nianci would officially enter the Jade Lotus Peak. Mu Shuiying received the jade from Ningxia. She immediately kept the jade that Ningxia had given her. You may now leave. For the time being, tell all disciples not to disturb me. I don't want to be bothered by anyone. Ningxia told Mu Shuiying to leave this place. Thank you, I'll excuse first. Mu Shuiying paid her respects to Ningxia, after which she left the room. Ningxia saw Mu Shuiying's departure. She felt that something was slightly different from the current Mu Shuiying. Whether this was Ningxia's feeling or not, Ningxia felt that Mu Shuiying looked prettier and more charming than before. Mu Shuiying had transformed into a much more beautiful and charming woman than before. It seems Shuiying's special body has fully awakened. I don't know what she will become in the future. Ningxia didn't know what Mu Shuiying would look like in the future. Perhaps Mu Shuiying would become a goddess. Figure that was adored by countless men in the god realm. Chapter 960 Luo Tian. Forget about it, I'm more curious about this man named Chen. Ningxia was more curious about the man named Chen that Mu Shuiying had previously talked about. This man named Chen was really very lucky. He managed to get a woman with a special body like Mu Shuiying, Xiao Qingyu, and Mu Nianci. Needless to say, what Chen was doing right now was completely beyond Ningxia's imagination. She still couldn't believe that someone could be so lucky as Chen. Ningxia herself had never seen anything like this in her life. One could say that this was the first time Ningxia had heard of something like this. Looks like I need to find out a bit about this man. Ningxia was about to try to find out about Chen. She wanted to know more about the man who had put the indifferent Mu Shuiying into this state, but for now Ningxia still had something to do. She still had her own problems to do, so Ningxia would not do anything to Chen for the time being. Shuiying has become so powerful, I think I should give her that. Ningxia decided to give Mu Shuiying a very rare gift. Ningxia started to create a layered barrier around her residential building. This would prevent anyone from interfering with what she was about to do. No one knew what Ningxia would do. For sure Ningxia would do something quite serious once. After greeting Ningxia, Mu Shuiying immediately descended from the peak, intending to see what Chen was up to at the moment. Mu Shuiying wanted to see if Chen was causing trouble or not when He had just joined the sect. Was when Mu Shuiying wanted to go and see Yi Chen, she felt a very strong wind gust in front of her. When Mu Shuiying looked ahead, she found a man who was passable without descending in front of her. This man had a dashing and cool stature. He really gave off a domineering aura. Mu Shuiying's temperament instantly turned cold when Mu Shuiying saw the arrival of the handsome man who had just arrived. Luo Tian, why are you here? In a fairly cold voice, Mu Shuiying said to Luo Tian before. The first time Mu Shuiying showed her cold side, the coldness shown by Mu Shuiying could make anyone who heard it shiver. The man who had just arrived was Luo Tian. He was the most genius man in this sect. Luo Tian really came very quickly and approached Mu Shuiying. When Luo Tian heard the news that Mu Shuiying had returned to the sect, Luo Tian immediately went to Jade Lotus Peak to meet Mu Shuiying. Luo Tian smiled when he saw Mu Shuiying. After not seeing Mu Shuiying for a long time, Mu Shuiying looked even more beautiful and charming. Mu Shuiying had an extraordinary allure to men who saw her. Shuiying, where have you been all this time? I've been looking for you for a long time, Luo Tian asked. Where had Mu Shuiying been all this time? Luo Tian actually used a couple's tone towards Mu Shuiying. It could be seen that Luo Tian was not affected by Mu Shuiying's cold attitude. Luo Tian was used to Mu Shuiying's coldness, so it was not strange that he was not affected by the piercing aura emitted by Mu Shuiying. Don't call me by that name, I'm not that familiar with you. Mu Shuiying told Luo Tian that she wasn't that familiar with herself. Come on Shuiying, didn't your master and my master match us up? Why are you still unwilling to admit this? Luo Tian said to Mu Shuiying. In his heart, Luo Tian already thought of Mu Shuiying as his future wife. Mu Shuiying would be his Dao partner in cultivation. Naturally, Luo Tian would be very happy about this. I've rejected it many times, so don't bring it up again. Mu Shuiying immediately rejected Luo Tian. It could be said that Mu Shuiying looked merciless to Luo Tian. After saying the things just now, Mu Shuiying immediately walked away. Mu Shuiying's goal remained the same. She wanted to see what Yi Chen was doing at this time. Shuiying, wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk for a while. Luo Tian again blocked Mu Shuiying's path. He didn't want Mu Shuiying to leave so quickly. Luo Tian had not seen Mu Shuiying in a very long time. Naturally, Luo Tian wanted to enjoy this reunion a little. I don't want to talk about anything with you. Get out of my way quickly. Mu Shuiying pushed Luo Tian out of the way. She thought Luo Tian was really very annoying. I won't get out of your way. Luo Tian told Mu Shuiying that he wasn't going to get out of the way. Luo Tian, I warned you, so don't blame me for kicking you out of the way. Mu Shuiying warned Luo Tian to get out of the way. Shuiying, you won't be able to get me out of the way. Luo Tian really believed in his power, so Luo Tian was very sure that Mu Shuiying wouldn't be able to get him out of here. Mu Shuiying was starting to lose her temper when dealing with Luo Tian. This man was really very annoying to her. Mu Shuiying started waving her hand. Instantly Luo Tian's body was sent flying. The current Luo Tian looked like a kite that had been severed from its strings. Mu Shuiying was really not kidding. Mu Shuiying flew away Luo Tian, who had dared to stand in her way. Bam! Luo Tian's body hit the ground with great pain. It could be seen that the attack just now was quite strong. After flying Luo Tian, Mu Shuiying immediately left this place. It seemed that Mu Shuiying was indifferent and didn't care about Luo Tian's condition. Ouch, it hurts. What the hell was that just now? Luo Tian tried to get up from the ground. He really felt pain in his body. Mu Shuiying's attack just now wasn't weak. It was actually so strong that it could injure Luo Tian. If Mu Shuiying had been more serious earlier, it was very likely that Luo Tian would have been more seriously injured than he is now. Shuiying is just getting stronger. She really is an ideal match for me. It seems the heavens have brought us together. Luo Tian praised the strength Mu Shuiying just displayed. Mu Shuiying really deserves to be his partner. I will definitely get you, I swear to it. Luo Tian vowed to get Mu Shuiying. Whatever happens, Mu Shuiying must be his partner. Luo Tian didn't want to give up. It was like he wanted to catch up with Mu Shuiying. This man was very persistent. While the page where the test is held, Yi Chen and the participants looked at the results obtained by the participants in the first wave. All the participants were surprised when they all saw the results obtained by the first wave of participants. In this first wave, almost no one was able to penetrate up to 3 layers. All of them were only able to penetrate the second layer, and some were only able to penetrate the first layer. This result was truly beyond everyone's expectations. All of you have failed. Quickly leave this place right now. Gong Seni immediately ordered the failed participants to leave this place immediately. 9 Immortals Peak sect didn't need weak people like this. Chapter 961, Second Half Test. Elder, please give us all one more chance. One of the participants asked Gong Seni for a second chance. You guys have failed, you can try next year. Now get out of here as soon as possible. Gong Seni snapped at the participants who had failed. He ordered the participants to leave this place immediately. Gong Seni is sick of seeing participants who have failed. To Gong Seni, these kinds of people are useless. The second wave is advancing fast. Gong Seni told the participants of the second wave to hurry up. The second wave of participants immediately advanced. They immediately threw the spears in their hands. Bam, 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 bam. 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 The spear pierced through the stone array. This time, out of the 100 participants, there was only one person who made it through the third layer. The rest, they couldn't afford to pass through the third layer. Good, you passed. Now go there, Gong Seni told one participant who passed this first test. Thank you very much. The first participant who passed thanked Gong Seni. The first participant immediately went to a special location prepared for participants who passed this test. Meanwhile, the remaining 99 people have to leave this place. They must be patient because they have not been able to pass this first test. They could try for a few more years. They still had a chance to get into the sect. Wave after wave continued. Countless participants had failed this first test. Of the participants who had passed, there were only a few who could break through to the fourth layer. These people had quite a high cultivation. Of all the current participants, there are only less than 1,500 people left. The selection to enter the 9 Immortals Peak sect was quite difficult. Not many people were able to pass this first round. Finally, after a long wait, it was finally Yi Chen's turn. Yi Chen was happy when he found out that it was his turn. Yi Chen had been waiting for this for a very long time. Wait, Gong Seni suddenly stopped Yi Chen. What is wrong? Yi Chen immediately asked Gong Seni. Yi Chen looked normal when he was talking to Gong Seni. This was different from the other participants who looked very respectful towards Gong Seni. Gong Seni raised his eyebrows. It could be seen that Gong Seni didn't like the attitude that Yi Chen had just shown. Yi Chen looked disrespectful to him, who was an elder within the 9 Immortals Peak sect. Aren't you the one that previously recommended of Mei Yueli from Jade Lotus Peak? Gong Seni said to Yi Chen. Yes, that's true, Yi Chen said to Gong Seni. Yi Chen confirmed what Gong Seni had just asked. He did come here on the recommendation of Mei Yueli and Mu Shuiying. Then show the strength you have. Don't let down the people who have recommended you. If you fail, I will kick you straight away, Gong Seni said to Yi Chen. This is like child's play to me. Yi Chen told Gong Seni that it was like a child's play for him. Gong Seni's face turned black when he heard what Yi Chen just said. According to Gong Seni, Yi Chen is a very arrogant man. We'll see what kind of results you will get, Gong Seni muttered in his heart. If Yi Chen failed, then Gong Seni would definitely kick this person out of this place. Yi Chen immediately went to the front of the stone array that was used for the first test. Around Yi Chen there were around 99 people who were ready to show their abilities. In contrast to the other participants who were currently looking quite tense, Yi Chen currently looked much more relaxed. It could be seen that Yi Chen really didn't have a burden when he took this first test. Start, Gong Seni told everyone to start. Yi Chen and the other 99 people started throwing the spears they had in their hands. Whoosh, the spear thrown by Yi Chen shot out very quickly. This spear directly pierced the rock that was blocking his path. This time Yi Chen had restrained himself enough not to use his full strength. Bam, 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 bam. The spear thrown by Yi Chen instantly pierced through the fourth layer of the existing stone array. Yi Chen's results were not bad. It seemed that Yi Chen was in the category of strong people. Yi Chen was quite disappointed with the results he currently got. Even though Yi Chen intended to hit a score of 3, unexpectedly he actually hit a score of 4. Gong Seni's face darkened when he saw the results obtained by Yi Chen. Unexpectedly, this man had an ability. Since Yi Chen successfully passed this test, Gong Seni couldn't kick Yi Chen from this place. You who have passed, join the participants who have passed, Gong Seni told Yi Chen, and the few who had passed to join the participants who had passed the first round. Yi Chen and the other participants who passed immediately went to the place of the participants who had previously passed. They were waiting for the second round of tests to begin. The first round of testing continues. There are still many participants who have not had the opportunity to show their strength. After several hours passed, finally everyone had the opportunity to show their strength. Of the tens of thousands of people, only about 2,000 remained. As long as you have successfully passed the first round of tests, now we will move on to the next test. Gong Seni said to all the participants that they would continue the second round of tests. All the participants wanted to know what the second round test was like, whether the second round test would be more difficult than the first test they had passed. Okay, everyone, come with me right now. Gong Seni told the remaining participants to follow him. The second test will not be held here. The second test will be held elsewhere. Yi Chen and the others immediately went after Gong Seni. They immediately followed behind Gong Seni. Gong Seni led Yi Chen and all the participants to a peak that was not very high. When compared to the 9 major peaks, this peak was quite a dwarf. We will do the test for the second round here. Gong Seni said that they would do the second round test at this place. Yi Chen and the participants looked towards the peak. They were curious what kind of test they would do in this place. I will explain the rules in the test this time. Gong Seni intended to explain the rules in the second test. All the participants immediately listened to what Gong Seni had to say. They were waiting for what they should do next. All you have to do is climb the stairs to the top. The first 1,000 people who can reach the top will pass for the next test. Gong Seni told all the participants the rules in this second test. In this second test, the participants have to climb the stairs to the top. The first 1,000 people who can reach the top will pass to the third test. It could be said that from now on the participants had to compete for one of the 1,000 places available. It could be said that half of the current participants would be eliminated. Chapter 962 Elder Gong, you look so precious, are you ready? Gong Seni asked everyone. We are all ready. All participants very firmly answered Gong Seni's question. Good, then let's start right away. You guys wait for my cue. Gong Seni told all the participants to wait for his cue. Gong Seni flew towards the peak. He would wait for all the participants at the peak. Start after reaching the top. Gong Seni started giving the signal to start the test. All participants immediately tried to climb the stairs to the top peak. The participants thought that this test would be very easy to do. Who was the first to win? They all ran as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Chen looked very relaxed as he tried to climb the stairs. Chen looked like he didn't care about being the one to take first place. Chen knew very well that if this test wasn't that simple, there would definitely be a challenge prepared. What Chen had expected actually happened. When the participants reached the 50th rung of the ladder, they all felt a strong pressure oppressing them. This of course made everyone's pace extremely slow. The previously very excited people immediately slowed down their speed. It turned out that on top of Gong Seni using the cultivation pressure, he had to suppress the existing participants. This was meant to complicate the steps that the participants would take. The higher the stairs they will climb, the heavier the pressure will be on these people. Gong Seni deliberately didn't tell this from the start. It wouldn't be nice if Gong Seni told this from the start. All participants with difficulty try to climb every step that is in front of them. Everyone's initial guess turned out to be wrong. They all just realized what this second test was like. It turns out that this second test is not as simple as everyone thinks. High in the sky, Mu Shuiying saw the second test that Chen and the other participants were currently going through. Mu Shuiying wondered why Chen could follow this kind of thing, even though Mei Yueli had previously instructed to directly enter Chen into the sect. No wonder before Mu Shuiying had a hard time finding Chen's whereabouts. Chen actually followed this kind of thing. Mu Shuiying looked at the elder who was in charge of this matter. If Mu Shuiying didn't remember correctly, this elder should be called Gong Seni. Gong Seni is an elder who has been in the sect for quite a while. Gong Seni is an arrogant elder. Maybe this person forced Chen to join this exam. It could be said that Gong Seni was already quite a senior among the elders in the outer court. Mu Shuiying decided to take a look for a while. Mu Shuiying wanted to see what Chen would do. Chen was currently walking very casually. He passed by participant after participant who was in front of him. Chen seemed unaffected by the pressure released by Gong Seni. Chen was previously in the last position, but now that Chen is in the 1500th position, Chen quickly passed the other participants who looked difficult. Gong Seni looked at Chen. He saw that Chen was currently walking very leisurely. Gong Seni felt that Chen was walking so arrogantly. This man actually looked very relaxed when he received the oppressive pressure from him. Suddenly Gong Seni smiled evilly at Chen. He seemed to be plotting something evil against Chen. I will teach this person an unforgettable lesson. Gong Seni intended to teach Chen an unforgettable lesson. Gong Seni started to strengthen his sense of power at one point. It could be seen that Gong Seni was currently eyeing Chen alone. The pressure around Chen became stronger and heavier. It was tens of times stronger than the normal participants taking this second test. Chen immediately stopped in place as Gong Seni strengthened the pressure that was around him. Haha, feel it. Next time you have to respect an elder like me. Gong Seni was very satisfied when he saw Chen couldn't move under his pressure. In the sky, Mu Shuiying saw the changes that occurred around Chen's body. It could be seen that the profound pressure around Chen's body was much stronger than the other participants. Mu Shuiying immediately turned her gaze towards Gong Seni. Mu Shuiying could see that Gong Seni did this on purpose to Chen. Mu Shuiying intends to go down and help Chen. She must not let Chen be oppressed by Gong Seni. Shuiying, I finally found you. When Mu Shuiying wanted to help Chen, suddenly Luo Tian came. This man actually kept following Mu Shuiying like a stalker. Mu Shuiying immediately stopped. She felt that Luo Tian was really very troublesome. This made it difficult for Mu Shuiying to help Chen, who was being bullied by Gong Seni. Chen felt the pressure change around him. It could be seen that Gong Seni was deliberately increasing the pressure towards Chen. Chen looked at Gong Seni. This man was really trying to do something bad to him. You idiot, in a fairly loud voice, Yi Chen said that Gong Seni was a very stupid person. Yi Chen started walking forward again. It could be seen that Yi Chen still looked quite relaxed in the face of Gong Seni's pressure. What? Gong Seni was surprised when he saw that Yi Chen could still walk very normally under the intense pressure he exerted. This is really not normal. Gong Seni felt that if there was something wrong with Yi Chen, how could Yi Chen walk so leisurely under his deep pressure? Gong Seni did not give up. He tried to strengthen the pressure he had. The pressure around Yi Chen's body became more and more intense. If at this time Yi Chen's position was replaced by ordinary participants, they would have already fallen under the pressure on the steps and couldn't move an inch. There were so many participants who had reached the top. After reaching the top, they immediately sat on the ground. It could be seen that they were very tired. Yi Chen continued to walk at a completely normal speed. He was finally able to reach the pinnacle at exactly the 1000th position, or could be said to be in the last position. Yi Chen very casually walked past Gong Seni. The deep pressure released by Gong Seni was meaningless to Yi Chen. Elder Gong, you look really sweaty. You look like you just had an intense activity. When Yi Chen passed by Gong Seni, he didn't forget to sneer at Gong Seni. The fire in Gong Seni's heart rose when he heard the words that Yi Chen had just said. This man really humiliated him once. As long as Gong Seni was an elder, no one had ever dared to be rude to him. Yi Chen was the first one to dare to do something like this to him. In this sect, the position of elder is something that is respectable. Disciples in the sect must respect elders. What Yi Chen is doing at this time does not reflect the attitude of respect for an elder. Gong Seni started to lose his temper a bit. He wanted to hit Yi Chen, who was behind him. Chapter 963. Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian arrived. Gong Seni emitted a killing aura towards Yi Chen. It could be seen that Gong Seni was currently trying to attack Yi Chen. Yi Chen could feel the killing aura emitted by Gong Seni towards him. Yi Chen immediately alerted and tried to fend off the attack that came from Gong Seni. Elder Gong, when Gong Seni was about to attack Yi Chen, suddenly from the sky came a very cold female voice. Gong Seni immediately froze on the spot when he heard this cold female voice. Gong Seni felt an extremely terrifying pressure. His body trembled when he felt the pressure emanating from this woman. Yi Chen and all the participants who were here immediately looked up at the sky. When the participants looked up at the sky, they saw a beautiful woman wearing a veil floating down. No need to ask again, all the participants, especially the men, gaped at the beauty of this woman. They had never seen a woman as beautiful as this in their lives. They now looked like they had just seen a beautiful goddess descending from the sky. Mu Shuiying finally intervened. She couldn't stand it when she saw what Gong Seni was trying to do to Yi Chen. Behind Mu Shuiying was currently Luo Tian. This man seemed unwilling to leave Mu Shuiying's side. Luo Tian clung very tightly to the side. Mu Shuiying. This made Mu Shuiying feel uncomfortable. Mu Shuiying has repeatedly tried to chase Luo Tian away, but this man is very difficult to get rid of. That was why Mu Shuiying had no choice but to let Luo Tian be by her side for a while. Gong Seni immediately looked back. When he looked back, he saw the figures of Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian, and Gong Seni immediately broke into sweat when he saw the figures of Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian. To an outer court elder like Gong Seni, Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian had a much higher position than his own. Miss Mu, young Master Luo, what made you come to this place? Gong Seni immediately went to greet Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian. Gong Seni didn't know that Mu Shuiying had returned to the sect. He was a little surprised when he saw Mu Shuiying in front of him. Mu Shuiying didn't immediately answer Gong Seni's question. She looked at Yi Chen, who was standing not far from her. Yi Chen looked at Mu Shuiying. Previously, Yi Chen already knew where Mu Shuiying was watching him from a distance. This also made Yi Chen very brave to challenge Gong Seni, because Mu Shuiying and Yi Chen felt that he had a strong backing. Elder Gong, do you know why I came here? Mu Shuiying asked the reason why she had come here. Miss Mu, I don't know why you came here. Gong Seni said to Mu Shuiying that he didn't know why Mu Shuiying had come here. I came here to question why you let him participate in this kind of thing. Didn't Yueli already recommended him to enter this sect directly? Mu Shuiying pointed at Yi Chen, who was currently standing not far from Gong Seni. Mu Shuiying used Mei Yueli as an excuse. She deliberately didn't expose her relationship with Yi Chen. This was so that Luo Tian wouldn't get into trouble with Yi Chen. Gong Seni immediately looked at Yi Chen. He couldn't believe that Yi Chen would know someone like Mu Shuiying, who was one of the top core disciples in Jade Lotus Peak. That. Gong Seni looked quite troubled when he answered Mu Shuiying's question. He didn't know what else to answer Mu Shuiying's question. If it was only Mei Yueli, Gong Seni still dared to fight back. But when Mu Shuiying came, Gong Seni's guts immediately shrunk. In Nine Immortals Peak sect, Mu Shuiying was quite famous. It was because Luo Tian, who was the #1 genius in Nine Immortals Peak sect, was chaser Mu Shuiying. If anyone dared to get into trouble with Mu Shuiying, then that would mean they were looking for trouble with Luo Tian. That is not a good thing for Gong Seni. Gong Seni could be removed by Luo Tian. If that happens, then Gong Seni can't do anything. When compared to talented disciples like Luo Tian and Mu Shuiying, Gong Seni was nothing. The sect would definitely have more to defend Luo Tian and Mu Shuiying than him.
Quickly answer now, Luo Tian shouted to Gong Seni. He told Gong Seni
to explain everything to Mu Shuiying. It can be seen that Luo Tian is helping Mu Shuiying to take care of Gong Seni. Luo Tian hopes that what he is doing right now can enter Mu Shuiying's heart.
Luo Tian of course knew Mei Yueli. If I'm not mistaken, Mei Yueli was a member of the Jade Lotus Peak and had a fairly close relationship with Mu Shuiying, so Luo Tian didn't suspect that Mu Shuiying had a relationship with Yi Chen. Luo Tian thought that Mu Shuiying was helping solve the problem for Mei Yueli. Luo Tian had seen Yi Chen up and down. This geeky man couldn't possibly have any relationship with Mu Shuiying. It was an extremely impossible thing to happen. I'm sorry, I didn't know that he was recommended by Mei Yueli. I thought this person was just randomly using the identity of a core disciple to enter the sect without a test. Gong Seni quickly found an excuse to answer Mu Shuiying.
Mu Shuiying slightly raised her eyebrows when she heard this. She was dissatisfied when she heard what Gong Seni had just said. Gong Seni's reasoning was quite reasonable. It was a little difficult for Mu Shuiying to deny Gong Seni's reason. After all, from the beginning Mei Yueli did not give Yi Chen the Jade Lotus Peak disciple proof. This made Gong Seni not believe that Yi Chen was recommended by Mei Yueli.
Your reasoning is completely unreasonable. How can you do something like that?
You should have confirmed it before taking any action, Luo Tian scolded Gong Seni. It could be seen that Luo Tian was quite aggressive. He didn't care about the excuse that Gong Seni had just said.
Luo Tian is enough. You don't need to interfere in this matter. Mu Shuiying immediately told Luo Tian to be quiet and not to interfere in this matter. Luo Tian didn't help at all. This only made matters more complicated. Luo Tian immediately fell silent when he heard what Mu Shuiying had just said, not expecting Mu Shuiying to be angry when he tried to lend his a hand.
I will take him directly into the outer court sect. Mu Shuiying said that she would directly bring Yi Chen into the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Miss Mu, it seems impossible. It would be against the sect rules if you brought the participants in like this. Gong Seni informed Mu Shuiying that this was against the rules. A participant in the trials remained in this place, otherwise it would be quite a serious offense. Mu Shuiying started to think about the words that Gong Seni just said. She can confirm that this rule does exist. Chapter 964 Training Door. Yi Chen saw that Mu Shuiying was currently in trouble, which was why Yi Chen decided to help Mu Shuiying resolve this matter. As for the matter of Gong Seni, who previously wanted to attack him, Yi Chen would look for another opportunity to avenge what this fellow had done. Senior sister, thank you for your kindness. I was able to do this test very easily, so you don't have to do that. Yi Chen immediately said to Mu Shuiying, who was currently in front of him.
Are you sure about that?
Mu Shuiying immediately asked if Yi Chen was really sure of what he just said. Yes, I'm very sure.
Yi Chen said confidently, he would easily pass this test. Well, if you are confident, I apologize on behalf of Mei Yueli.
Mu Shuiying apologized to Yi Chen, even though she had promised to bring Yi Chen into the Nine Immortals Peak sect easily, not expecting the result to be like this. It's okay, Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying. Gong Seni was relieved to see that Yi Chen didn't mind this, otherwise Gong Seni would have lost his current position. Mu Shuiying nodded to Yi Chen. Mu Shuiying decided to go and watch the exam from a considerable distance.
Luo Tian also followed Mu Shuiying's departure. Before leaving, Luo Tian did not forget to look at Yi Chen. Don't know what Luo Tian was thinking right now. He felt that something was wrong when he met Yi Chen. Gong Seni was relieved when he saw Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian leave. These two people made himself oppressed. Gong Seni immediately looked at Yi Chen. This man was fortunate enough to have an acquaintance with Mei Yueli from Jade Lotus Peak. Everyone, let's move on to the next test. Those who are not in the top 1,000 participants can immediately leave the sect. Gong Seni said to all the participants who had failed to leave the sect. Participants who fail have no choice but to leave this place. They can't stay here anymore. 1,000 lined up and waited for the test. When they wanted to know what the third test they had to pass would be like. You all follow me. Gong Seni ordered all the participants to follow him. All participants followed Gong Seni to the center of this peak. Right in the middle of the peak there were many doors. This third test will determine your fate. You need to know that there will be a lot of monsters in there. All you need to do is fight and defeat them to get a point. As long as you get enough scores, you will be immediately accepted into the sect. Otherwise, if the score you get is less, then you will automatically fail. Gong Seni started telling them about the third test they were going to pass. This place is called the Training Door. The Training Door is usually used to test the strength of outer court disciples. The magical beasts inside were of course not real.
they were just imitations, so it wouldn't be too dangerous for the participants. If a participant was seriously injured, they would be automatically ejected from within the gate, so the risk of death was very small. Do any of you have any questions? Gong Seni asked the 1,000 participants in front of him, Elder, how will our score be calculated? One of the participants asked about their calculated score. You guys take a good look at the monument. Gong Seni pointed to a large rock in the middle of this place. The participants focused their eyes on the monument. Inside this monument were engraved with the names of cultivators who had obtained the highest scores, and the top position was filled by a cultivator named Luo Tian. He got the highest position in the history of the sect with a score of 100,000. Up until now, Luo Tian's record was still unbreakable. Until now, no one from the outer court disciples had been able to break Luo Tian's record. The monument is a place to see the results you get. As long as you get a score above 2,500, you will qualify, said Gong Seni to all participants. Everyone nodded. They all now understood what they had to do. Did you understand? Gong Seni asked all the participants present. All participants have understood. They already know what they have to do now. Good. Then you can choose the door you want to use. Your time is only 1 hour. After 1 hour you will be automatically kicked out of the door. Besides that, you are allowed to use various methods that you have. There is no limit to that. In this case, Gong Seni gives the participants the freedom to choose the door they will use. Gong Seni also tells the time that each participant has, plus the participants are allowed to use various ways to pass this third test. The participants immediately choose the door they will use. Because there are quite a lot of doors in this place, all participants can freely choose the door they will enter. Yi Chen also started to go looking for an empty door. Because Yi Chen wasn't picky, Yi Chen quickly found an empty door that he could use. Because there is no queue, all participants can enter as they please. Yi Chen and some of the other participants started to open the door and go inside. As soon as Yi Chen entered the door, he found that inside the door was a fairly large forest. A moment later, around this place there were several magical beasts that began to approach Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw the arrival of this magical beast. He immediately picked up the broken branches that were around him. Yi Chen intended to use these broken branches to fight the magical beasts that were coming towards him. This was Yi Chen's first time fighting a magical beast from the God Realm. He wanted to know whether a magical beast from the God Realm was strong or not. Even though Yi Chen knew this was not a real magical beast, he still wanted to see the power of this magical beast. The magical beast started rushing towards Yi Chen. It could be seen that they were all preparing to attack Yi Chen with their sharp teeth and claws. Yi Chen instantly slashed the magical beasts that attacked him. Using a wooden stick, Yi Chen could easily kill all the magical beasts. Yi Chen's Dao of Sword had improved considerably, so Yi Chen's swordsmanship had greatly improved. Yi Chen finished killing the magical beasts that attacked him. Yi Chen saw that it was very easy, as if there was no challenge to do this. Roar, roar, roar. Just when Yi Chen thought that this was over, another magical beast came to Yi Chen. It seemed that the number of magical beasts was more than before. I thought it was over. There's more. I want to see how strong you guys are. Yi Chen wanted to see how strong the magical beast that just came was. The magical beasts that just arrived have different forms. Of course their strength should be much stronger than the first. Yi Chen started to fight with these magical beasts. He started to think of magic beasts as an object of training. Chapter 965, Get 150,000 score. Magical beasts began to struggle against Yi Chen. It could be seen that they were unable to win against Yi Chen. When Yi Chen finished killing magical beasts, another magical beast came here. This magical beast also looked much stronger than before. Yi Chen now understands what happened. It turns out that the training door has its own level. As long as Yi Chen manages to defeat the magical beast, then he will automatically advance to the next level and the enemy Yi Chen faces will become even stronger. Yi Chen wanted to see how strong the magical beasts were in this place. That's why Yi Chen started to continuously kill the hordes of magical beasts that were currently approaching him. Meanwhile, outside the training door, one by one the participants began to fall, most of them unable to withstand the attacks of the hordes of magical beasts that were attacking them. The magical beast horde is too difficult to deal with. Not all participants can survive the magical beast horde attack. The participants who had fallen immediately saw the score they had managed to get. It could be seen that they only got hundreds of scores. This was still far enough if they wanted to pass this third test. Seeing the score they got, the participants felt very desperate. They had failed this last test. That meant they would not be able to enter the 9 Immortals Peak. They had no choice but to do it again one day. In the sky, Mu Shuiying and Luo Tian watched the course of this third test. They were observing every participant who failed in the training door trial. they're so weak, they've only lost for a few minutes like that. Luo Tian mocked the contestants who failed very quickly. According to Luo Tian, these people were so weak, they were not worthy to join the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Luo Tian was a person who had set a record high in history, so it was not surprising that Luo Tian could be arrogant and underestimate the participants. Just because your score is the highest, you can be this arrogant and underestimate those rookies. It's possible for those rookies to pass your score, Mu Shuiying said to Luo Tian. Mu Shuiying didn't really like Luo Tian's attitude. Luo Tian underestimated these rookies too much just because they were still weak. Haha, that's really funny, they are just weak beginners. It's impossible for them to pass the score I made. Luo Tian couldn't believe that any rookie participant could surpass the score he had made in the past. Until now in this sect no one had ever been able to pass the score made by Luo Tian. It could be said that Luo Tian was invincible by anyone until now. Mu Shuiying hates Luo Tian more and more. This man is quite arrogant, he boasts everything he has in front of Mu Shuiying. This feels quite annoying to Mu Shuiying. We'll see. Mu Shuiying said to Luo Tian to see what would happen next. Alright, I'll take a look. As long as you accompany me here, I'll be happy to stay here. Luo Tian didn't mind watching the exam as long as Mu Shuiying was beside him. Actually, Luo Tian didn't care about the tests that these rookies were taking. All Luo Tian wanted was be beside Mu Shuiying. It was an honor for Luo Tian to be close to Mu Shuiying. Mu Shuiying didn't want to get too close to Luo Tian. She tried to keep the distance she had from Luo Tian. Gong Seni is currently looking at the fallen contestants. They are all really disappointing. Gong Seni, it seems that this year there is no great talent that Gong Seni can find, even though Gong Seni originally hoped that he could find a talent among tens of thousands of people. He didn't expect that everything was so normal, they weren't worthy to enter his eyes. If Gong Seni could find such a great talent, then Gong Seni would get a great reward from the sect. This was something Gong Seni had wanted from the start. As time went on, there were a lot of participants who fell from the training door trial, while there were also dozens of participants who managed to get the required score, so they were still considered to have passed this third test. The participants who failed did not leave immediately, they recovered the profound energy they had used in the training door trial. All of these participants want to see who has passed this third test. Hey look! The top name on the monument shifted. One of the participants informed that Luo Tian's name on the monument had shifted. Gong Seni and the people who were here immediately looked at the monument. When they looked at the monument, they saw an empty name that managed to pass the score that Luo Tian had once earned. The score that this mysterious person got rose very quickly. In just a few minutes, the mysterious person's score had hit 150,000. This was quite surprising for the participants who saw this. They couldn't believe that anyone could get a score of 150,000. They themselves couldn't even afford to get a score of 5000. How could this guy hit a score of 150,000 so easily? Gong Seni's eyes lit up when he saw that there was someone who managed to score 150,000. This was clearly a genius far stronger than Luo Tian. Gong Seni must not miss this opportunity. He must know who this person has scored 150,000. Unfortunately, this person didn't write his name at the beginning. This made Gong Seni not know who the person who managed to get this 150,000 score was. Impossible. How could that happen? Luo Tian couldn't believe what he just saw. He couldn't believe that his score was so easily passed by an unknown newbie, whereas previously Luo Tian was very confident that no one would be able to pass his score. Unexpectedly, in just a matter of minutes, Luo Tian had to swallow his words again so painfully. Luo Tian immediately looked at Mu Shuiying. From now on, Mu Shuiying would definitely underestimate him because of this incident. This was really very embarrassing for Luo Tian. Luo Tian felt that someone was slapping his face right now. This time Luo Tian was really very annoyed. He wanted to find out who had passed his score so easily. On the other side, Mu Shuiying took a long breath when she saw the score that managed to surpass Luo Tian. It was clear that this must be Chen. Only Chen could do this kind of crazy thing, even though I told you to keep your power a secret. Why are you being so careless and exposing your power? Mu Shuiying was furious when she saw the unruly Chen, whereas previously Mu Shuiying had warned Chen not to be too flashy. But Chen didn't listen to his words and did something reckless like this. After all this is over, Mu Shuiying might have to take Chen away from this place. Mu Shuiying will scold Chen completely. It doesn't matter if Mu Shuiying scolds Chen all the way. Mu Shuiying is Chen's woman. It's a wife's duty to scold her husband who can't be controlled. Smiley face. Chapter 966. Senior sister, why you kidnap me? Everyone was currently waiting for the person who had gotten the highest score to come out. Among these people, Gong Seni was the most excited. He waited patiently for each participant to come out. Gong Seni didn't forget to check the monument near him to see if the person who just came out was the one with the highest score. The score on the stone monument continues and continues to grow. Very quickly this score soars to touch the figure of 200,000. This was definitely 2 times higher than the score that Luo Tian had obtained in the past. Just like Yi Chen, some participants also forgot to write their names at the beginning, so the benchmark was their scores that had stopped and were no longer rising. The number of participants who have left is increasing and increasing. Now there are only less than 10 people left. The score obtained by the mysterious person has also reached 220,000. It seems that this score has stopped at this point. Finally stopped. He will definitely come out. Seeing the score monument stop counting, Gong Seni became very excited. It seems that the mysterious person who has already obtained a score of 220,000 is about to come out. A few moments later a man came out. This man was covered in fresh blood. This man seemed to have just fought tens of thousands of monsters at once. Is it him? Gong Seni immediately concluded that this person covered in blood was the one who had obtained the highest score in history that even surpassed Luo Tian. Gong Seni waited for a few more moments, but there was no sign of anyone else coming out. That means this person is most likely the one who has obtained the highest yield and is a rare talent that is hard to find. Gong Seni immediately went to the side of the man whose whole body was covered in blood. What is your name? Gong Seni immediately asked the name of the man in front of him. This man was a little scared when he saw Gong Seni's overzealous attitude. This man was afraid that Gong Seni would scold him. Of course, who is here besides you? Gong Seni said to the man covered in blood, my name is Tu Bei. Tu Bei stuttered a little by telling Gong Seni his name. Tu Bei was a bit of a coward, so it wasn't strange that Tu Bei would act like this when asked by an elder like Gong Seni. Tu Bei, are you the one who got that much score? Gong Seni pointed at the monument where the score was recorded. Tu Bei immediately looked at the monument pointed to by Gong Seni. He was quite surprised when he saw the score he got. He couldn't believe that he got that much score, even though Tu Bei only killed a few magical beasts. How did he get this much score? This made Tu Bei feel very confused. Quickly answer my question right now. Gong Seni ordered Tu Bei to answer his question right away. Yes, it's me. Gong Seni immediately replied that it was him. Very nice, then come with me. Gong Seni told Tu Bei to come with him. Gong Seni must tell this matter to the higher elders. Surely the higher elders will be very happy when they see this. Elder Gong, then what about our fate? The participants immediately asked their next fate. You guys who get enough points immediately go to the starting place and ask for a sign of being a disciple. Gong Seni looked indifferent about this matter. It could be seen that Gong Seni didn't care about this matter. Gong Seni had just acquired an extraordinary talent. Of course he didn't care about these ordinary participants. Gong Seni took Tu Bei away with him. The participants were confused by what had just happened. They were completely ignored by Gong Seni. Sometime after Gong Seni and Tu Bei left this place, Yi Chen finally came out of the training door. Yi Chen came out of the training door intact. Not a single wound or dirt could be seen on Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen didn't look like he had fought the magical beasts inside the training door trial. This was clearly different from Tu Bei, who had his entire body covered in blood. From this one could conclude that Yi Chen had not fought the magical beasts inside, so no one would have guessed that Yi Chen was the one who had hit score on the monument. That was a bit of fun. Unfortunately they are still too weak. Yi Chen was quite happy when he fought the magical beasts inside the training door. Although the magical beasts were still quite weak, it was quite a warm-up for Yi Chen. Yi Chen started to stretch his body. It could be seen that Yi Chen felt refreshed after fighting against such a large number of magical beasts. When Yi Chen stretched his body, suddenly someone grabbed his collar and carried him away from this place. Yi Chen was taken away without a fight. He couldn't fight the person who was currently kidnapping him. Luo Tian could only watch the departure of Mu Shuiying. And Yi Chen, he was unable to catch up to Mu Shuiying's speed, which was too fast. It was obvious that the difference in strength they had was quite far. Damn it, Luo Tian was really irritated once. The man called Tu Bei had actually made him lose face in front of Mu Shuiying. The participants around here trembled when they felt the pressure of the profound aura released by Luo Tian. They looked very frightened at Luo Tian, who suddenly became angry with himself for no known reason. I'll go back first. Luo Tian decided to go back first. He would find the right time to meet Mu Shuiying again. Today Luo Tian had already lost enough face because of Yi Chen. He couldn't possibly dare to meet Mu Shuiying for the time being. Luckily Tu Bei took Yi Chen's place, so the object of Luo Tian's anger naturally became Tu Bei. Luo Tian left this place. Luo Tian left the participants who fell to the ground because of him. Due to his previous anger, Luo Tian didn't realize what he was doing. He didn't realize that he had just bullied the participants in this place. Senior sister, why did you kidnap me like this? Quickly release me. Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying to release himself. You shut up for the time being. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to be quiet for the time being. Yi Chen didn't expect that Mu Shuiying would scold him. It seemed Mu Shuiying was in a bad mood. Yi Chen didn't know that Mu Shuiying was in a bad mood because of what he had done earlier. Mu Shuiying took Yi Chen to a quiet place, where Mu Shuiying would give some lectures that Yi Chen had to listen to, while later Mu Shuiying arrived at a secluded place. Here no one would interfere with her affairs with Yi Chen, not even Luo Tian would find this place. Yi Chen saw that Mu Shuiying had brought himself to a place very far away from the sect. Is it possible that Mu Shuiying wanted to date out in a quiet place like this? Yi Chen started to think about some shameless things. Chapter 967 Officially become an outer court disciple. Senior sister, why did you bring me to this place? Yi Chen asked Mu Shuiying. Don't call me by that name, it's quite strange to hear if you say it. Mu Shuiying forbade Yi Chen to call herself senior sister. Mu Shuiying wasn't used to it and thought it was very strange to listen to. Yi Chen smiled evilly when he heard this from Mu Shuiying. He was even more delighted in teasing Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen wanted to try to chase after Mu Shuiying, who knew he might get Mu Shuiying in front of him. Somehow Mu Shuiying looked more and more beautiful and charming. This made Yi Chen want to try to get Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen knew that Mu Shuiying would be hard to get, but he could try to seduce Mu Shuiying first. Come on, I am now your junior, so it doesn't matter if I call you senior sister, Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying. Straight face, Mu Shuiying didn't know what else to say to Yi Chen. Yi Chen really couldn't be controlled by her. Yi Chen, do you know why I brought you here? Mu Shuiying immediately asked Yi Chen, could it be that you want to date out in a place like this? Senior sister, you are really very brave. Ouch! Before Yi Chen finished his words, Mu Shuiying had already knocked Yi Chen's head. This hurts. Yi Chen felt a pain in his head. Even though Mu Shuiying just lightly tapped Yi Chen, he didn't expect it to be so painful. Yi Chen started to wonder what cultivation Mu Shuiying had, why she was so strong. Hey Yuechan, what is Mu Shuiying's current cultivation? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan Mu Shuiying's current cultivation level. Why Mu Shuiying was so strong? Master, Mu Shuiying's cultivation is already very high, you can't even imagine it. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen that Mu Shuiying's cultivation was already very high. It was impossible for Yi Chen to imagine the current cultivation Mu Shuiying had. So he's already that strong. Yi Chen didn't expect that Mu Shuiying would become this strong. Yi Chen, here I am being serious, so don't playing or I will knock you back. Mu Shuiying warned Yi Chen to be more serious. Mu Shuiying tried not to spoil Yi Chen too much. She was also doing this for Yi Chen's sake. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen immediately nodded to Mu Shuiying. Now he will be serious. Yi Chen guessed it was true that Mu Shuiying was in a bad mood, so this wasn't the right time to tease Mu Shuiying. If Yi Chen tried to tease Mu Shuiying, who was in this kind of mood, then Yi Chen would definitely get bad results. Do you still remember what I said earlier? Mu Shuiying asked if Yi Chen still remembered what he said earlier. Yes, I certainly still remember it. Yi Chen said to Mu Shuiying that he still remembered what Mu Shuiying had previously said. Then why did you do something reckless like before? Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Before scolding Yi Chen, Mu Shuiying wanted to know what defense Yi Chen would say. I did that because I wanted to try to fight the magical beasts in the training door. Yi Chen told Mu Shuiying that he just wanted to try as hard as the enemies in the training doors were. You made such a fuss just because you wanted to try to fight the enemy in the training door instead? Mu Shuiying couldn't believe what she just heard. Yi Chen caused such a stir just because of a trivial thing like this. Yi Chen, listen to me well, don't expose your strength too far. You must remember that you have a special body that can put you in danger. Mu Shuiying tried to warn Yi Chen not to be too flashy. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded to Mu Shuiying. Next time he would try not to be too flashy and cause a stir like earlier. Yi Chen couldn't stand to hear Mu Shuiying's lecture. That's why Yi Chen just nodded in agreement with what Mu Shuiying just said. Good. Mu Shuiying was relieved that Yi Chen understood. Mu Shuiying hoped that Yi Chen wouldn't do anything reckless again. You are quite lucky to have someone take your place for what you did before, Mu Shuiying said to Yi Chen. Huh? What do you mean? Yi Chen didn't understand what Mu Shuiying just said. Previously Yi Chen didn't know about the conversation that Gong Seni and Tu Bei were having, so Yi Chen didn't know what Mu Shuiying meant at this time. Mu Shuiying couldn't help but explain what had happened to Yi Chen, herself explaining to Yi Chen about the matter that had previously occurred. Yi Chen carefully listened story from Mu Shuiying. After listening story from Mu Shuiying, now Yi Chen understood what happened. It turned out that previously someone had claimed his achievements. This person was brave enough to claim Yi Chen's achievements. Yi Chen didn't know what would happen to this person later. Yi Chen doesn't really care what happens to this person later. It's useless to also think about this person. Let him do whatever he wants. Yi Chen, let's go to get the outer court disciple evidence for you. Mu Shuiying invited Yi Chen to go pick up the uniform and the evidence was accepted in the sect. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. He went to follow Mu Shuiying to get the outer court disciples evidence from Sect 9 Immortals Peak Sect. Mu Shuiying immediately led Yi Chen to the building, which was the place where the first test was held. Mu Shuiying went straight in and went to ask for a set of outer court disciple uniforms and evidence. When Mu Shuiying asked for this, the disciple in charge immediately got Mu Shuiying what she wanted. This proved how strong Mu Shuiying's position was within the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Yi Chen, this is for you. Mu Shuiying handed the token uniform and some important information for the new disciple. Yi Chen happily accepted what Mu Shuiying gave him. Yi Chen, this is your residence number room, you better go and have a look. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen to go and see place of residence while in outside court. You won't come with me? Yi Chen asked if Mu Shuiying would not come with him. No, I still have a problem. You can go alone. If you have a problem, you can go to Jade Lotus Peak to look for me. I will be there. Mu Shuiying told Yi Chen that she would not come. Mu Shuiying too didn't forget to tell Yi Chen where to look when he had an important matter. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded to Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen can understand the busyness of Mu Shuiying. After everything was settled, Mu Shuiying left this place, herself heading towards the horizon. Yi Chen could only watch Mu Shuiying leave. He was alone again. Okay, time to see where I live. Yi Chen decided to go and see where he lived for a while. Chapter 968, Looking for Contribution Points. Yi Chen immediately went to the location where his room was. With a little hard work, Yi Chen managed to find a room that matched the number on this key. It just so happened that the door in front of him was still sealed, so Yi Chen had to use the key he got to break the seal. Yi Chen immediately used the key he got from Mu Shuiying to open the door of the room in front of him. Yi Chen only needed to stick the key in his hand to the door. Instantly the seal inside the door disappeared. After the seal disappeared, Yi Chen was finally able to enter the room. When Yi Chen entered the room, Yi Chen found that the inside was only 4 by 5 meters. It was quite narrow to live in. Even the bed in Yi Chen's villa was much bigger than this room. Inside was empty. There was only one plain bed that looked very worn. This place is really bad. Yi Chen felt that this place was really bad. There was only one bed here. It looked quite worn and unfit for use. If Yi Chen didn't need to cultivate in this place, maybe Yi Chen wouldn't want to stay in this place. Forget it. I'll fix this place. Yi Chen decided to go and repair this place to make it more livable. Yi Chen had various kinds of furniture that he had previously purchased. He could use them to repair this place. The biggest problem that Yi Chen had was that this room was too small, so Yi Chen could only put a few things in this place. After a little touch from Yi Chen, this room finally became a little lively. It was much better than before, which was too boring. Finally finished. Yi Chen immediately lay down on the luxurious mattress he had. This mattress was much better than before, which looked worn and frail. Yi Chen got up from the bed. He started to take out the uniform and notes he got from Mu Shuiying. Yi Chen started reading this note. In this note there were some important things that Yi Chen needed to know. For example, such as how to get contribution points. Yi Chen's way of getting contribution points is very easy. All students need to do is do the tasks assigned by the sect. That way they will get a reward in the form of contribution points. Contribution points can be used for various things, such as exchanging for medicinal herbs, pills, special training rooms and much more that can be used with contribution points. It could be said that these contribution points were a currency for the disciples in this sect. After reading this brief note, Yi Chen finally understood more about being a sect disciple. I will try to cultivate in this place for a while. Yi Chen will try to cultivate in this place. He wanted to try as fast as he could cultivate in this place. Yi Chen started to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes. He started cultivating and attacked the energy around him. This room was indeed designed for cultivation. Inside it was calm and peaceful. No one would disturb Yi Chen, who was cultivating peacefully. While Yi Chen was cultivating, there was a great commotion outside. The news of Tubei getting a high score at the training door spread very quickly. This naturally became a hot topic of discussion among outer court disciples. Inner court disciples and even core disciples also talked about this. A new genius appeared within the sect. Of course, this would shock the entire sect. From now on there would definitely be countless people who would try to get close to Tubei for long-term benefits. Tubei would definitely get a VIP treatment in the Nine Immortals Peak sect, an extremely talented person worthy of being treated differently by the Nine Immortals Peak sect. It was a hereditary tradition that existed in the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Talented disciples would receive special treatment compared to ordinary disciples. Unfortunately, Nine Immortals Peak sect didn't know that the person who had passed the Luo Tian score was not Tubei but Yi Chen. Yi Chen was currently hiding in his room and busy cultivating to increase his strength. Time flies so fast. Only half of the time has passed since Yi Chen entered this room. After half-month, Yi Chen finally opened his eyes. Cultivating in this place is indeed quite good. It is dozens of times faster than cultivating inside the fairy gate. Unfortunately, the time here seems to be running faster. It is not a good thing for Yi Chen. Yuechan, I want to ask you something. Yi Chen said that he wanted to ask Chu Yuechan something. Master, what do you want to ask?
Shu Yuechan asked what Yi Chen wanted to ask. Do you have a way to increase my cultivation even faster than now?
Yi Chen asked Shu Yuechan. Yi Chen wanted to get stronger as soon as possible. He should be able to become even stronger in the shortest possible time. If you only rely on cultivating in this place, you might not be able to level up quickly. You should use the passion goddess technique you have. Shu Yuechan gave Yi Chen a suggestion to get stronger as soon as possible. Yi Chen has the passion goddess technique. This is a good asset for Yi Chen to accelerate his cultivation level. But here there is no Yan Yan and the others. Yi Chen said to Shu Yuechan, you can go out and find some women who are willing to be with you. For a man like you, that would be very easy to do. After all, Yan Yan and the others would definitely not mind this. Shu Yuechan gave Yi Chen a suggestion. Straight face, Shu Yuechan's suggestion was too dangerous to do. Yi Chen might be called a pervert if he asked a random woman to do dual cultivation together. This is not a dual cultivation sect, so this kind of thing is difficult to do. Yi Chen also still doesn't understand women from the god realm, so he doesn't know whether they will be easy to conquer or not. I'll just go out and have a look first. Yi Chen decided to go outside and have a look around the sect. Who knew there was something that could speed up Yi Chen's cultivation? This is a large sect. There must be pills, medicinal herbs, and special training grounds that can be used to cultivate faster. Yi Chen went out of his room. When Yi Chen came out, it just so happened that it was early in the morning. There were countless disciples starting to set out to earn a little contribution points. Yi Chen walked together with this crowd towards the sect hall where disciples exchanged their earned contribution points. Besides being used to exchange contribution points, this place is also used to take on a task to get contributions. That's why there are many people who go to this place to get a suitable task for them to do. Yi Chen first joined a sect, so Yi Chen wanted to try to do his first duty. As a sect disciple, who knew there was something of value that he could exchange for contribution points. Chapter 969, Beautiful MILF Receptionist. Yi Chen along with the other disciples went to the sect hall. This was the place where sect disciples took the contribution points they had earned from the work they had done. Every second there are dozens of people leaving this sect hall. You can estimate for yourself how many people are currently visiting this sect hall. Wow, it's very crowded here. Yi Chen felt that this place was very crowded. There were a lot of people going in and out of this place. Yi Chen decided to go inside and see what it was like inside. When he went inside, Yi Chen found that inside there were a lot of people taking contribution points or taking jobs. Here there are hundreds of staff employed to handle all the things the students need. They can be said to be receptionists. Even though there are a lot of assigned receptionists here, there are still very long queues. The number of outer court disciples is too large compared to inner court disciples and core disciples, so it's not surprising that this place is very crowded. Yi Chen didn't really like waiting in line. He didn't like wasting time on things like this. Yi Chen's queue was quiet. When Yi Chen looked around, he found that there was a receptionist who seemed to be alone. No one was queuing in front of this receptionist. Yi Chen looked at the receptionist. When he looked at the receptionist, he found that this receptionist was beautiful. The receptionist has a very well-developed body. This beautiful woman also has a glamorous and charming face. It can be said that this woman is a beautiful MILF. Why is there no one in line in front of the beautiful MILF? Don't they like this beautiful MILF? Yi Chen started to wonder why there weren't any students in line in front of this beauty. Aren't these people attracted to this kind of mature beauty? That's quite strange. Yi Chen was a little confused by the tastes of people from the god realm. Yi Chen didn't know what the tastes of people from the god realm were who ignored this beautiful MILF. Well, since no one is interested, let me go. Seeing that no one was intending to talk to this beautiful MILF, Yi Chen decided to go and give it a try. Hello. Yi Chen came over and asked the beautiful MILF who was in front of him. The beautiful MILF looked at Yi Chen, herself looking Yi Chen up and down. What do you need? The beautiful MILF asked Yi Chen. She looked very indifferent to Yi Chen. It could be said that this beautiful MILF was quite arrogant when talking on Yi Chen. Some people in this place looked at Yi Chen with strange looks. They couldn't believe that if Yi Chen dared to talk to this beautiful MILF, Yi Chen would definitely be kicked out by this beautiful MILF. I want to ask you something. Yi Chen said that he wanted to ask the beautiful MILF something. Home, what do you want to ask? The beautiful MILF answered Yi Chen lazily. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows when he saw the behavior shown by the beautiful MILF. No wonder no one wanted to queue in front of the beautiful MILF. Apparently this was the reason. I want any items that can be exchanged for contribution points. Yi Chen asked the beautiful MILF about what items he could get if he exchanged contribution points. How many points do you have? The pretty MILF asked how many points Yi Chen currently had. That, my points are 0. Yi Chen said that his points are 0. Sorry, but you can't do anything with 0 points. The beautiful MILF told Yi Chen that with 0 points there is nothing to do. Then give me a mission that can earn me a lot of points. Yi Chen said to give himself a mission that contributed a lot. Then give me your token. The beautiful MILF told Yi Chen to give his token to herself. Yi Chen gave his token to the beautiful MILF. The beautiful MILF received the token from Yi Chen. She started to look at Yi Chen's history of contribution points. When the beautiful MILF looked at Yi Chen's history of contribution points, she found that Yi Chen had never earned any contribution points. Just looking at this beautiful MILF could conclude that Yi Chen was a new student. Are you a new student? The beautiful MILF asked if Yi Chen was a new disciple. Yeah, I'm new here, so I don't know anything. Yi Chen told the beautiful MILF that he was still quite new here, so he still wasn't very familiar with the point contribution system here. Then you can't take the mission in this place. The beautiful MILF said to Yi Chen, why? Yi Chen asked the beautiful MILF in front of him. Yi Chen felt that this beautiful woman wanted to make things difficult for him. The requirement to take on a mission outside the sect requires a history of contribution points of 5,000 points. The pretty MILF told Yi Chen how to take on a difficult tier mission that had ample points reward. Why is there such a rule? Yi Chen asked the beautiful MILF in front of him, listen, the sect cannot send a new disciple on a mission outside. It could affect the reputation of this sect, so set a standard like this. You should just go. The beautiful MILF chased Yi Chen out of this place. Yi Chen felt that the beautiful MILF was very unfriendly. It was only natural that no one would want to be close to the beautiful MILF. Yi Chen shouldn't be angry because of the beautiful MILF's attitude. He should try to seduce this beautiful MILF into telling him how to get points. It's been a long time, I haven't used my charm. Let's use it now. Yi Chen decided to use his charm technique on the beautiful MILF. The fastest way to deal with a woman like this is to use a charm technique. This will quickly melt this woman. Beautiful sister Yi Chen called the beautiful MILF in front of him as beautiful sister. What else? Asked the beautiful MILF to Yi Chen. On the surface the beautiful MILF looked normal, but inside heart the beautiful MILF felt something strange. How can I get points? Yi Chen asked how to get a point. Yi Chen's way of asking was very polite. Yi Chen looked different from before, which looked quite, you have to work for a while in the sect. You can do tasks like gardening, raising livestock or picking medicinal plants in the wild. The beautiful MILF smiled at Yi Chen, herself telling Yi Chen how to earn points for novice disciples. Beautiful sister, which job do you think has a lot of beautiful women like you? Yi Chen asked the job that many beautiful women like beautiful MILF were in front of him. If you are looking for a beautiful woman, then you can go to the medicine pavilion. There are many beautiful women who work picking medicine in the wild. The beautiful MILF told Yi Chen the work that many beautiful women were in. The average beautiful woman would choose to pick medicine in the mountains around the sect. It was the lightest job for a woman to do. Chapter 970 Pharisian. Then I will take this job. Yi Chen said that he would go and take this job. Are you sure? It's rare for a man to be willing to do this kind of work. Beautiful MILF said that men in the sect were very rarely willing to take on the job of picking medicinal herbs in the wild. This job wasn't very profitable for a man. It doesn't matter, as long as there is a beautiful woman like Big Sister, I will be happy and do it wholeheartedly. Yi Chen said with interest. You have such a sweet mouth. How many women have you tricked with that sweet mouth of yours? The beautiful MILF smiled at Yi Chen. This woman's smile looked more and more enchanting. It could be seen that the attitude shown by this woman was starting to turn on Yi Chen. It seemed that the charm used by Yi Chen worked very quickly. Yi Chen didn't overdo it when he used his charm technique. He was afraid that this woman would be weird when Yi Chen used her enchantment technique at full power. As long as the beautiful MILF was friendly to Yi Chen, it was enough for Yi Chen, at least. It was much better than before, who looked indifferent and uncaring. Not really. Yi Chen chuckled at the beautiful MILF in front of him. So what should I do to get this job? Yi Chen asked what he had to do to get this job. You can go to the medicine pavilion, there you just need to apply for a job. The beautiful MILF told Yi Chen how to register as a medicinal plant picker. Does beautiful sister have an acquaintance there so I can easily get this job? Yi Chen asked if the beautiful MILF was in front of him. He wanted to know if this woman had any acquaintances in the medicine pavilion. Of course I have. Do you want me to introduce a beautiful woman to you? Asked the beautiful MILF with a dazzling smile. Yes. Yi Chen nodded to the beautiful MILF in front of him. The beautiful MILF smiled even more when she saw Yi Chen's behavior. For some reason she thought Yi Chen was quite funny and comforted her. With Yi Chen's strange appearance and mannerisms, the beautiful MILF felt a slight attraction towards Yi Chen. It had been a long time since the beautiful MILF had not been entertained like this. Yi Chen could really make her heart feel happy. Listen to me carefully. The medicine pavilion is led by a pretty woman who is quite famous with alchemist abilities. Her name is Pharisian. She is also the person in charge of the medicine pavilion. I can recommend you to her. The beautiful MILF told Yi Chen that she would recommend to Pharisian. Really? Thank you very much. Yi Chen looked very pleased to hear this. This woman was willing to recommend herself directly to the person in charge of the medicine pavilion. "You look very happy. Do you really want to meet the beautiful Fairysian soon?" said the beautiful MILF helplessly. "No, I'm just happy because Big Sister is so nice to me. I think Big Sister is a beautiful than Fairysian." Yi Chen tried to compliment the beautiful MILF in front of him. Yi Chen must not let this woman get angry or else she might end up being arrogant like before. Geez. The beautiful MILF couldn't do much when she heard Yi Chen's sweet words. She had a hard time fighting Yi Chen's sweet words. It was like there was a special attraction when Yi Chen talked to her. All the disciples next door stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. They all couldn't believe that Yi Chen would be so brave to tease and flirt with the beautiful MILF. All the students in this place naturally knew about the identity of the beautiful MILF. That's why none of them dared to approach and disturb the beautiful MILF. It turns out that this beautiful MILF has a special identity. It's only natural that all students try to avoid it. "This is it for you," the beautiful MILF gave a green jade to Yi Chen. On the jade there were some engravings pretty special. "Beautiful sister, what is this?" Yi Chen immediately asked what the beautiful MILF had just given him. "You can use this jade when you apply at the medicine pavilion. I assure you that you will be accepted immediately if you show this." The beautiful MILF said to Yi Chen the function of the jade she had just given. "Oh, I see, then thank you very much." Yi Chen again thanked the beautiful MILF in front of him. Beautiful MILF just smiled when she saw Yi Chen happy. Somehow she felt happy when she saw Yi Chen happy. Beautiful MILF felt this was not her usual self. "Beautiful sister, then I'll excuse myself first." Yi Chen said goodbye to the beautiful MILF in front of him. He wanted to immediately head to the medicine pavilion. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to accompany me here a little longer?" The beautiful MILF said to Yi Chen to stay here for a while. "I want to do that, but I have to work and earn points. If beautiful sister would give me the few points you have, I might stay here," Yi Chen said to the beautiful MILF in front of him. "I can't do such a thing." The beautiful MILF couldn't do what Yi Chen wanted. Then I'll go first. See you later." Yi Chen waved his hand towards the beautiful MILF. He immediately left the sect hall. The beautiful MILF saw Yi Chen's departure. For some reason she felt a little lost when she saw Yi Chen leave. "Yi Chen, this man is very attractive." The beautiful MILF muttered Yi Chen's name. The beautiful MILF found out Yi Chen's name from the disciple token. Inside the token was written Yi Chen's name. The beautiful MILF felt that Yi Chen was a very attractive man. She had never met a man as attractive as Yi Chen. It could be said that Yi Chen was the first man to feel this kind of attraction. "Sorry for making you wait so long." A woman came and approached beautiful MILF. This lady came with something for the beautiful MILF. It could be seen that this was something that beautiful MILF ordered. "Is that my order?" asked the beautiful MILF. Asked the woman who had just come to her. "Fairy Jen, this is the order you want," the female receptionist said to beautiful MILF. The female receptionist just called beautiful MILF Fairy Jen. "This is quite strange." "Good, then give it to me." The beautiful MILF asked for the thing in the female receptionist's hand. The female receptionist immediately gave the item to the beautiful MILF. "Then I'll go after getting what she wanted." Beautiful MILF left this place. The female receptionist who could see the departure of the beautiful MILF. She was relieved when she saw that the beautiful MILF was not angry because she took too long to take orders. The female receptionist immediately returned to her workplace. She began to open the queue again. This time when the female receptionist opened the queue, there were a lot of people starting to queue. They finally dared to queue again. Chapter 971 Medicine Pavilion. Yi Chen didn't waste his time. Yi Chen immediately went to the medicine pavilion to enroll himself in this job. Once Yi Chen was able to find rare medicinal herbs for himself to use, it could be said that this was a pretty good job for Yi Chen to do. Apart from getting contribution points, Yi Chen could also search for a rare medicinal plant at the same time. This was equivalent to taking down 2 birds with 1 stone. Very quickly Yi Chen made it to the entrance to the medicinal pavilion. The medicinal pavilion was very large and spacious. There was a distinctive medicinal fragrance that could be smelled from outside here. So this is the medicine pavilion. It's pretty big too. Yi Chen didn't expect that the medicine pavilion would be this big. It even looks bigger than the sect hall. "Okay, let's go inside." Yi Chen decided to go inside. Inside it was quite crowded. There were a lot of people currently doing transactions or taking jobs given by the medicine pavilion. Just as the beautiful MILF had previously done, the medicinal pavilion was dominated by women. Almost 90% of the people around here were women, while there were 10% of men who were buying supplies of pills and medicinal herbs for their cultivation. All around this place are the laughter of women who are fun to listen to. "I think this is the right place for me." Yi Chen felt that this was the right place for him. He could get the virginine chi of the women around this place. Yi Chen stepped forward, went towards the female receptionist who was in charge of receiving and serving students. "Hello, can I help you? The female receptionist asked Yi Chen. Is Farijan there? Yi Chen asked if Farijan was in this place or not. Farijan is not here. She is out to finish something important. The female receptionist told Yi Chen that Farijan was not there. Oh, too bad. Yi Chen was disappointed when he heard this. He couldn't meet Farijan, who was previously said by the beautiful MILF. So why are you looking for Farijan? The female receptionist asked why Yi Chen was looking for Farijan. Someone recommended me to go see Farijan. She also gave me something to show Farijan. Yi Chen told why he was looking for Farijan. May I see what that woman gave you? The female receptionist asked about the item that was owned by Yi Chen. This woman wanted to know what Yi Chen would show Farijan. This is it. Yi Chen took out the jade given by the beautiful MILF. He showed the jade to the woman in front of him. The eyes of the woman in front of Yi Chen widened when she saw the green jade in Yi Chen's hand. Wait, where did you get that thing? This woman immediately asked where Yi Chen got this thing. That a beautiful woman gave me this thing. Yi Chen told the woman in front of him about the origin of this thing. Yi Chen didn't know the name of the beautiful MILF he had previously met. He forgot to ask the name of the beautiful MILF. I see. The female receptionist nodded to Yi Chen. She had already started to guess the identity of the woman who gave the jade to Yi Chen. Young master, so what do you want to do in this place? The female receptionist asked what Yi Chen wanted in this place. This woman's attitude became even more respectful towards Yi Chen. It seemed that this woman wanted to serve Yi Chen even better. It seemed the jade given to him by the beautiful MILF worked really well. The woman in front of him immediately respected him. I want to take a job. Yi Chen said that he came here to take a job. Huh, are you sure? The female receptionist asked Yi Chen again. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would want to take a job from the medicine pavilion. Most of the disciple taking jobs here were female. It was rare for a man to be interested in this sort of thing. The job of picking medicinal plants is not easy. It requires a lot of patience and precision. Not many men have a high level of patience and thoroughness for this kind of thing. Plus the contribution points for this job are pretty small, so it's rare for anyone to want to take on a job like this. Yes, of course. Yi Chen nodded to the female receptionist in front of him. Hey friend, are you sure you want to do a girl's job? Aren't you ashamed of such a thing? A male disciple beside Yi Chen immediately mocked Yi Chen for the job he was about to take. Yi Chen could be the butt of jokes for doing this kind of work. I like doing what I do, so it's fine with me, Yi Chen said to the male student beside him. Yi Chen wasn't angry when he was teased like this. Yi Chen had his own plans when he decided to take this job. If he followed other people's words like this, then Yi Chen would never grow. Geek man, ha ha ha. Some of the male disciples started laughing at Yi Chen. Yi Chen started to ignore these people. It was useless to listen to people like them. So can I apply? Yi Chen asked the female receptionist in front of him. Yes, of course, but are you sure? You might be laughed at by others for taking this job, the female receptionist said to Yi Chen. The female receptionist also warned Yi Chen. She told Yi Chen to think about this again. I've thought this through. Please go through the procedure. Yi Chen said to the female receptionist to immediately carry out the procedure in carrying out the work. Okay, if that's what you want then, I'll do it. The female receptionist nodded. She started to finish the procedure. The female receptionist started to give Yi Chen a rather thick book. In this book there was a list of medicinal plant that could be used as contribution points. The higher the quality of the medicinal plant, the greater the value, while the lower the quality of the medicinal plant, the smaller the value. Yi Chen started to read the book given by the female receptionist. He started to see how many points he could earn collecting medicinal plant in the wild. It could be said that the contribution points obtained were quite small. It took rare medicinal plants to get a lot of contribution points. The problem is that rare medicinal plants are not easy to find. Only high luck can make one find rare medicinal plants, especially in the wild. You better study this carefully. If you bring the wrong medicinal plant, the medicinal pavilion won't give you a point. The female receptionist warned Yi Chen not to go wrong in picking herbs. If that were to happen, then Yi Chen would not get a point. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded. He would be careful when looking for medicinal plant. Oh yeah, one more thing. Every month there will be ranking points. If you can get the top 3 positions within this month, you can get a lot of reward points. The female receptionist told Yi Chen about the ranking system in the medicine pavilion. Where can I see that? Yi Chen asked the female receptionist. Chapter 972, First Time Working. You can see it on the board over there. The female receptionist told Yi Chen where it was to see the monthly rankings. Yi Chen looked at a large board that was in a corner. On the board there were several names that had accumulated the most amount of contribution points accumulated during this month. All the names on this list are dominated by women, so it can be concluded that all of them are women. Yi Chen began to look at every name on the board. In the first list there was Huang Rong with a score of 872. while in second place was Wen Lu with 864 and in third place was Qing Shu with a total of 860 points. It can be seen that the competition between the three is quite tight. The contribution they get is almost the same. Thank you, I understand. Yi Chen understood. He now knew who the person who got the most contributions this month was. Good, then are you ready to do your first assignment?
The female receptionist said to Yi Chen, "Of course, I'm ready anytime." Yi Chen said that he was ready at any time. Good, so you want to go alone or do I need to find a party? The female receptionist asked Yi Chen. She wanted to know if Yi Chen would go alone or with a party. Party? Can you do a party in this job? Yi Chen asked, of course, you can create a party with a maximum of 4 people, but the contribution points you get will be divided for 4 people as well, the female receptionist said to Yi Chen. I see. Yi Chen nodded. He now understood that this job allowed him to form a party. I'll go alone. Yi Chen could go alone. He didn't need a party just to look for a medicinal plant. Are you sure about this? It's best if you get accompanied by an expert if it's your first time. The female receptionist told Yi Chen to join a party that was a little more experienced in order to get maximum results. Thank you, but I'm quite confident in my abilities, Yi Chen said to the female receptionist. Alright, if you keep insisting like that. Seeing Yi Chen insist, the female receptionist can no longer block Yi Chen's intentions. This is it for you. You can keep all the medicinal herbs you have managed to collect here. The female receptionist handed a space ring to Yi Chen. This ring is specially made by the medicine pavilion. If this thing is lost or stolen by someone, then the medicine pavilion can easily find the person who took it. Yi Chen received the space ring from the female receptionist. He started to carefully tuck this away in his pocket. Yi Chen actually didn't need this kind of thing. But since the female receptionist had already given this, there was no way Yi Chen would refuse. After completing all the procedures, Yi Chen finally officially started working in the medicine pavilion. Now he had to go to pick herbs in the wild not far from the sect. When Yi Chen wanted to leave, there happened to be a complete party consisting of 4 beautiful women. It seemed that this party also wanted to go look for the medicinal plants that the medicinal pavilion wanted. Instead of walking alone to the forest location, it was better for Yi Chen to go together with these beauties. Hello everyone, may I go with you? Yi Chen went and approached the party. He immediately asked if he could go with these women. Who are you? These women started to wonder who Yi Chen really was. The 4 of them were quite unfamiliar with Yi Chen, plus Yi Chen's nerdy appearance made these women feel strange. My name is Yi Chen. May I join you in going to the forest that is used as a location for finding medicinal plants? I'm still a beginner here, Yi Chen told these 4 women his name. He also immediately expressed his intention to go together with this party. Oh, so you're new here. No wonder we've never seen you before, said one of the women to Yi Chen. No wonder they were still strangers to Yi Chen. It turned out that Yi Chen was a new disciple working in the medicine pavilion. Yes, that's right. Can I go with you for a while? Yi Chen asked the 4 women in front of him. Of course, we don't mind showing the places where people pick medicine. One of the women told Yi Chen that they didn't mind showing the way. Thank you very much. Yi Chen thanked the 4 women who were willing to show him the way. Then let's go right now. Otherwise it will be getting late. These women invited Yi Chen to leave right now. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. He immediately left with the female party. On the way, Yi Chen asked these women various things. He asked the names of the 4 of them. The names of these 4 women turned out to be Qin Ci, Leroux, Kim Yan, and Jisei. The 4 of them had only joined this sect a few years ago. Until now they are still continuing to pursue this work to strengthen their cultivation. These 4 women did not dare to take on a quest outside the sect. With their current cultivation, it was quite dangerous to take a quest outside the sect. That's why they still faithfully take on these jobs that earn only a small amount of contribution points. Yi Chen, how long have you been in this sect? Qin Ci asked how long Yi Chen had been in the sect. Probably about half a month. Yi Chen told Qin Ci that he had just joined the sect about half a month ago. So you are still very new. Are you sure you want to do this work alone, or we need to guide you in this matter? Jisei asked Yi Chen. Jisei happily offered help to Yi Chen. He intended to guide Yi Chen, who was still a beginner. No, it will trouble all of you. I'm not feeling well. Yi Chen didn't want to bother these women. Oh, Qin Ci, Leroux, Kim Yan, and Jisei can understand. Yi Chen really doesn't want to trouble the 4 of them. If you have any problems in the future you can search and ask us. Qin Ci said to Yi Chen to dance them if having trouble at work. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded. It's not good to keep rejecting the kindness of these women. Yi Chen, Qin Ci, Leroux, Kim Yan, and Jisei soon arrived at the entrance to a forest. This forest looks very wide. It is very difficult to find the end of this forest. This is the place. Qin Ci told Yi Chen that this was the place where female disciples went to pick medicinal herbs.
they have to search in this vast forest to find medicinal plants that grow among the billions of trees and bushes in this forest, so this is the place, it's quite spacious. Yi Chen saw that this place was very large. There must be a lot of living things and medicinal plants living in this vast forest. Oh yes, Yi Chen, make sure you don't go too deep. The deeper you go, the more dangerous you will encounter magical beasts. Xin Ci warned Yi Chen not to go too deep into the forest. Chapter 973, Go Deeper Forest. Deep in the forest there are many powerful and scary magical beasts. It will be very dangerous if you go too deep into this forest. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded. He would remember Xin Ci's warning. Good, then we go first. Xin Ci and the others bid farewell to Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw the departure of Xin Ci, Leroux, Kim Yan, and Jisei. Now it was time for him to go look for medicinal herbs alone. Yi Chen flew in the opposite direction with Xin Ci, Leroux, Kim Yan, and Jisei, immediately flying towards the deepest part of this forest. Yi Chen didn't pay attention to the warning Xin Ci gave him. Yi Chen still insisted on going to the inside of this forest. Yi Chen's goal is very clear. He is looking for medicinal herbs in large quantities. If the disciples prefer to look for medicinal herbs in the outer side of the forest, it means that there are rarely people who go into the forest. It means that the place is still rarely touched. Where the place is rarely touched, it is certain that there will be a lot of medicinal plants. Yi Chen wants to train and try to fight the magical beasts in this forest. He wants to know how strong the magical beasts that live in this place are. Yi Chen very quickly entered the depth of this forest. The deeper Yi Chen entered, it could be seen that this forest was getting denser and looked natural. Very good, now let's find medicinal plants. Will I be lucky or not in this first job of mine? Yi Chen began to explore every inch of the forest in front of him. He began to look for any medicinal plants he could find. With the help of his God Eyes technique, Yi Chen very quickly found a lot of medicinal herbs. After marking all the locations, Yi Chen immediately went to pick them. With very fast and skillful movements, Yi Chen began to pick the medicinal herbs he found. It's going to be a long time if it continues like this. I'd better use a shadow clone. Yi Chen made dozens of clones of himself. All of you quickly disperse and look for medicinal herbs in this forest. Yi Chen immediately ordered the clones he made to go and look for medicinal herbs around here. These clones nodded. They immediately went to do the task given by Yi Chen. Fortunately I have the technique. Yi Chen was grateful that he had the shadow clone technique. Shadow clone really made all kinds of things that take up a lot of time easier. Master, there are several magical beasts coming towards you. Shu Yuechan suddenly warned Yi Chen about the existence of several magical beasts that were coming here. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen understood. He had already detected several magical beasts roaming this place. What will you do now? Shu Yuechan asked what Yi Chen would do now. They came towards me. Of course they had to pay the price, Yi Chen said to Shu Yuechan. Since these magical beasts dared to come to him, they had to be prepared for the consequences they would have to accept. Magical beasts will become the punching bag for Yi Chen's training. Moments later there were 5 magical beasts that came to Yi Chen. The magical beasts that came to Yi Chen were magical beasts that could fly. These magical beasts looked like bees and had a body that was bigger than a container truck. The bee magical beasts looked at Yi Chen. It could be seen that they were currently hunting for prey. When the bee magical beasts saw Yi Chen, they had already marked Yi Chen as a prey. So 2 of the 5 magical beasts directly swooped down on Yi Chen and prepared to capture and immobilize Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't react much when he saw the arrival of this huge wild beast. Yi Chen was currently waiting for the right time to attack the bee magical beast that was heading towards him. Seeing Yi Chen not showing any signs of resistance, the bee magical beasts accelerated the speed they had. It could be seen that the intelligence of the magical beasts in the god realm was already on a different level. When the bee magical beast got very close to Yi Chen finally started to act. He immediately jumped up and climbed onto the back of the bee magical beast. Shrek. Yi Chen immediately tore off the bee's magical beast's wing. In this case Yi Chen needed extra strength to break the bee magical beast's wing. The bee magical beast's wings were much stronger and tougher than Yi Chen had expected. After that Yi Chen immediately flew away from the back of the magical beast. When the magical beast lost its wings, instantly the bee magical beast fell like a plane that had lost its engine and fell to the ground. Seeing their comrades being defeated by Yi Chen, the other bee magical beasts started shooting at Yi Chen using their sharp and large stingers. Dozens of stings flew towards Yi Chen. It looked like a huge projectile was shot towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stretched his hand forward. Instantly a barrier appeared in front of Yi Chen and blocked all these projectiles. Of the dozens of projectiles fired by magical beasts, not a single projectile could penetrate Yi Chen's defense. The power of this projectile was still not strong enough to penetrate Yi Chen's defense. Yi Chen looked at the projectile that the bee's magical beast had just fired. It could be seen that this projectile contained a large amount of poison. If you get hit by this poison, it can be ascertained that the person will be paralyzed. The aim of the bee magical beast shooting the projectiles was to immobilize Yi Chen. Unfortunately, all the shots they took were unable to penetrate Yi Chen's barrier. The bee magical beasts started to stop shooting at Yi Chen. They immediately flew away from this place. The bee's magical beasts are currently misty leaving this place. They know that they can't win against Yi Chen. They're pretty smart too. Yi Chen didn't expect that the magical beasts he met would be so clever. When they knew they couldn't win against him, they immediately retreated and left this place. Yi Chen was getting more and more knowledge of this matter more and more. You guys want run away? It's not that easy. Yi Chen wouldn't let the bee magical beast run away after trying to hunt him. Yi Chen will now take turns hunting bee magical beasts. Yi Chen changed from prey to hunter. This is very funny. Yi Chen flew after the bee magical beast that fled. When Yi Chen went to chase the bee magical beast, Yi Chen didn't realize that he was going deeper and deeper into the forest. In the depths of the forest there are countless magical beasts that are far more powerful than Yi Chen could imagine. The lord of this forest even lives in the depths of this forest. For this matter, Yi Chen didn't think much of it. His goal was to hunt down the bee magical beast. After all, Yi Chen was still quite unfamiliar with this forest, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen would be very brave to enter the deepest part of this forest. Where are you guys going? Yi Chen launched several ranged attacks at the bee magical beast. With Yi Chen's ranged attack, Yi Chen managed to take down all the magical beasts. Chapter 974 Cultivator in Peak God Realm. Finally caught up. Yi Chen was very happy because he managed to catch up with the magical beasts and take them all down. Yi Chen looked around. When Yi Chen looked around, he found that there were magical beasts trying to target him. Whoosh! A burst of fire was shot out by the magical beast hiding underground. Yi Chen didn't dodge this flame. He knew that it wouldn't have much of an effect on him. Yi Chen immediately swooped down, immediately aiming for the magical beast hiding underground. Bam! Yi Chen directly hit the magical beast that was underground with his full strength. When Yi Chen used his full strength, the ground beneath was instantly lifted into the sky due to the attack launched by Yi Chen. The magical beast that was hiding underground was also lifted into the sky. When the magical beast was already lifted into the sky, Yi Chen immediately attacked and hit the magical beast's body. Because this magical beast's body was a little hard, Yi Chen needed his full strength to destroy the magical beast's body. With a little bit of hard work put in by Yi Chen was finally able to destroy the magical beast's body. The magical beast's body was completely battered from being hit by Yi Chen. This monster's body is very hard and very strong. Yi Chen felt that this monster's body was very hard and very strong. It was much stronger than the magical beasts that Yi Chen had previously encountered. Yi Chen even had to use his full strength to defeat this magical beast. Master, around you, there are a lot of magical beasts with terrifying strength. You should be careful. Shu-Yue-chan immediately warned Yi Chen that around this place there were a lot of very powerful magical beasts that Yi Chen had to watch out for. Are they really that strong? Yi Chen asked Shu-Yue-chan. Yi Chen wanted to know if the magical beast in this place was very strong. Master, if I'm being honest, some of the magical beasts here are much stronger than you right now. You should be more careful in choosing your opponent in this place. Shu-Yue-chan warned Yi Chen to be careful when encountering magical beasts. Otherwise Yi Chen might be trapped and can't escape from this place. Okay, I understand. Yi Chen nodded. He would try to be careful. Yi Chen is a person who likes challenges. So Yi Chen likes to meet enemies who are stronger than himself. According to him, it is the fastest way to become stronger and stronger. Yi Chen went to follow his heart. He didn't know where he was going now. Yi Chen didn't know anything about this forest, so Yi Chen could only follow his heart. Yi Chen didn't know that he was currently flying to a very dangerous place at the moment. Master, I feel that there are a lot of treasures ahead. Shu-Yue-chan said to Yi Chen that she felt a lot of treasures ahead. Treasure? Yi Chen's eyes immediately changed color when he heard what Shu-Yue-chan had just said. He was intrigued when he heard what Shu-Yue-chan had just said. Yes, there is a treasure in front of you. You should go and have a look. Shu-Yue-chan told Yi Chen to go and take a look. Okay, I'll be leaving soon. With very high passion, Yi Chen immediately went to the place that Shu-Yue-chan had just said. When Yi Chen was about to go to the place that Shu-Yue-chan said, he found something strange happening. Around this place there was a very heavy deep pressure. Yi Chen had difficulty breathing when he felt this deep pressure. What happened in this place? Yi Chen didn't know what had just happened. Why suddenly an extremely heavy profound pressure swept over this place? Master, it looks like someone is fighting. From the cultivation I can sense, this person is very strong. Shu-Yue-chan told Yi Chen that far ahead there was a person fighting. This profound pressure is really very strong. Who exactly is this person? Yi Chen started to wonder who the person fighting in front of there was. I also don't know. What is certain is that this person is very strong. He should be one of the cultivators who were at the peak of this god realm, Chuyuechan said to Yi Chen. Is it that strong? Yi Chen didn't expect that Chuyuechan would say that this person was a cultivator at the peak of the god realm. This person must be so powerful that Chuyuechan could say that. If I'm being honest, this woman should have had the same cultivation as Nangong Xian when she was at the peak of her glory. Chuyuechan gave a comparison so Yi Chen would know how strong this person was. Yi Chen could no longer imagine what Chuyuechan had just said. It seemed that this person was extremely powerful. Can I get closer to it? Yi Chen wanted to know if he could come closer and see who the people were currently fighting. You'd better not do that. Your body could be destroyed if you approach any further. Chuyuechan immediately warned Yi Chen not to go any further, otherwise Yi Chen's body might be affected by this pressure. The pressure that this person gave off was extremely strong. It was unimaginable for the current Yi Chen, so I can't go any further. Too bad. Yi Chen felt disappointed when he found out about this. It seemed that he couldn't advance forward. Forget it, it seems that someone strong is after the treasure. You better go back and stay as far away as possible, lest you get dragged into this matter. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen to forget the treasure that lies ahead. It is not good for Yi Chen to sacrifice his life because of something like this. If Yi Chen died, it wouldn't be good for Chuyuechan and Yi Chen's woman. That's why Chuyuechan tried to forbid Yi Chen from going near from this place, of risking Yi Chen's life for something that could be obtained another time. Chuyuechan preferred to have Yi Chen moved away from this place. Chuyuechan did this for Yi Chen's good. She didn't want Yi Chen to be dragged into this super strong battle. Bam! A very powerful explosion occurred far ahead. An explosive impact came towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was swept away by the impact of the explosion that just happened. Yi Chen was flown thousands of miles away by the impact just now. What the hell? Yi Chen couldn't believe what he just saw. He couldn't believe the impact of the explosion just now would be that strong. If Yi Chen didn't coat his body with heavenly armor, then it was certain that Yi Chen would be injured from just now. Master, I told you to stay away. Why don't you listen to me? Chuyuechan immediately scolded Yi Chen. Chuyuechan was very worried about Yi Chen's safety, so it wouldn't be strange if Chuyuechan told Yi Chen to leave this place right away. Okay, I will go away. This time Yi Chen really listened to what Chuyuechan said. He went away from this place. Chapter 975, Mysterious Woman in Blue Robe. Before leaving, Yi Chen didn't forget to use his God Eyes technique. He wanted to see who was fighting from a distance. In the distance, Yi Chen found someone wearing a blue robe and a red dragon that was enormous in size. The two of them were facing each other. Their auras also looked extremely terrifying. Around where the two of them were currently, the ground and trees were floating into the air due to their profound energy, plus an extremely terrifying storm was raging around where they were now. Chuyuechan, did you see it? Yi Chen asked Chuyuechan. Yi Chen asked if Chuyuechan saw what he was seeing at the moment. Yes, of course I see what you are looking at right now. Chuyuechan could see what Yi Chen was seeing at this moment. Is this the person you were referring to earlier? Yi Chen asked Chuyuechan. Yes, you are absolutely right. This person is what I meant. He has an extremely high cultivation. Chuyuechan said to Yi Chen. In that case, who do you think will win if these two fight? Yi Chen asked who would win if the two had a battle. Master, it is clear that the one in the blue robe will win. The difference in strength between them is enormous. Even though there are 1,000 dragons here, it's still not enough to beat this person, Chuyuechan said to Yi Chen. Chuyuechan started to explain that the difference in strength between the two was quite large. Even though the battle had not yet started, Chuyuechan could predict who would win. Then why doesn't this dragon run away if you know that this cultivator's strength is much stronger than this dragon's? Yi Chen asked Chuyuechan, if the strength of the two had such a great distance, why didn't the dragon choose to flee from the battle? Master, dragons are arrogant creatures. They will not be afraid even against someone with a much higher cultivation than their current one. Chuyuechan explained to Yi Chen why the dragon was not afraid even when faced with a strong person. Dragons have very high self-esteem. Their pride is an honor that they always guard. Oh, I see? Yi Chen understood. What Chuyuechan said was quite reasonable. Dragons were the strongest creatures among all races, so it was not strange that these dragons were not afraid when fighting cultivators with much higher cultivations. You better go now. See, they will start the battle soon. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen to leave this place immediately. If the battle really broke out, perhaps this forest could be crushed by the power of the one wearing the blue robe. Okay, Yi Chen obeyed Chuyuechan's words. He immediately left this place. After feeling quite far away, Yi Chen finally stopped. Looks like this is far enough away. Yi Chen felt that if this was far enough, he couldn't possibly be affected from this distance. Yi Chen started to look at the clones he made. The clones made by Yi Chen were still busy picking and collecting the medicinal herbs they found. For the time being, Yi Chen didn't need to work. All he needed to do was wait for the clone he had made to work for him.
That way Yi Chen could spend his time cultivating and practicing. Yi Chen decided to look for a place to stay for a while. After touring around this place, Yi Chen found a cave that looked quite clean inside. Plus near this cave there is a river whose water looks clean. Yi Chen can fish or forage near this place. It seems that this is a suitable place to cultivate for a while. Yi Chen felt that this was a suitable place to cultivate temporarily while he was in this forest. Yi Chen entered the cave. He started to close his eyes and cultivate in this cave. Yi Chen didn't really care about the battles fought by cultivators in blue robes and dragons. Currently in the deepest part of this forest, the cultivator in the blue robe and the dragon looked at each other. It could be seen that the two were currently glaring at each other. Flame dragon, quickly hand it over to me right now. I'll give you a decent price for it, the cultivator in blue robe said to the dragon to hand over the thing he wanted. From the voice of the cultivator wearing the blue robe, one could guess that it was a woman. You bastard, I told you I wouldn't give that to you, so hurry up and leave this king's territory. The flame dragon ordered the woman in the blue robe to leave this place right away. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't blame me for snatching it by force. The woman in the blue robe wants to snatch it from the flame dragon's hands by force. Do you think you can bully a dragon race like me? I will never be afraid of you even if you are strong. The flame dragon was completely unafraid when fighting the woman in the blue robe. The flame dragon was too brave when it came to fighting the flame dragon. We'll see. The woman in the blue robe said to the flame dragon, immediately rushing to attack the flame dragon in front of her. The flame dragon also started to prepare. The flame dragon immediately went to attack the woman in the blue robe. Boom, the two exchanged blows. When the two exchanged blows, a strong shock engulfed the entire Sky Cloud Peak star realm. The forest around the two of them was also swept away by the exchange just now. In this first exchange, it could be seen that the flame dragon had suffered a hefty loss. You better give up. Right now, you're not my opponent. The woman in the blue robe again warned the flame dragon to surrender right now. Otherwise the flame dragon would be injured even more, just as Chuyuachan had previously said. The strength of the woman in the blue robe was much stronger than that of the flame dragon, so the flame dragon's chance of winning was 0%. I will never give up. Flame dragon refused to lose. Dragons were arrogant creatures, they couldn't possibly refuse defeat like this. Then don't blame me. The woman in the blue robe had already warned the flame dragon. Since the flame dragon was unwilling to give up the thing she wanted, she had no other choice but to defeat the flame dragon. Come here. Flame dragon was not afraid. He started to absorb the hot lava around this place, because around this place is a volcano. The volcanic activity around this place is quite active. The flame dragon used this as a resource to increase its power. Blue moonlight. The woman in the blue robe also started to get serious. This time she looked serious enough to defeat the flame dragon. The blue moonlight began to cover the woman's body. When this blue moonlight appeared, the area around this place was illuminated by a very comfortable light to look at. The woman in the blue robe used this moonlight to attack the flame dragon. When the flame dragon wanted to go to attack the woman in the blue robe, it was suddenly illuminated by the moonlight that the woman in the blue robe possessed. Instantly the flame dragon's body couldn't move and stayed in place. It could be seen that the flame dragon's body seemed to be wrapped around an invisible tentacle. Time to end this. The woman in the blue robe intended to end all of this. All she needed to do was snap her fingers and the flame dragon would definitely lose. Chapter 976 Unlucky Harvest. Cough. Just before the woman in the blue robe was about to end this battle, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. Instantly the blue moonlight technique used by this woman stopped. Damn it, why at such an important time? This woman complained that something like this had to happen when she was fighting the flame dragon. When the blue moonlight technique ended, the flame dragon instantly had his freedom back. Now nothing suppressed him anymore like before. Ha, human, I will kill you. The flame dragon immediately rushed towards the woman in the blue robe. The flame dragon intends to attack the woman. Bam! The flame dragon directly attacked the woman in the blue robe. The flame dragon launched a barrage of attacks at the woman in the blue robe. While enduring the pain in her chest, the woman in the blue robe could only try her best to resist the attack launched by the flame dragon. The woman in the blue robe, who was previously far superior, now had to accept defeat. She could only endure and parry every attack the flame dragon made. During this time, the woman in the blue robe received several internal injuries while trying to fend off the flame dragon's powerful attack. If it wasn't for this woman's initial cultivation base, this woman's high, perhaps injuries could be even more severe than they are now. Human, feel this. Flame dragon roar. The flame dragon started to roar towards the woman in the blue robe. Roar. A roar very loud was emitted by the flame dragon. This roar was mixed with fire. The woman in the blue robe couldn't withstand the full attack that was just launched by the flame dragon. This made the woman in the blue robe fly away from this place. Die, you human. The flame dragon was overjoyed when he saw the woman in the blue robe being flown away from his territory. Now the woman in the blue robe must have been
injured by the attack just now. After defeating the woman in the blue robe, the flame dragon returned to its lair, returning to guard the precious thing that it possessed. Meanwhile, Chen focused himself on cultivating. The vibrations caused by the battle that the woman in the blue robe and the flame dragon caused Chen to feel up to this place. Even though it was quite far from where the two battled, unexpectedly the effects of their battle could still be felt by Chen. The battle that the woman in the blue robe and the flame dragon had just now made the Skycloud Peak Star Realm shake a few times. Almost everyone in the Skycloud Peak Star Realm could feel a slight tremor from the battle that had just occurred. After a while, the vibrations that did not stop happening. Finally, the vibrations are no longer felt. Chen could tell right away that the battle was over from the woman in the blue robe having won this battle easily. Quite fast too. Chen felt that the battle between the two was quite fast. The battle didn't even last more than 15 minutes. After the great battle that took place was over, this place became very peaceful. Now Chen could start cultivating again safely and comfortably. Chen continued to be immersed in cultivation. Unknowingly, it had already been a day since Chen had cultivated. After a day of cultivating, Chen immediately opened his eyes. It was time to see the results of the work his clone had managed to obtain. Chen called all his clones to head to the cave he was currently in. With the order given by Chen, all the clones went towards Chen. The clones made by Chen carried a lot of medicinal herbs in their bodies. Chen could see that they had quite a bountiful harvest. The clones piled up all the results they got into a mountain. You can estimate how many clones Chen made. Wow, you guys are really doing really well. Chen praised the success of his clones. Chen snapped his fingers. When he did that, all the clones disappeared. Hee. Let's see what we get here. Chen was curious about what he would get. Chen started to wonder whether or not he would get a jackpot in this harvest. Chen sorted out the mountain of medicinal herbs in front of him, himself searching for treasures among these piles of medicinal herbs. Chen sorted out the medicinal plants in front of him one by one, separating the items he would hand over to the medicine pavilion and which ones he would use himself. After a bit of struggle, Chen finally separated all the medicinal herbs he had managed to collect. Chen was a little disappointed that he didn't get a rare medicinal herbs. Maybe Chen's luck wasn't good today. Too bad, I didn't get a rare medicinal plant. Chen couldn't help but sigh. This time's harvest hasn't come to fruition. Looks like your luck isn't high enough, Chan said to Chen. Yes, you are right. My luck this time is not good. Maybe I will try again next time. Chen might try it again next time. Next time maybe Chen can get something better than what he got now. Are you coming back? Chan asked Chen. Chan wanted to know if Chen would return to the sect right now. Of course, I will report the results I got today. Besides, the size of this space ring is quite small, so I can't put more medicinal herbs in it. Chen just realized that the space ring given by the medicine pavilion has a size which is so small. There weren't many medicinal herbs that Chen could enter the depths of. Chen couldn't possibly use the away gate storage to put something like this into the fairy gate. He might get suspicious. After all, Chen didn't have a personal space ring either. Since Chen had a gate storage room, Chen gave his space ring to several wives who needed it more than him. Chen put all the medicinal herbs into the space ring, and the fairly valuable medicinal herbs went into the fairy gate storage. After tidying things up, Chen immediately came out of the cave, starting to stretch his body a little after cultivating for one night. Chen saw the flow of the river in front of him. The flow of this river looked very fresh. Chen felt like taking a bath in it. What a coincidence. I haven't showered for half a month. Maybe I'll take a shower now. Chen didn't think much. He immediately took off his top clothes and started to enter the clear river. Chen started to bathe and clean himself. Chen remembered the practice he had done together with Gu Xian. At that time Chen also had to bathe in the river because there were no baths in the wild. Chen was quite satisfied swimming in this stream. It was quite refreshing for him. Master, looks like there's someone there. When Chen was enjoying swimming in the river, Chan suddenly told Chen about someone who was swept away in the river. Where? Chen immediately looked up where the person Chan was talking about. Over there Chan told Chen where he sensed someone's presence. Chapter 977 Primordial Ice Spirit. Chen immediately went to the place Chan pointed at. When Chen arrived at the place Chan pointed out, Chen found that there was a woman who was currently being carried away by the current of the river. From a distance, Chen could see that this woman had quite a beautiful figure. Chen didn't dare to approach. He didn't know if it was a human or a ghost. Unlike Chen couldn't sense this woman's cultivation at all. Chen began to doubt that this woman was a human. Hey Chan, is she a ghost? Chen asked if the beautiful woman over there was a ghost. Master, if ghosts can be that beautiful, then many people have married ghosts. Chan said helplessly. Chen still had time to think about things like this,
so you mean she's just like me, right? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. Of course, Chu Yuechan confirmed that this woman was a human. If this woman was not a human, then Chu Yuechan would have detected this beforehand and warned Yi Chen, "Master, you better come closer and see what's going on, looks like she's unconscious." Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to go and see the state of the woman. "Okay, I'll do it." Yi Chen started to swim closer towards the beautiful woman. He slowly approached. Yi Chen didn't know this woman, so it didn't matter if he was careful with the woman in front of him. When Yi Chen knew that he couldn't see this woman's cultivation, then Yi Chen could estimate that this woman's cultivation was much higher than his own. That's why Yi Chen was slightly wary as he approached the beautiful woman. Floating in the river. Finally, with a slight movement, Yi Chen was very close to a beautiful woman. When Yi Chen took a closer look at the woman floating on the river, he found that this woman was much more beautiful than Yi Chen had expected. Clearly, this woman could be compared to Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen was even a little dazed when he saw the beauty that this woman possessed. Needless to say, this woman was absolutely perfect. She is the ideal woman that every woman in all corners of the world dreams of. So beautiful. Yi Chen repeatedly praised the beauty of the woman in front of him. According to Yi Chen, this woman deserved the title of goddess. She was too beautiful and dazzling for a man. Your luck with women seems to be still high. Again you find peerless beauty, Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Whether Chu Yuechan is currently scorning or praising Yi Chen, what is certain is that Chu Yuechan can't say any more with Yi Chen's luck with a beautiful woman. Yi Chen met a beautiful goddess again. Yi Chen's luck was something that no one could get anywhere. Firstly the cold goddess Dongfang Xiu, then Nangong Xiang, and now Yi Chen again met the beautiful goddess figure in the forest like this. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle when he listened to what Chu Yuechan had to say. Yi Chen also didn't expect that he would meet a goddess in a remote place like this. "Master, you better take a look at her state. It seems she looks very weak and pale." Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to see the state of this beautiful goddess. Yi Chen started to check the condition of the beautiful goddess in front of him. When Yi Chen checked the condition of this goddess, Yi Chen found that this woman's vitality was very weak. It's bad. Yi Chen immediately panicked when he found the condition of the goddess in front of him. It was clear that this beautiful goddess was not in a good condition. How? Chu Yuechan asked how the condition of the woman in front of them was currently. "The condition is very bad. We should immediately go save her. The condition of the beautiful goddess is quite alarming. If it continues like this, then it is certain that the beautiful goddess will die sooner or later." Yi Chen immediately went and took the beautiful goddess in front of him. Yi Chen immediately took this woman out of the cold river water. This river water was not suitable for the condition of a beautiful goddess. If Yi Chen continued to let this woman stay in the river for a few more hours, perhaps he would already have no hope. Yi Chen immediately took this woman into the cave for treatment. After arriving in the cave, Yi Chen immediately dried the clothes that this beautiful goddess was wearing. It was not good for her to wear wet clothes like this. After drying the beautiful goddess's clothes, Yi Chen immediately checked the condition of this beautiful goddess. He wanted to know the exact condition of this beautiful woman. When Yi Chen checked her condition, Yi Chen found that something was wrong. Inside this woman's body there was an ice gas that felt extremely terrifying. This caused this woman's condition to deteriorate greatly. While this woman's injuries weren't too bad, she only had an internal injury that wasn't too severe and could still be treated. "Master, what's wrong? Is it impossible to treat this woman's wound?" Seeing that Yi Chen had not done anything, Chu Yuechan immediately asked Yi Chen, "Yuechan, this woman seems to have a strange disease. There is an ice gas in her body." Yi Chen told Chu Yuechan about the strangeness he had discovered. To be honest, Yi Chen had never seen anything like this. This gas looked a little strange and made Yi Chen cringe. "Use your god eyes, let me take a look too." Chu Yuechan was curious about what Yi Chen had just said, so she wanted to see what Yi Chen found. When Yi Chen used god eyes, Chu Yuechan could see what was hidden inside the beautiful goddess's body. Chu Yuechan found an ice gas that looked strange and felt like it had life. Isn't this primordial ice spirit? Chu Yuechan immediately knew what Yi Chen had just meant. What Yi Chen meant by ice gas turned out to be primordial ice spirit. This is a spirit that invades the human body and freezes all veins and meridians. This could make a cultivator lose their strength within a few moments. The worst case would be that the person would die from freezing from within. What is that primordial ice spirit? Yi Chen had never heard of such a thing. To be precise, Yi Chen had not learned about the primordial ice spirit. Chu Yuechan started to explain to Yi Chen about the primordial ice spirit. Chu Yuechan explained it briefly and clearly for Yi Chen to quickly understand. "Oh, so it's like that." Yi Chen now understood what primordial ice spirit was. It turned out to be a very dangerous disease for a cultivator who was already at the peak of the god realm though. So is there a way to cure this thing? Yi Chen asked if there was a way to cure this. Of course, there are several ways. The most effective way is to use a medicine called flame spirit root. It is the natural enemy of primordial ice spirit. Is there no other way but to use the flame spirit root? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan again about this matter. Chapter 978 Battle against primordial ice spirit. Yi Chen felt that the flame spirit root must be very difficult to find, which was why he had no chance of finding such a thing. There is another way, which is to destroy the primordial ice spirit. Chu Yuechan told another way to cure this disease. The way is to destroy the primordial ice spirit in this woman's body. How to? Yi Chen immediately asked Chu Yuechan the way to destroy the primordial ice spirit. The trick is to use a fairly pure fire like phoenix flame, vermilion flame, or heavenly flame. Chu Yuechan explained to Yi Chen the way to destroy the primordial ice spirit. So I can do it? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. That's difficult. This primordial ice spirit is much stronger than you can imagine. With your current cultivation, I don't believe you can destroy primordial ice spirit. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen that his cultivation was still not enough to do that. Primordial ice spirit has been in this woman's body for a long time. It's clear that primordial ice spirit has consumed a lot of woman's energy to become very strong. Yi Chen would definitely find it difficult to destroy the primordial ice spirit with his current cultivation. I see. Yi Chen felt disappointed. It seemed that he couldn't use the second method that Chu Yuechan had previously said. Right now Yi Chen probably wouldn't have another chance unless he obtained or found the flame spirit root. Master, you may not be able to destroy the primordial ice spirit in this woman's body, but you can still try to weaken the primordial ice spirit for the time being. Chu Yuechan gave Yi Chen a suggestion. He told Yi Chen that he still had a chance to weaken the primordial ice spirit in this beautiful goddess's body. Oh, so I can still do something like that, Yi Chen said to Chu Yuechan. Of course, I will guide you in doing so. Chu Yuechan nodded. Promising to guide Yi Chen to save this woman, Chu Yuechan knew that this woman was strong, so it was not strange that Chu Yuechan wanted Yi Chen to heal this woman. If Yi Chen healed this woman, then it was certain that this woman would be deeply indebted to Yi Chen, thus she would definitely repay Yi Chen's kindness in the future. From a distance, Chu Yuechan could tell that this woman was not a bad person, so Chu Yuechan was not afraid that this woman would do bad things to Yi Chen. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. He would try to do what Chu Yuechan said. Yi Chen first tried to heal the wounds of this beautiful goddess. He started to treat the wounds of this beautiful goddess. Yi Chen very carefully took care of this beautiful goddess. Himself using acupuncture needles to carry out the treatment, Yi Chen slightly lowered the beautiful goddess's clothes. This woman's perfect back was clearly visible before Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen tried not to lose control of this matter. He had to defend himself against this irresistible temptation. It was difficult for an extremely passionate young man like Yi Chen to resist this kind of temptation. With strong determination, Yi Chen was finally able to resist this temptation well. Yi Chen had to maintain the vitality of the beautiful goddess who was already very weak. Said Yi Chen's treatment, the pretty goddess's face started to improve. She looked even more beautiful when her face got better. Okay, I can handle the wound. Now it's just a matter of overcoming the illness. Yi Chen's wound was successfully healed the beautiful goddess. There shouldn't be anything bad happening when Yi Chen did primordial ice spirit. Yuechan, let's start. Yi Chen was ready. Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan to guide him. Okay, first you take off the clothes first. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to take off all the clothes on the beautiful goddess's body. Huh? Take off all of this woman's clothes? Yi Chen was shocked when he heard what Chu Yuechan had just said. He couldn't believe that Chu Yuechan had told him to do something like that. Of course, Chu Yuechan replied in a very clear voice. Is it okay if I don't do that? Yi Chen asked Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen really had a hard time resisting this kind of temptation. If Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to take off all of this woman's clothes, Yi Chen might lose his control. Yi Chen had not done that for almost half a month, so now Yi Chen's spirit was at its peak. Yi Chen was now like a hungry wolf. If he saw delicious prey like this beautiful goddess, then maybe Yi Chen would eat it. Yes, it doesn't matter if you don't do that, the result will be the same anyway. Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen was a little confused as to what Chu Yuechan meant at this time. Why did Chu Yuechan say that the results would be the same? Then let's get started. You do everything according to the instructions I said. Don't argue too much anymore. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to do as she said. Yi Chen nodded. He was about to start what Chu Yuechan said. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to put the two hands he had on the double peak that belonged to the beautiful goddess. Yi Chen did as Chu Yuechan said. This time he did not voice his dissatisfaction. When Yi Chen touched the beautiful goddess's double peak, he found that this woman's double peak was quite large as well. At least it's close to getting close to the G-cup and it feels really soft and still tight. Yi Chen tried to clear his bad thoughts. He tried to keep his mind focused on the treatment. It's about someone's life. Yi Chen shouldn't be messing around with something like this. Master, now that you use your heavenly silver flame, insert the heavenly silver flame into this woman's body.
Shu Yuechan gave Yi Chen the first command. Yi Chen immediately did as Shu Yuechan was told. He started to use his heavenly silver flame and inserted it into the body of the beautiful goddess. Yi Chen tried to control his heavenly silver flame so as not to injure this beautiful goddess's body. Very good. Now use heavenly silver flame to suppress primordial ice spirit. Make primordial ice spirit gather in one place.
Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen to suppress primordial ice spirit by using heavenly silver flame.
Okay, I understand. Yi Chen understood. He immediately did what Shu Yuechan said. Yi Chen used the heavenly silver flame to suppress the primordial ice spirit that was inside the beautiful goddess's body. When Yi Chen did this, suddenly the primordial ice spirit in the beautiful goddess's body turned and tried to attack Yi Chen. It could be seen that this thing was really alive and possessed an extraordinary intelligence. It was like a parasite living in the body of its victim. Damn it.
Primordial ice spirit is quite strong.
Yi Chen looked troubled when he got resistance from primordial ice spirit. Yi Chen's biggest difficulty was the safety of the beautiful goddess. Right now Yi Chen was fighting in the body of the beautiful goddess. Even the slightest mistake of Yi Chen would injure the body of the beautiful goddess. Chapter 979, a difficult temptation for a young man. Yi Chen's heavenly silver flame was currently facing off against primordial ice spirit. The battle was quite fierce. Yi Chen and primordial ice spirit were both trying to suppress each other. This is so powerful. Yi Chen couldn't believe that primordial ice spirit would put up such a fierce resistance. Primordial ice spirit started to give a fierce resistance. Primordial ice spirit even started to try to enter Yi Chen's body. When the primordial ice spirit tried to enter Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen's sage vein immediately reacted and blocked the primordial ice spirit that wanted to enter Yi Chen's body. Luckily Yi Chen had inherited the water vein from the sage god, so the primordial ice spirit couldn't enter Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen was currently in a state of extreme urgency. He couldn't help but use it to fight back against the primordial ice spirit that was getting more and more ferocious. Yi Chen had no other choice but to open his flame vein. Yi Chen's strength immediately increased several times when he opened his flame vein. Yi Chen began to put up a fight to suppress the primordial ice spirit that was in the beautiful goddess's body. When Yi Chen was fighting against the primordial ice spirit, the clothes that the beautiful goddess was wearing unknowingly burned to ash. Right now the beautiful goddess's body was completely naked. Fortunately Yi Chen was currently focusing on suppressing the primordial ice spirit. If the current Yi Chen saw what was happening, it was certain that Yi Chen would have a nosebleed and start to lose control. Yi Chen tried everything he could. Yi Chen suppressed the primordial ice spirit with all his might. With Yi Chen's persistent efforts, Yi Chen was finally able to suppress the primordial ice spirit in the goddess's body. Right now the primordial ice spirit had been completely suppressed by Yi Chen in one place. Yuechan, what should I do now? Yi Chen immediately asked what he should do next. Next you seal this primordial ice spirit.
I will give you the information of the seal.
Shu Yuechan told Yi Chen what to do. Yi Chen received a seal technique from Shu Yuechan. With Yi Chen's immense talent, Yi Chen could easily learn the seal that Shu Yuechan gave him. Yi Chen immediately applied the seal given by Shu Yuechan, himself sealing the primordial ice spirit that was currently in the body of the beautiful goddess. Instantly a seal shackled the movement of the primordial ice spirit. With this seal, the primordial ice spirit could no longer move freely as before. Seeing this, Yi Chen began to slowly withdraw the heavenly silver flame from the beautiful goddess's body, confirming that the primordial ice spirit could no longer move. After confirming that the primordial ice spirit couldn't move, Yi Chen actually withdrew his heavenly silver flame. Because of the tense battle just now, Yi Chen's body was currently covered in sweat. It could be seen that Yi Chen had really worked very hard to suppress the primordial ice spirit. Yi Chen started to open his eyes and saw the condition of the beautiful goddess in front of him. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he found that the beautiful goddess was completely naked. There was not a single thread on the body of the beautiful goddess. What happened? Yi Chen looked confused when he saw the beautiful goddess in front of him was already in this state. The beautiful goddess who was in this state was very tempting to Yi Chen. The blood in Yi Chen's body was boiling when he saw the beautiful work in front of him. Yi Chen was constantly trying to calm himself in his heart. Unfortunately Yi Chen seemed to have a hard time calming himself down when faced with temptations like this. Yi Chen's young soul thrashed when he saw something like this. Something had already awakened under Yi Chen's body. In addition, Yi Chen's two hands are currently at the double peak of the beautiful goddess, because the clothes worn by the beautiful goddess have disappeared. Now there is no longer anything separating Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen's hand was currently touching something very soft, supple, and firm. What should I do now? Yi Chen looked confused when he was in such an ambiguous situation. On one hand Yi Chen wanted to find a chance to enjoy this, on the other hand he felt bad doing something like this to the goddess he had just met. the two sides of Yi Chen's heart clashed with each other. Yi Chen didn't know which one he should follow right now. Just a little isn't a problem, isn't it? After a very long struggle, Yi Chen finally decided to just a little try the beauty of the beautiful goddess in front of him. Yi Chen started to knead the beautiful goddess's double peak like he was kneading the best cake dough in this world. The beautiful goddess let out a soft moan when Yi Chen did this. It seemed that the beautiful goddess could sense that Yi Chen was currently playing hers very skillfully. No need to ask, Yi Chen's ability is number one. Not many women survive Yi Chen's ability in this kind of thing. Oh, this is really great. Yi Chen felt very happy when he tasted the taste of the beautiful goddess's double peak. It was too much fun to play with. Yi Chen was really starting to sink into the fun. He felt like doing more than what he was doing now. Yi Chen was even trying this beautiful goddess's cherry buds. He wanted to know what it tasted like when he ate it. Master, what are you doing? When Yi Chen was in a happy mood, Chu Yuechan suddenly asked what Yi Chen was doing right now. When Yi Chen heard Chu Yuechan's voice, Yi Chen immediately realized that he had gone too far. Yi Chen immediately pulled his hand back from the beautiful goddess's huge double peak. Yi Chen was actually a little reluctant to let go of a beautiful masterpiece like this, but he had to let it go for the time being. Fufufu Chu Yuechan laughed when she saw Yi Chen's panic. She felt that Yi Chen was really funny. After pulling away from the body of the beautiful goddess, Yi Chen immediately took a blanket from the storage room of the fairy gate, himself using this blanket to cover the body of the beautiful goddess. Because the beautiful goddess's body is already quite good and mature, Yi Chen can still see the beautiful goddess's curves, which are very tempting. Geez, it's really hard to resist something like this. Yi Chen really looked like he was having a hard time resisting the temptation that the beautiful goddess gave him. Master, why did you stop? Just continue. I didn't see it, Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to continue what they were doing before. She wouldn't peek at what Yi Chen was about to do to this beautiful goddess. Straight face. Yi Chen felt helpless when he heard this. It was obvious that Chu Yuechan was currently teasing him. This beautiful fairy was teasing Yi Chen in a way that made Yi Chen speechless. Chapter 980. Yuya, Yuechan, I am a good man. How could I do such a thing to a woman who was in such a helpless state? Yi Chen tried to clear his name. Yi Chen didn't want Chu Yuechan to think he was a big pervert. Then what were you doing just now? Asked Chu Yuechan in a mischievous voice. Chu Yuechan immediately checkmate Yi Chen. This way Yi Chen couldn't possibly have any more words to avoid what he did earlier. I just want to make sure of her condition. Yi Chen tried to come up with a slightly reasonable reason to say. Yi Chen was a smart man, so he was naturally able to find a suitable word. Since when does checking someone need to squeeze something like that? Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan kept trying to pressure Yi Chen. This made it difficult for Yi Chen to find a way to go against Chu Yuechan's words. Checkmate, Yuechan. Why do you keep cornering your master like that? You should support everything I do. Yi Chen had no choice but to use power as good as the fairy gate lord to make Chu Yuechan right. Fufufu, fine, you are my master, you have the right to do whatever you want. Chu Yuechan had no choice but to yield. Yi Chen. Chu Yuechan was already satisfied enough to tease Yi Chen like this. Yuechan, how is her condition? Is the seal strong enough to withstand the primordial ice spirit? Yi Chen immediately asked how strong the seal that Chu Yuechan had previously given him was. The seal will only last for a while. After that the condition will be the same as before. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen that the seal wouldn't last long. At most it could only last for a while. If Yi Chen really wanted to completely heal this beautiful goddess, then Yi Chen had to find the flame sprit root. That was the only way that could cure this woman for now. Oh, so this won't last for long. Now Yi Chen knew that this seal might not last for very long. Yi Chen couldn't do much about something like that. He had no way of obtaining the flame spirit root. Hey Yuechan, there is one more thing I want to ask you. Yi Chen wanted to ask Chu Yuechan something. He wanted to confirm something to Chu Yuechan. Why does this woman feel familiar to me, huh? Have we met before? Yi Chen felt that this woman was familiar to him. Yi Chen felt that he had met this woman before. Master, have you forgotten that you met a woman yesterday? Chu Yuechan said to Yi Chen. Yesterday? Yi Chen started to remember when he had met this beautiful woman, whether he had met in the sect or not. Geez, master, this female is the woman who previously wore blue robes and fought the flame dragon. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen about this woman's true identity. Don't tell me that he was the person yesterday who fought the red dragon? Yi Chen was quite surprised when he heard this, not unexpectedly, that this beautiful goddess turned out to be a mysterious figure with a blue robe that she saw yesterday. Wait a minute, that means she has a very high cultivation. Yi Chen just remembered what Yi Chen had previously said about this beautiful goddess. It was clear that this beautiful goddess had a cultivation comparable to that of cultivators at the peak of the god realm. Yi Chen started to sweat a little when he found out about this matter. If previously Yi Chen had done something bad to this woman, then maybe Yi Chen would have had quite a serious problem. Fortunately, I didn't overdo it. Yi Chen was lucky when Shu Yuechan stopped himself, otherwise he wouldn't know what would happen next. Yuechan, don't tell me the reason she can lose against a dragon is because of the primordial ice spirit in her body. Yi Chen started to wonder why this beautiful goddess could lose to the flame dragon. That's most likely the case. When the primordial ice spirit spreads, this woman will lose her cultivation. The dragon will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to defeat this woman. Shu Yuechan began to explain the possibilities. Out of all the possible things that happened, Shu Yuechan felt that it was very reasonable why this beautiful goddess could lose to the flame dragon, so that's what happened. It's only natural that she was able to drift into the river. Apparently this is the reason Yi Chen now understood why this beautiful goddess could be washed into the river. Apparently the beautiful goddess was defeated by the flame dragon and flew into the river so that she could drift to Yi Chen's place. The beautiful goddess was fortunate enough that she was able to meet Yi Chen, otherwise her life would be completely lost in this place. Looks like she'll wake up soon. I'll make something to eat. Yi Chen decided to make something suitable for the beautiful goddess. He intended to make chicken porridge using the best ginseng in the storage room. Yi Chen intended to make a fire. He gathered the sticks he could find around this place. After getting a large amount of wooden twigs, Yi Chen immediately made a fire. Yi Chen started to take out the cooking utensils from the earth that he kept in the fairy gate storage room. Yi Chen had predicted that this situation could happen at any time, so Yi Chen had prepared for this kind of thing well in advance. Yi Chen used the hot pot to cook ginseng and rice to make porridge. Yi Chen's cooking skills were unquestionable. He swiftly cut some complementary vegetables to add to the flavor of the porridge. It just so happened that Yi Chen hadn't eaten anything since he came to the god realm. That's why Yi Chen deliberately made this porridge in large quantities. When Yi Chen was busy cooking in the distance, the beautiful goddess who had fainted started to open her eyelids. The goddess slowly opened her eyes. The beautiful goddess felt that her eyes felt very heavy, so she needed an effort to open her eyes, with quite persistent effort. The beautiful goddess was finally able to open her eyes. The first thing the beautiful goddess did was to look around this place. When she looked around this place, the beautiful goddess saw that around where she was there were circular rocks. It was clear that she was currently in a cave that was very foreign to her. Ugh. Why am I in this place? The beautiful goddess didn't know why she could be in a place like this. She didn't want what had happened before that she could be in this place. This woman's name was Yuya. She was one of the cultivators who occupied the peak position in the god realm, as well as being one of the 4 beauties recognized in the god realm. Yuya looked around. She began to look for someone around this place. Coincidentally, in the distance there was a man who seemed to be burning something. Who is it? Is it the person who brought me to this place? The first thought that Yuya could think of was this person who had brought him to this place. Chapter 981. A question from Yuya. Yuya tried to get up from the ground. When Yuya tried to get up, Yuya found that her body was in extreme pain when she used to move. Yuya had no choice but to abandon her original intention. Yuya looked at her body. Yuya now discovered that her current body was only covered by a blanket. All her clothes had completely disappeared. What happened to the clothes I have? Yuya looked very panicked when she found out that the clothes she was wearing had disappeared and were replaced by a blanket. This looked extremely embarrassing to Yuya. She had never worn anything like this in her life. Plus right now there was a young man near her like Yi Chen. It would be a shame if her appearance was seen by this person. Wait a minute, don't tell me he gave me that. That means this person has seen my body? Yuya's thoughts started to fly all over the place. She felt that her mind was really messed up. It could be seen that Yuya was very confused about what was happening right now. Yuya didn't know what to do when she found out that someone had seen her in the most disgraceful appearance in this world. As a cultivator who occupied the peak of the god realm, Yuya had never been in a situation like this. Yuya had always kept things like this. He had never exposed his body to any man in this entire god realm. What should I do now? Do I need to silence him so he doesn't speak? Yuya started to think of various ways to prevent Yi Chen from exposing this shameful thing to the outside world. Quite embarrassing to expose something like this to the outside world. Yi Chen felt a slight movement from the back of his body. He knew that the beautiful goddess behind had regained consciousness. Yi Chen didn't go straight to the beautiful goddess. Yi Chen first had to finish cooking the porridge he made. If Yi Chen died, then it is certain that it will be scorched. After a while, Yi Chen finally finished cooking porridge for the beautiful goddess. Now let the beautiful goddess eat her cooking. Yi Chen went to bring his hot pot to the beautiful goddess. He put the hot pot near the body of the beautiful goddess. What a coincidence! When Yi Chen got near the beautiful goddess closed her eyes. It seemed that this woman was pretending to be unconscious in front of Yi Chen. cough and goddess, why are you pretending to be unconscious? Yi Chen coughed lightly to make Yuya, who was in front of him, wake up. Yi Chen didn't dare to look straight at the beautiful goddess. He was having a hard time resisting Yuya's temptation. Hearing something like this, Yuya had no other choice but to open her eyelids. So you already noticed that I woke up? Yuya said to Yi Chen. Yuya's tone was gentle and pleasant for Yi Chen to hear. Not a trace of hostility could be felt by Yi Chen from this woman. Different from Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu, this was probably the beautiful goddess that Yi Chen was most friendly with when they first met. This beautiful goddess was clearly different, having a different temperament with Nangong Xiang and Dongfang Xiu. Yi Chen felt a woman's tenderness from Yuya. Of course, you made a move that I can hear from a distance, Yi Chen said to Yuya. I see, for someone who is still quite young, you can do something like this. Yuya praised Yi Chen's ability to detect small movements that she had previously made. Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. This beautiful goddess praised him. Goddess, may I know your name? Yi Chen immediately asked the name of this beautiful goddess. My name is Yuya, who are you? The beautiful goddess told Yi Chen her name. I am Yi Chen. Yi Chen told his name to Yuya. Yi Chen. Yuya muttered the name that belonged to the young man in front of her. From Yi Chen's current appearance, it could be seen that Yi Chen was a good man and didn't get too attracted to women. The current Yi Chen still maintained his strange appearance. He still had the appearance of an innocent geeky man. Yi Chen, I want to ask you. Yuya wanted to ask Yi Chen something. What is that? Yi Chen wanted to know what Yuya wanted to ask him. Are you the one who helped me? Yuya asked Yi Chen. Yuya wanted to know if Yi Chen was the one who had saved her from the abyss of death. Goddess Yuya, in this place there is only me. Who else if not me to help you? Yi Chen said to Yuya. Yi Chen told Yuya that he was the one who had saved her from the abyss of death. If Yi Chen didn't help Yuya, then Yuya's fate would definitely not be known. So you really are the one who helped me? Yuya said to Yi Chen. Yes. Yi Chen immediately nodded to Yuya. He confirmed what he said earlier. Yuya nodded to Yi Chen. She now knew that this young man was the one who had helped and brought her to this place. Yi Chen, I want to ask you one more thing. Yuya wanted to ask Yi Chen something. What else do you want to ask? Yi Chen very patiently answered Yuya's question. Are you the one who took off my clothes? Yuya asked if it was Yi Chen who had taken off her clothes. Yi Chen immediately froze when he heard Yuya's question. Yi Chen felt a terrible pressure when Yuya asked him something like this. Yuya even started to stare at Yi Chen with a very intense gaze. The gentleness that Yuya had previously shown disappeared when he discussed such a sensitive matter. Yi Chen tried to avoid Yuya's gaze. He couldn't stand Yuya's stare at him. Why are you just keeping quiet? Quickly answer my question right now? With a dissatisfied tone, Yuya immediately asked Yi Chen. Yuya had to get this answer from Yi Chen. She wanted to know what Yi Chen had previously done to her. How to explain, huh? Yi Chen looked for a way to explain this to Yuya. It was obvious that it would be very difficult to explain this matter to Yuya. Just tell the truth. I don't like liars at all. Yuya told Yi Chen that she didn't like someone who dared to lie to her. Yi Chen felt pressured by the gaze that Yuya gave him. It was very difficult for Yi Chen to endure this kind of gaze from a beautiful goddess like Yuya. Alright, I'll explain it to you. Yi Chen finally wanted to explain what happened to Yuya. Yuya was satisfied when he heard Yi Chen was willing to be honest with himself. Yi Chen's judgment in Yuya's eyes grew even higher. Chapter 982. Feed Yuya. So you did it by accident? Yuya said to Yi Chen. After Yi Chen's reasonable explanation, Yuya finally understood why her clothes were missing. Apparently it was because of Yi Chen's accident. Yes, that's right. Yi Chen nodded to Yuya. He immediately told Yuya that earlier it was an accident. Yi Chen, listen to me carefully. Yuya told Yi Chen to listen to herself carefully. Yes, what is up? Yi Chen would listen carefully to what Yuya said to him. You have to keep what you saw previously a secret. If until this scandal leaks out, you are the person I will look for first. Yuya warned Yi Chen not to tell this matter to anyone else. If news like this leaked out, then Yuya would immediately look for Yi Chen and do something bad to Yi Chen. Glup. Yi Chen gulped when he heard what Yuya just said. It seemed like Yuya really wouldn't let this kind of problem go away. Yi Chen was still lucky that Yuya didn't lose control, otherwise just one index finger would be enough for Yuya to take care of Yi Chen. Do you understand what I meant earlier? Yuya said to Yi Chen. Yuya wanted a firm answer from Yi Chen. She didn't want to mess around with matters like this. Okay, I understand. I will keep this a secret. Yi Chen immediately nodded. He will keep this secret carefully. After all, there was only Yi Chen and Yuya in this place, so there was no way that a secret like this would be leaked out just like that. Yi Chen was the one who guarded this kind of thing from outsiders. He couldn't possibly let outsiders know about this kind of thing. Very good. Yuya looked very satisfied with Yi Chen's firm answer. Yi Chen's firm answer was enough to confirm the seriousness that Yi Chen had. Goddess Yuya, I have made porridge for you. I hope you will taste it to get well soon. Yi Chen told Yuya to try tasting the porridge he made. Yi Chen, currently still can't move, looks like I can't eat something like that. Yuya told Yi Chen that her body still hurt a lot when moved, so Yuya couldn't taste what Yi Chen made. Do I need to help you? Yi Chen intended to help by feeding Yuya. No need, it will be troublesome for you. Yuya refused what Yi Chen wanted. Are you sure? This porridge will get cold soon. If it's cold it won't be good to eat. Yi Chen said to Yuya. It doesn't matter, I don't eat such things, I only eat dry rations, Yuya said to Yi Chen. As a cultivator who had reached a very high cultivation, Yuya rarely ate food like Yi Chen's. At most Yuya would eat dry rations if she was really hungry. Oh, so you don't want to, then I'll just eat it myself. Seeing Yuya not eating this kind of food, then Yi Chen would eat it. Yuya came from the God realm. It seems that in the God realm not many strong cultivators eat this kind of food, they prefer a dry ration to this kind of food. Yi Chen happened to be quite hungry from not eating for several months, so he decided to start eating the food he made. It tastes pretty good. I haven't eaten my own food like this in a long time. Yi Chen hadn't eaten his own food in a long time, so he missed the food he made himself a little. Yi Chen had rarely cooked, a necessity that he needed had been prepared by all his beautiful and seductive wives. Yuya started to see Yi Chen's way of eating. Yi Chen's way of eating was very voracious. This made Yuya's long-lost appetite return. Why is he eating like that? Is it really that good? Yuya was really very curious about the taste of the food that Yi Chen made. Yuya felt that he wanted to give it a little try. The problem was Yuya couldn't go back on his words again. Yuya had previously told Yi Chen that he only ate dry rations. How could he ask for the food that Yi Chen ate after saying such a thing? Yi Chen very quickly finished half of the porridge he made. Now only half was left. Yi Chen intended to eat the whole thing, so he intended to eat the portion he had prepared for Yuya. Yuya saw that Yi Chen had almost finished all the food alone. Yuya wanted to try it a little, but was too embarrassed to tell Yi Chen. Ahem, Yuya coughed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who wanted to eat, immediately stopped his action. Yi Chen looked back at Yuya. What's wrong? Is there something uncomfortable? Yi Chen immediately asked Yuya. He wanted to know if there was anything wrong with Yuya. I'm hungry. Yuya told Yi Chen that she was hungry. Would you like a dry ration? I may have some. Yi Chen offered a dry ration to Yuya. Yuya previously told Yi Chen that she only ate dry rations. That's why Yi Chen offered his dry rations to Yuya. Yi Chen didn't really like dry rations. He brought dry rations just in case something dangerous happened that forced him to be in a bad situation. Don't you see that I'm sick? How can you offer such a thing to someone who is sick? Yuya was helpless when she heard Yi Chen offer a dry ration for herself in this condition. Yuya didn't know if Yi Chen was really stupid or pretended to be stupid in front of him. Goddess, then what do you want? Yi Chen wanted to know what Yuya wanted. Yi Chen really didn't understand the mindset of a beautiful goddess like Yuya. Why every beautiful woman had such a complicated mindset. I want the food you made. Yuya told Yi Chen that she wanted the food made by Yi Chen. Huh? Didn't you just say you didn't eat this food? How can you ask for it back? Yi Chen was really confused by Yuya. This beautiful goddess really made Yi Chen feel dizzy. I changed my mind. I'm hungry, quickly give it to me. While trying to hide her embarrassment, Yuya told Yi Chen to give the porridge to herself. Okay. Yi Chen had no choice but to give in. There is an old saying that a woman is always right even if she is wrong. Maybe this is the meaning of the saying. Open your mouth. Yi Chen fed the beautiful goddess Yuya, who was currently unable to move. Yuya opened her mouth and took a mouthful of food from Yi Chen. Yi Chen gave a small bite to Yuya. He made sure that it fit in Yuya's cherry mouth. Chapter 983, Please help me change clothes. Yuya started to taste the food made by Yi Chen. When Yuya tasted the food made by Yi Chen, she felt that the food that Yi Chen made was quite delicious. After taking one bite from Yi Chen, Yuya again asked for a second bite from Yi Chen. It could be seen that Yuya really liked the food he made. Yi Chen saw Yuya really liked the food he made. Yi Chen was quite happy to see this. Yi Chen currently looked like he was feeding a very beautiful bird. That beautiful bird was of course Yuya. Yi Chen looked at the beautiful goddess in front of him. Yi Chen's eyes couldn't leave his gaze from the beautiful goddess in front of him. Yuya was too tempting. Actually, Yi Chen wanted to touch and admire the beautiful work in front of him. Unfortunately, it was an impossible thing for Yi Chen to do. Yi Chen might be hostile to Yuya when he did something like that. Yuya finished all the food made by Yi Chen. Not so much Yuya would be so hungry to this extent. After feeding Yuya, Yi Chen immediately went to clean up all the equipment. He cleaned up all the equipment and put it back into the fairy gate storage room. Yuya was still unable to move. It could be seen that Yuya still felt excruciating pain when she tried to move, so Yuya would be temporarily unable to move from her current position. Yuya felt bored when she was still unable to move. How long would she have to stay like this? Plus, wearing clothes like this is really very embarrassing for her. From earlier when Yuya saw Yi Chen's gaze on her, it was clear that Yi Chen was looking at her perfect body. It was quite embarrassing for Yuya to be seen like that by a young man like Yi-chan. Her heart couldn't calm down when she was stared at by Yi-chan like that. Yuya wanted to put her clothes back on. She started to wonder how to put her clothes back on. Yuya currently still couldn't use strength to change clothes. If she wanted to change clothes, then she had to ask Yi-chan for help. This was quite a difficult choice for Yuya, whether she should stay like that or ask Yi-chan for help. After a long dispute, Yuya finally decided to ask Yi-chan for help. It doesn't matter, right? After all, he has seen my body. Since Yi-chan had seen her body before, it was fine if Yuya asked Yi-chan to change clothes for her. Yi-chan, come here. Yuya told Yi-chan to go to her side. What is wrong? Yi-chan immediately came to Yuya's side. He immediately asked what Yuya wanted to call him. When Yi-chan arrived nearby, Yuya was suddenly speechless. It could be seen that Yuya found it difficult to say such things to Yi-chan. Hi, why are you silent? What do you want to say? Yi-chan was very curious about Yuya. Why did Yuya suddenly shut up and didn't talk to him? After a while, Yuya finally steeled herself to say word to Yi-chan. Yi-chan, please help me. Yuya told Yi-chan to help herself. What kind of help do you want? Yi-chan asked Yuya. Yi-chan wanted to know what kind of help Yuya wanted. Yi-chan, please help me change clothes. It feels very uncomfortable to wear clothes like this. Yuya told Yi-chan what she wanted. Yi-chan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard this from Yuya. Yi-chan couldn't believe that the beautiful goddess Yuya would ask him for a favor like this. What did you just say? I didn't hear wrong. Yi-chan stuttered, asking what Yuya had previously said to him. Yi-chan probably just misheard what Yuya said to him. You didn't hear me wrong. Please help me put on my clothes. Yuya asked Yi-chan to help her put on her clothes. Sure enough, what Yi-chan heard wasn't wrong. Yuya actually asked herself to help change clothes. In this situation, Yi-chan didn't know what to do, whether he should be happy or not in this situation. If asked whether he is happy or not, then Yi-chan will definitely feel happy when he hears something like this. The beautiful goddess Yuya asked herself for something like this. How would Yi-chan refuse this kind of thing from Yuya? Yuya started to take out a set of blue ancient clothes from her space ring. An ancient blue garment appeared in front of Yi-chan. It looked beautiful and was made of the finest materials that Yi-chan had ever seen. Yi-chan, please do it. Yuya told Yi-chan to do it immediately. Okay, I understand. Yi-chan nodded. He immediately took the ancient set of clothes that Yuya gave him. After that, Yi-chan tried to wake Yuya up from the bed. Yi-chan hugged Yuya's body to make it easier to put on this ancient clothes. Yuya's body trembled slightly when Yi-chan hugged her. This was Yuya's first time in close contact with the opposite sex. She had never done anything like this in her life. The feeling of being hugged by a man was really very strange. Yuya felt warm and comfortable when being hugged by Yi-chan. Yi-chan turned his back on Yuya's body. The reason Yi-chan did this was because Yi-chan couldn't stand Yuya's perfect body. Yuya's perfect body was quite seductive. This made Yi-chan couldn't bear to look at Yuya from the front. Yi-chan opened the blanket covering Yuya's body. When the blanket was picked up by Yi-chan, Yuya's perfect back appeared in front of Yi-chan's eyes. Yi-chan immediately stopped and admired this beautiful work in front of him. He looked at this beautiful scene again. Yi-chan thought he would never be able to see this beautiful scene again. Unexpectedly, that Yi-chan would still be able to see such a beautiful sight again. Yuya immediately opened her eyes. Why didn't Yi-chan move and quickly finish this? This felt quite embarrassing for Yuya. Yuya wanted to get this over with as soon as she could. Yi-chan, why did you not move? Hurry up. Yuya told Yi-chan to quickly help put on clothes for himself. I'm sorry. Yuya's voice made Yi-chan realize. He immediately rushed to help Yuya to put on his clothes. When Yi-chan was going to help Yuya wear clothes, Yi-chan found that Yuya didn't give him an underwear. Obviously Yuya didn't have an underwear. Seeing this, Yi-chan started to think that most women from the god realm didn't wear underwear on their bodies. After all, they could still maintain their shape even if they didn't wear things like underwear. Chapter 984 Express feelings to the beautiful goddess. Women from the god realm really were so brave. They weren't even shy about not wearing any underwear on their bodies. No wonder Dongfang Xiu didn't wear anything under her clothes. Apparently this was the reason. Yi-chan helped Yuya to put on clothes. With gentle movements, Yi-chan helped Yuya to put on his clothes. Yuya groaned slightly as Yi-chan helped herself to put on the clothes. What's the matter, Yi-chan? Asked Yuya. Yi-chan immediately asked what happened. Yi-chan was afraid of making a mistake that made Yuya feel uncomfortable. Nothing, just carry on. Yuya told Yi-chan to continue, seeing Yuya say fine. Yi-chan had no choice but to continue helping Yuya put on clothes. Previously, when Yi-chan helped Yuya, Yi-chan's hand subconsciously touched some sensitive parts of Yuya's body. This made Yuya feel a very strange feeling in her body. Yuya had never felt this kind of feeling before, so it wasn't strange that Yuya let out a groan when this happened. Yuya herself could not believe that he would make such a sound. It was something Yuya had never done before. Yi-chan continued to help Yuya put on his clothes.
Because Yuya's ancient clothes looked very complicated, Yi-Chen needed a lot of time to apply them to Yuya. When Yi-Chen applied clothes to Yuya, Yi-Chen took advantage of Yuya. Yi-Chen pretended to accidentally touch Yuya's body, when in reality he was doing it on purpose. How could Yi-Chen not take a chance in a situation like this? I want more. Yi-Chen wanted to touch more. Unfortunately, Yuya's current condition was very unlikely. If Yi-Chen touched more, Yuya would probably feel pain. Yi-Chen had no choice but to endure this first. There were still more opportunities in the future to do something like this. Yi-Chen was very confident in his abilities, so it was not strange that Yi-Chen believed that he could get Yuya. Yi-Chen will try to chase after this beautiful goddess in front of him. He is very interested in this beautiful goddess in his arms. While being close to Yuya, Yi-Chen didn't forget to absorb Yuya's purine chi. Yuya's virginine chi was extremely rich. Just touching it could give Yi-Chen immense benefits. This made Yi-Chen not want to let Yuya go. He needed Yuya's yin chi to cultivate. With Yuya's yin chi, Yi-Chen was confident that he would quickly break through to a higher level. Finally, after a long time, Yuya wore her clothes properly. Now Yuya's appearance looked very graceful and beautiful. Anyone would be blown away by Yuya's beauty. Thank you, you can forget me now. Yuya told Yi-Chen to let go of himself. No, I don't want to let you go. Yi-Chen refused to let Yuya go. He wanted to continue like this with Yuya. Huh? What do you mean? Yuya was confused by what Yi-Chen had just said to her. Goddess, you were so beautiful, I want to hug you every time like this. Yi-Chen whispered sweet words in Yuya's ear. Yuya's heart became very fast when she listened to what Yi-Chen had just said. There was a slight sweetness when Yuya listened to what Yi-Chen had just said about her. Yi-Chen's praise made Yuya feel very happy. Women are creatures who love compliments. That includes a beautiful goddess like Yuya. Yi-Chen, we can't do that. Please let me go. Yuya told Yi-Chen to let her go. They couldn't do something like this. Yuya was currently trying to rebel herself, trying to break away from Yi-Chen. Since Yuya didn't have any strength, Yuya seemed to have a hard time breaking away from Yi-Chen. If Yuya's strength had recovered, Yuya would have been able to easily fly Yi-Chen away from her. Unfortunately for now it was impossible to do. She couldn't force Yi-Chen to drive away. All Yuya could do was use her own words to stop Yi-Chen. White, beautiful goddess, I like you. Yi-Chen told that he had liked Yuya since their first meeting. Yi-Chen had already fallen in love with Yuya's beauty, who was like a moon goddess who lit up everyone's dark path. Yuya was completely dumbfounded by what Yi-Chen had just said. Yuya didn't expect that Yi-Chen would say such a declaration of love to her. Yuya might have heard someone praise her beauty many times, but to hear someone express love like Yi-Chen did right now, it was Yuya's first time. Yi-Chen, what did you just say? How can a little child like you say such a thing? Yuya scolded Yi-Chen for saying such a thing to himself. To Yuya, Yi-Chen was still a child who didn't know anything, so it wouldn't be strange for Yuya to call Yi-Chen a child. Goddess, I'm not small, I'm big. Yi-Chen told Yuya that he was no longer a child. How could a veteran like Yi-Chen be considered a child by Yuya? What Yuya said was not wrong. Yuya and Yi-Chen's age difference was quite far. Yuya's current age could probably be an ancestor for Yi-Chen. If I say small, then you are small. Yuya didn't like hearing Yi-Chen refute what she said. Do I need to prove that I am big? Yi-Chen said to Yuya. Yi-Chen didn't mind proving that he was a big man. You want to prove it in what way? Yuya still didn't understand what Yi-Chen was saying at the moment. Yuya still didn't realize that Yi-Chen was referring to his very strong capital. Of course, with the relationship between a boy and a girl, Yi-Chen said to Yuya. Yuya's face immediately turned red when she heard what Yi-Chen just said. She didn't expect that Yi-Chen would say such a lewd thing. You big pervert! Yuya immediately shouted that Yi-Chen was a big pervert. Yi-Chen just smiled when he heard what Yuya had just said about him. Yi-Chen was already used to being called that by a woman, so Yi-Chen didn't react too much when called out like that by Yuya. It doesn't matter even if Yuya finds it lewd. As long as Yi-Chen can get Yuya, then Yi-Chen is willing to listen to Yuya's taunts against him. Yuya didn't expect that Yi-Chen would smile when he heard what she just said. This man was truly shameless. Yuya's assessment of Yi-Chen dropped. Yi-Chen was not what she had imagined. Chapter 985, Yi-Chen Breakthrough. Yi-Chen, so you really don't want to let me go? Yuya again asked if Yi-Chen was unwilling to let go of herself. No, I won't let go of you. Yi-Chen refused to let go of Yuya. He didn't want to let go of a beautiful goddess like Yuya. Plus Yuya could help his cultivation increase rapidly. Yi-Chen couldn't possibly just let Yuya go. Don't blame me for kicking you out later. Yuya told Yi-Chen that she would chase Yi-Chen away when her strength returned. Hee. Let's see when your strength will recover. Yi-Chen chuckled to Yuya. Although Yuya's strength had returned, it was not difficult for Yi-Chen to deal with Yuya. Using the Passion Goddess technique, Yi-Chen could deal with Yuya very easily, so Yi-Chen didn't have to be afraid of Yuya. Let's see later. Yuya sniffed coldly at Yi-Chen. Yuya promised to do something to Yi-Chen when his strength had returned. I'll wait for it. Yi-Chen just smiled when he heard the threat given by Yuya. He was not afraid of the threat given by Yuya.
as long as Yuya was in the palm of his hand. To Yi Chen, Yuya was not a threat to him. Yuya couldn't say much when she listened to what Yi Chen had just said. It seemed that for the time being Yuya could only endure and accept what Yi Chen did.
As long as Yi Chen didn't do anything bad to herself, then Yuya wouldn't be too bothered by this matter. Yi Chen was very happy when he saw Yuya was no longer fighting. This would make it easier for Yi Chen to cultivate. Yi Chen decided to take a bed from the fairy gate storage room. It's not good for Yi Chen and Yuya to sit on the ground like that. It's better for them to sit on a soft bed. Yi Chen carried Yuya up on the bed. He made a barrier around this place so that no one would disturb him and Yuya. Yi Chen also made sure the temperature around himself was kept warm so that Yuya would feel a very comfortable feeling when she was around her. Yuya was indeed currently feeling a comfortable and warm feeling emanating from Yi Chen. This feeling was very soothing to Yuya's soul. All of Yuya's anger towards Yi Chen instantly disappeared when she felt this comfortable feeling. Needless to say, this feeling was extremely comfortable for Yuya. She had never felt anything this comfortable in her life. Yuya started to rest her head on Yi Chen's broad chest, closed her eyes and began to enjoy this comfort with all her heart. Yuya didn't know how long she had been able to feel calm like this. This was probably the first time she had felt such a comfortable feeling. Yi Chen started cultivating and focused on absorbing Yuya's yin qi, himself focused on reaching the next level using Yuya's pure yin qi. Time passed. For the time being, neither Yi Chen nor Yuya started a conversation. Hours passed very quickly. In just a few hours, Yi Chen had already broken through to the next level. Now Yi Chen was already at the third stage of the divine spirit realm. This was much faster than Yi Chen had imagined. If it continued like this, Yi Chen would quickly increase his cultivation. What Yi Chen did was not wrong. He had done what was absolutely right by hugging Yuya. Yuya, who was sleeping, saw Yi Chen's breakthrough. She couldn't believe that Yi Chen could make a breakthrough when hugging her. How strange! Yuya felt a very strange feeling from Yi Chen. She felt that something was wrong with Yi Chen. Yuya decided to find out what was wrong with Yi Chen. She stretched out her hand towards Yi Chen's wrist. After a few hours, Yuya's strength finally started to recover a bit. She started to be able to move a bit of her body, even though Yuya was able to move her body parts. Yuya didn't push Yi Chen away from her body. It could be seen that Yuya liked the feelings that Yi Chen gave her. Yuya started to feel like this young man named Yi Chen. When Yuya touched Yi Chen's wrist, she found something quite shocking. Yuya discovered that Yi Chen possessed an extremely large yang qi. Yuya was a little surprised to find something like this in Yi Chen's body. How could Yi Chen have this much pure yang qi? Yuya began to suspect the secret of Yi Chen's body. It was clear that the only body that could possess something like this was the ancient yang body. Special bodies like this are very hard to find. This is very hard to find in this world. The ancient yang body is a special body that is quite blessed. The ancient yang body is a special body that is coveted by most people for their own benefit. If it was true that Yi Chen had a body like that, then Yi Chen would be the target of the greedy women in the god realm. Yuya looked at Yi Chen, who was making a breakthrough. Yuya felt sorry for Yi Chen. If someone exposed this matter, then Yi Chen would not be able to live a peaceful life again in this god realm. You are lucky enough to meet me. If it was another woman, they might have kidnapped you, Yuya muttered in her heart. Yi Chen was lucky enough that Yuya discovered this. If it was other women who discovered this, they might have kidnapped and taken Yi Chen away. The ancient yang body is a precious treasure for both its owner and a woman. On the one hand, men can be with countless kinds of beautiful women, while women can get tremendous benefits from this ancient yang body. Yuya would try to keep Yi Chen's ancient yang body a secret. She would try to hide this from outsiders who tried to do something evil to Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen was quite reckless and lecherous, still Yi Chen was the one who had saved Yuya's life from death. Yuya must not let anything bad happen to Yi Chen. Yuya thought that she was repaying Yi Chen for what Yi Chen had done for her. Yi Chen was currently focused on breaking through, so he didn't know what Yuya had just done to him. In this case, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with very trivial matters, otherwise this would hurt Yi Chen's own body. Yuya pulled her hand back, pretending nothing had happened. Yuya remained calm in Yi Chen's arms. She was getting used to Yi Chen's warm and comfortable embrace. Yuya probably felt so comfortable in Yi Chen's embrace that she might already be addicted to it. Chapter 986, Kissing Goddess Yuya. With the effort put in by Yi Chen finally managed to break through as well. Now Yi Chen has finally entered the third level of the divine spirit realm. After completely breaking through to the third level of the divine spirit realm, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. Yi Chen was overjoyed at the rapid increase in his strength, and it was all thanks to the beautiful goddess Yuya in his arms. If Yi Chen could, he would never want to let go of you. Yet from his embrace, Yuya would definitely be very surprised when she found out what Yi Chen was thinking at the moment. This man was very brave to even think about hugging her forever. When Yi Chen opened his eyes, he saw that Yuya was currently still sleeping on his chest.
Yuya's appearance when sleeping was very beautiful, especially Yuya cherry lips which looked very seductive. Yi-Chen felt like he wanted to kiss Yuya for the first time. I don't know what entered Yi-Chen's soul at this time. Yi-Chen suddenly started to bring his lips closer to Yuya's lips. Yi-Chen immediately kissed cherry Yuya's lips which were very seductive. Yuya, who was pretending to be asleep, immediately opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, Yuya found that Yi-Chen's face was now very close to hers. Yuya's eyes widened when she found out what Yi-Chen was doing to her. Yi-Chen was currently kissing Yuya's lips. This was something Yuya had never thought of. Yuya tried to use her existing strength to drive Yi-Chen away from her. When Yuya wanted to do that, Yuya found an extremely comfortable feeling flooded her body. This made Yuya's movements stop. This feeling was so good. Yuya didn't know that the kissing feeling would turn out like this. Yuya started to sink into Yi-Chen's kiss. She started to enjoy this and cooperated with Yi-Chen in this kiss. Yi-Chen was overjoyed when he saw Yuya not resisting and instead cooperating with him. This was a great thing for Yi-Chen. It could be seen that Yuya was still quite clumsy when kissing Yi-Chen. This was probably because it was the first time Yuya had done something like this with a man. Even though Yuya was still quite clumsy when she did this with Yi-Chen, Yuya was currently struggling to learn from Yi-Chen. She started to imitate Yi-Chen's moves perfectly. Yuya's talent was very talented. Just from imitating Yi-Chen's moves, Yuya could easily learn how to kiss passionately. Yi-Chen was quite surprised by the changes that Yuya made when he kissed her. In just a few minutes, Yuya became very skilled in kissing nowadays. Beautiful goddess Yuya is really very talented. In his heart, Yi-Chen praised Yuya's skill as very talented. This beautiful goddess is very talented at kissing. In just a short time, Yuya was able to match Yi-Chen's ability. This made Yi-Chen quite surprised. The two continued to intertwine and kiss passionately. It could be seen that they had both forgotten everything around them. Even Yuya, who previously disliked Yi-Chen, started to feel attracted to kissing. This was a very good thing for her. After about 20 minutes, the two finally wanted to separate. Now that Yi-Chen and Yuya looked at each other, Yuya's gaze this time was different from before. It could be seen that Yuya looked at Yi-Chen with a very gentle gaze. Big pervert. Do you know the consequences of doing such a thing to this woman? Yuya asked Yi-Chen. Yuya asked Yi-Chen about the consequences Yi-Chen would have for this. I don't care about the consequences I will get. As long as I can have you, I will face all the consequences. Yi-Chen told Yuya that he was not afraid of the consequences he had to face. Yuya did not expect that Yi-Chen would answer this question so easily. Yuya honestly had to admit that Yi-Chen was a very brave man. He really wasn't afraid of the threats Yuya gave him. Yi-Chen smiled at Yuya. Yi-Chen looked very happy when he saw Yuya's face like that when she heard Yi-Chen answer. Yi-Chen, you have very sweet words. Approximately how many women have you tricked with those sweet words? Yuya asked how many women had fallen victim to Yi-Chen's sweet words. There are already so many, one of them is you. My beautiful goddess, whispered Yi-Chen in Yuya's ear. Geez, Yuya's face turned slightly red when she listened to what Yi-Chen had just said. Yi-Chen really wasn't shy and wasn't afraid to say such things to Yuya. Yuya didn't know if it was a misfortune or luck when she met Yi-Chen. This man had really changed her a bit. Do you want to take a walk outside? Yi-Chen took Yuya to go and take a walk outside the cave. It was too boring and stuffy in here, that's why Yi-Chen intended to take Yuya out to get some fresh air. It's up to you, Yuya told Yi-Chen to decide for himself. He would go wherever Yi-Chen went. After all, Yuya still hadn't fully recovered, so for the time being he could only rely on Yi-Chen. Okay, let's go out. Seeing that Yuya didn't refuse, Yi-Chen decided to go and took Yuya out to get some fresh air. Yi-Chen took Yuya to a fairly large meadow not far from the cave where Yi-Chen and Yuya lived. The air in the meadow is quite refreshing. Plus the scenery in this place is quite good. The wind in this place is not too strong, so it is suitable for Yuya's current condition. Do you like this place? Yi-Chen asked Yuya, who was in his arms. Yi-Chen asked Yuya if he liked this place. If Yuya didn't like this place, then Yi-Chen would probably take Yuya somewhere else. Pretty good. Yuya told Yi-Chen that this place was pretty good, although it wasn't as good as her moon palace. It was good enough to just get some fresh air. Very good. Yi-Chen was glad Yuya didn't mind this place. Yi-Chen took Yuya to shelter in a tree that was around this meadow. He took shelter under a tree while hugging a beautiful goddess like Yuya. This sight was quite strange to behold. A man with a nerdy appearance hugging a beautiful goddess like Yuya. This was quite a strange thing for one to see. Just imagine a beautiful goddess like Yuya wanting to be hugged by a man with such an appearance. It was impossible for anyone to think about. Chapter 987. Enjoy the fresh air. With the beautiful goddess, Yuya didn't care about Yi-Chen's appearance, as long as she was comfortable with Yi-Chen. Then Yuya wouldn't mind this. Yuya, may I ask you something? Yi-Chen wanted to ask Yuya something. What do you want to ask? Yuya looked at Yi-Chen. She wanted to know what Yi-Chen wanted to ask her. It's about the battle you had with a red dragon a few days ago. Yi-Chen wanted to ask about the battle that Yuya had with a red dragon a few days ago. You mean the flame dragon? Yuya asked Yi Chen. Yes, that's what I meant. Yi Chen told Yuya that was what he meant. What's wrong with that? Yuya wanted to know why Yi Chen asked a question like this. I just want to know what thing you are fighting over with the flame dragon. Yi Chen got straight to the point. He wanted to know what thing Yuya and the flame dragon were fighting over. You know the previous battle I did? Yuya was quite surprised when she heard that Yi Chen knew of the battle she fought with the flame dragon. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen would see the battle that Yuya had fought together with the flame dragon. I don't know much about it. I only saw what the two of you were doing from a distance. Yi Chen told Yuya that he was watching the battle from a distance. You saw the battle I was fighting from a distance. How is that possible? Yuya was again taken aback by what Yi Chen said. How could Yi Chen see the battle she was having with the flame dragon from a distance? And Yuya didn't detect Yi Chen's presence at all. It was absolutely impossible. Yes, Yi Chen nodded to Yuya, confirming that he saw the battle between Yuya and the flame dragon from quite a distance away. Yi Chen deliberately didn't mention that he possessed the God Eyes technique. Yi Chen didn't want Yuya to be wary of him. If Yuya knew that Yi Chen had a technique that penetrated everything, then Yuya would definitely be very wary of Yi Chen. So what thing do you want to take? From the flame dragon? Yi Chen asked Yuya again. I want to take the flame spirit root from the flame dragon's hands. Unfortunately, that ugly dragon refuses to give it to me even after I offered him some attractive offers. Yuya told Yi Chen what she wanted from the flame dragon. So you're hunting the flame spirit root from the flame dragon's hand? Yi Chen asked Yuya again. Yuya nodded to Yi Chen. She was indeed aiming for the flame spirit root from the flame dragon's hand. Yi Chen, you yourself must know about my illness, right? Yuya told Yi Chen about her illness. Of course I know. I took care of you, so I know what your condition is. Yi Chen nodded to Yuya. He naturally knew the primordial ice spirit disease in Yuya's body. I am currently in dire need of flame spirit root to cure my illness. If it continues like this, then sooner or later I will lose my position because of the primordial ice spirit within my body. Yuya told Yi Chen the reason why she was hunting for flame spirit root in the flame dragon's hands. It turned out that Yuya really needed it for her own healing. Primordial ice spirit was very annoying to Yuya. This made Yuya feel uneasy when she had to do important things. If at any time the primordial ice spirit relapsed, then Yuya's power would disappear. This made Yuya feel so weak that she could become the target of her enemies. Yuya had been hiding this from her enemies or those closest to her for a long time. Yuya tried to hide the primordial ice spirit that was in her body. Yi Chen nodded to Yuya. He understood what Yuya meant at this moment. You don't have to worry. I will try to find a solution for you. Yi Chen said that he would find a solution for Yuya. Thank you very much. Yuya was very grateful to Yi Chen. She felt happy about what Yi Chen had just said to her. Yi Chen was really very considerate of herself. No one had ever done something like this to her. Yuya herself knew that Yi Chen's words just now were only to comfort her. There was no way Yi Chen could do such a thing. What Yi Chen had done earlier was enough for Yuya. The seal that Yi Chen had applied to the primordial ice spirit was of great help to Yuya. This way you would not have to worry about primordial ice spirit for the time being. Yi Chen is currently starting to think of a way to get the flame spirit root from the flame dragon's hand. Yi Chen has many ways to get the flame spirit root from the flame dragon's hand. The biggest problem was whether Yi Chen was able to do that or not. With Yi Chen's current cultivation, it was quite difficult to get close to the flame dragon, especially if Yi Chen really had to fight against the flame dragon. Then it was certain that Yi Chen would lose in this place. But for the sake of the beautiful goddess Yuya who was in his arms, Yi Chen had no problem doing such a thing. In addition, Yi Chen firmly believed that if there were many valuable items other than the flame spirit root, Yi Chen could obtain it for himself. Yi Chen would think about it later. He should first focus on increasing his cultivation. By being with Yuya like this, Yi Chen could increase his cultivation very quickly. So Yi Chen had to make the most of this moment so he wouldn't regret it. Yi Chen, why are you alone in a place like this? Yuya asked why Yi Chen was in this forest. Yuya was a little curious as to why Yi Chen could be in this forest, let alone Yi Chen alone like this. With Yi Chen's current cultivation, being in a forest like this was quite dangerous. Yi Chen could become the target of this horde of forest-dwelling magical beasts. I'm on a quest to find wild medicinal herbs in this place. Yi Chen told Yuya the reason he was here. Why are you looking for wild medicinal herbs in a place like this? Yuya asked what Yi Chen would do with the wild medicinal herbs, of course in exchange for a few contribution points. You might not know that I just joined the sect, so I need some contribution points. Yi Chen told Yuya why he had to look for medicinal herbs in a place like this. Yi Chen needed the contribution of points to increase his cultivation speed. With the contribution of points, Yi Chen could rent a better practice room for him to cultivate. So you are still a new disciple in the sect? I didn't expect a new disciple to dare to enter the forest like this. You really have such high courage, Yuya. was quite surprised to find out that Yi Chen was still a new disciple in Nine Immortals Peak sect. For a new disciple, Yi Chen's courage to be commended. He already dared to enter this dangerous place alone despite being quite new to the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Chapter 988 Xiao Gang. If I don't dare to take a risk, then I will never become strong. Yi Chen told Yuya the reason he took this kind of risk. Yi Chen wanted to get stronger as soon as possible. He would never be able to get stronger if he didn't dare to take a dangerous risk like this. No one can achieve success without taking every possible risk. Only those who dare to take risks will become the strongest. You have very great principles. Yuya praised Yi Chen's principles. She thought Yi Chen's principles were enough to make Yi Chen become a great cultivator. Yi Chen smiled at Yuya. He was happy to receive a compliment from Goddess Yuya. Yi Chen, if I may know why you are so obsessed with strength? Yuya wanted to know why Yi Chen was so obsessed with strength. The reason Yuya knew this was because he saw through Yi Chen's eyes. He could see that Yi Chen was obsessed with strength. That's because there is someone is waiting for me and needs me to save them. Yi Chen told Yuya the reason he needed a strength. There was a woman who was still waiting for Yi Chen to save him. Someone is waiting for you, who is a man or a woman? Yuya immediately interrogated Yi Chen over what he just said. So why are you asking about that? Yi Chen immediately asked why Yuya was asking about the matter. Nothing, I just want to know, Yuya said in a not very happy tone. From the tone used by Yuya, it could be seen that Yuya was a little jealous. This woman seemed to be starting to fall into Yi Chen. They are of course women. Yi Chen told Yuya that they were both women. One was Dongfang Xiu, who was a beautiful goddess recognized in the god realm, while the other was Lingyin, who was a former female assassin, both waiting for Yi Chen to become strong in order to help them both. So it's true that you mean a woman. Yuya looked dissatisfied when he heard this. His hunch was right that the person Yi Chen meant was actually a woman. What's with your answer? Yi Chen asked why Yuya was responding to this in such a manner. Nothing. Yuya turned her gaze away from Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't know what Yuya was thinking right now. Yuya was really a complicated woman for Yi Chen. Yi Chen called out the name of Yuya, who was in his arms. Yuya just mumbled when she answered Yi Chen. This woman really looks angry with Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled slightly when he saw this. It seemed Yuya was angry with what he said earlier. This beautiful goddess was clearly jealous of Dongfang Xiu and Lingyin. She was not happy when Yi Chen mentioned the two in front of her. Boss, we better go back, we've been looking for quite a while and haven't found what we're looking for. Suddenly from a distance came the voices of several people talking about something. Yi Chen and Yuya of course had already detected the presence of these people. This was a forest near the Nine Immortals Peak sect. Of course there were countless disciples from the Nine Immortals Peak sect who came in and out of this forest to simply practice or seek fortune in this place. These people started walking closer towards Yi Chen and Yuya. They seemed to be heading towards Yi Chen at full speed. Should we go? Yi Chen immediately asked Yuya if the two of them needed to leave this place right now. I want to stay here for a while. If you want to go, you can go alone. Yuya was in a bad mood, so Yuya's answer would naturally be like this. Talking to a woman who was in a bad mood is the most difficult thing for a man. Yi Chen was helpless when he heard the answer Yuya gave him. How could Yi Chen leave Yuya, who was in this condition with some unknown people? Yi Chen couldn't possibly leave his future wife alone in a place like this. If Yi Chen did that, then Yi Chen was not a man. Seeing Yuya unwilling to leave this place, Yi Chen had no choice but to stay in this place together with Yuya. Yi Chen tried to persuade Yuya not to be angry with him. Yi Chen used many ways to get Yuya's mood back to the way it was before. Unfortunately, Yuya's mood still didn't improve even after being persuaded by Yi Chen with sweet and loving words. Moments later, there were several people who appeared in front of Yi Chen. From the appearance of the uniforms they were wearing, it could be concluded that they were from the Nine Immortals Peak sect like Yi Chen. These people looked at Yi Chen. When they looked at Yi Chen, they immediately thought Yi Chen was a useless person. Yi Chen's appearance could make these people believe that Yi Chen was a weak and not great person. However, when these people looked at the woman in Yi Chen's arms, these people were shocked to see the peerless beauty in Yi Chen's arms. Boss, that lady is very beautiful. Is she a goddess? One of these people immediately voiced out that Yuya was an extremely beautiful woman. The boss of the people called Xiao Gang. He is the most powerful person in this group. Xiao Gang never leaves his sight of Yuya. He thinks Yuya is the most beautiful woman he has ever met in this life. Xiao Gang was a very free man. He had slept with countless women he met, be it outside the sect or within this sect. Xiao Gang uses the lure of strength and resources to draw women closer. Few women in God realm will not resist such free given power and resources by someone. They are willing to satisfy Xiao Gang for the sake of some resources and strength. This woman is very beautiful. I want to have her. Xiao Gang felt that he wanted to have Yuya in Yi Chen's arms. For that, Xiao Gang will try to snatch Yuya from Yi Chen's hand. It is not difficult for Xiao Gang to snatch Yuya from Yi Chen's hand.
He believes that Yi Chen is not his opponent. Yi Chen looked at the people who had just arrived at this place. He could feel the unkind gazes that people wanted to give him. Xiao Gang and his men immediately headed towards Yi Chen and you quickly leave the woman in your arms to me. When Xiao Gang arrived in front of Yi Chen, the first thing Xiao Gang said was about the beautiful goddess in Yi Chen's arms. Xiao Gang wants the beautiful goddess in Yi Chen's arms. Xiao Gang wants Yi Chen to hand Yuya over to him. Who are you? I don't know you. After all, who would give my wife to you? Yi Chen refused to give Yuya to Xiao Gang. Chapter 989, Threat from Xiao Gang. Yuya couldn't believe what Yi Chen just said. Yi Chen actually just called herself a wife. In this god realm, perhaps Yi Chen, who was the only person who dared to say such a thing right in front of Yuya, if this was said by others, perhaps they would receive a severe punishment. Haha, very funny. Xiao Gang felt funny when he heard Yi Chen mention the beauty in Yi Chen arms as a wife. A man with a dull appearance like Yi Chen couldn't possibly get a woman as beautiful as Yuya. It was an impossible thing to happen. What's so funny about that? Yi Chen asked what Xiao Gang was laughing at. According to Yi Chen, there was nothing funny that Xiao Gang could laugh at. Xiao Gang kept laughing. He really started to think of Yi Chen as a big idiot. Ugly man, stop laughing. If you keep laughing like that, maybe your face will break soon. Yi Chen warned Xiao Gang to stop laughing. He didn't like hearing Xiao Gang's laughter. Xiao Gang's laughter was shrill and uncomfortable to listen to. Yi Chen felt that it would disturb Yuya, who was currently in his arms. Xiao Gang immediately stopped laughing when he heard what Yi Chen had just said. Xiao Gang felt angry with what Yi Chen had just said to him. No outer court disciple had ever dared to say something like this to Xiao Gang. Don't you know who I am? Xiao Gang asked Yi Chen if Yi Chen didn't know him. I don't know you. Yi Chen said that he didn't know Xiao Gang. This was Yi Chen's first time meeting Xiao Gang. So Yi Chen didn't know about Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang couldn't believe that Yi Chen didn't know him. Had Yi Chen never heard of Xiao Gang, who was one of the top disciples in the inner court? Bastard, you are an outer court disciple of the Nine Immortals Peak sect, right? Xiao Gang asked Yi Chen. Yi Chen was currently wearing an outer court disciple from the Nine Immortals Peak sect, so Xiao Gang could immediately tell that Yi Chen was an outer court disciple. An outer court disciple like Yi Chen was just like an ant in Xiao Gang's eyes. You already know the answer. Why are you asking me again? Yi Chen was lazy to answer Xiao Gang. This man must already know about Yi Chen's identity. Considering Yi Chen is currently wearing Nine Immortals Peak sect clothes, it's presumptuous of you to speak to the boss like that. Do you want to seek death? One of Xiao Gang's subordinates snapped at Yi Chen's disrespect for an inner court disciple like Xiao Gang. In the Nine Immortals Peak sect, outer court disciples must respect inner court disciples, otherwise something bad will happen to those outer court disciples. You guys are the first to be presumptuous towards me and my wife. You should leave right now from this place. Yi Chen pushed these people away. There was nothing good about these people. You Xiao Gang's men pointed at Yi Chen with anger. It could be seen that this person was angry when he heard Yi Chen's provocative words. Never mind, it seems my reputation isn't strong enough that someone doesn't know me. Xiao Gang stopped his men from attacking Yi Chen. Xiao Gang would use his own identity. If Xiao Gang told Yi Chen about his identity, Yi Chen would definitely be very scared. Listen to me, my name is Xiao Gang. I am a top disciple in the inner court. Xiao Gang told Yi Chen about his identity. Xiao Gang couldn't wait to see the expression Yi Chen would have after learning his identity. Contrary to what Xiao Gang thought, Yi Chen looked normal when he heard that Xiao Gang was an inner court disciple. According to Yi Chen, there was nothing special about it. What's with that expression of yours? Aren't you scared when you find out my identity? Xiao Gang asked Yi Chen. Why would I be afraid of something like that? Even if you were a core disciple, I'm not afraid of you. Yi Chen told Xiao Gang that he wasn't afraid of Xiao Gang's identity at all. Xiao Gang's identity didn't scare Yi Chen at all. Damn it, Xiao Gang cursed Yi Chen. It seemed that his identity couldn't bully Yi Chen. This boring man turned out to be much more daring and arrogant than Xiao Gang thought. Listen to me carefully. I warn you to hand over that woman in your hands. If you don't hand her over to me, don't blame me for killing you. Xiao Gang warned Yi Chen to hand over you right now. If you dare to kill me, then the sect will not let you go. Yi Chen said to Xiao Gang about the sect's punishment that would come to him when he killed another disciple. Xiao Gang and his men laughed when they heard what Yi Chen just said. According to them, what Yi Chen said was really very funny. Penalty is just a toy. Sect's penalty to Xiao Gang and the others was a toy. They had often received a lot of penalty for what they had done. Because Xiao Gang is a talented sect disciple, to lighten the penalty given to Xiao Gang. In the God realm, strength is everything. As long as you have a strength, you will be treated more special than ordinary disciples. Nine Immortals Peak sect also seems to be doing something like that. Talented disciples will be more nurtured and guarded than ordinary disciples. Talented disciples were the foundation that would lead the Nine Immortals Peak sect to be even better, so it was not surprising that the Nine Immortals Peak sect would treat talented disciples better. You idiot.
we are not currently in the sect. If we kill you and throw you into the abyss, then no one will know about this, nor will the sect bother to look for someone like you," one of Xiao Gang's men told Ji Chen. The reason why they dared to kill Yi Chen, now that they were outside the sect would not bother to take care of the killings that were outside the sect, as long as this is not known by anyone. Then Xiao Gang and his men will be safe. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Yi Chen just found out that the punishment in the Nine Immortals Peak sect is not as strict as he previously thought. There is still a loophole that can be used for people to violate it. So tell me, do you want to hand over the woman or not? Xiao Gang asked Yi Chen again. Xiao Gang wanted a satisfactory answer from Yi Chen. If Yi Chen gave himself an unsatisfactory answer, then Xiao Gang would kill Yi Chen immediately. "I will not give my woman to you. I will protect her with all my might." Yi Chen told Xiao Gang that he would not give Yuya to a man like Xiao Gang. Chapter 990 Battle against Xiao Gang. Yuya's eyes widened when she heard what Yi Chen just said. She didn't expect that Yi Chen would say something like this. Yi Chen said a word that would protect Yuya. Yi Chen's words just now were very touching for Yuya. In this world there was no one who had said such words as what Yi Chen had just said to Yuya. Yuya was a cultivator who was at the top of this world, so he neither needed nor needed protection from others. Yuya's strength alone was sufficient to protect herself from enemies or evil people in this world, and right now when he was in a state of helplessness, Yi Chen said that he would protect Yuya. Of course this made Yuya feel touched when he heard this. "Haha, are you sure you can protect your woman from us? After I beat you, we will all take turns raping your woman right in front of you." Xiao Gang told Yi Chen what he would do after killing Yi Chen. After Xiao Gang killed Yi Chen, Xiao Gang would rape Yuya right in Yi Chen's face. Xiao Gang was so daring to say this in front of Yi Chen and Yuya. He didn't know that what he just said would be the beginning of the destruction of his life. Yuya, who was currently in Yi Chen's arms, started to look at Xiao Gang. Yuya of course listened to what Xiao Gang just said. This man was very brave to say he would rape herself right in front of Yi Chen. The words that Xiao Gang just spoke had already touched the bottom of Yuya's tolerance. Yuya felt like turning this person into a vegetable. Yuya was still a very strong cultivator, although his current strength was far from being recovered. Yuya could definitely make people disappear from this world with just a flick of a hand. If Yuya wanted to, right now she could make people in front of her disappear from this world. Yuya only needed a snap of a finger and these people could disappear into air. "You are very brave to say such words to my beautiful wife, are you not afraid of the consequences you will receive later?" Yi Chen also felt annoyed when he listened to what Xiao Gang had just said. Words from Xiao Gang made Yi Chen's pride as a man feel trampled. Yi Chen would definitely make Xiao Gang feel the consequences for having dared to mess with the woman he liked. "Then let's see if you can protect the woman you have. Everyone attack and take the woman in that person's hands." Xiao Gang ordered all his men to immediately attack Yi Chen. With the order given by Xiao Gang, these people immediately rushed to attack Yi Chen. Yuya was a little worried when she saw these people intending to attack Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's current cultivation level, these people were quite dangerous for Yi Chen. If something bad really happened, Yuya intended to lend a hand and help Yi Chen out of this situation. "You useless people, feel the sky wind law." Yi Chen immediately used the sky wind law to repel people who wanted to get close to him. A strong and super strong wind erupted from Yi Chen's body. This wind blew away the bad people along with the land and forest around this place. Even Xiao Gang, who had a fairly high cultivation, could easily be blown away by the sky wind law that Yi Chen had just used. The meadow that previously looked beautiful has now turned into a very large expanse of crater. The grass and earth around this place were blown away by the strong wind that Yi Chen had just released. Yuya was quite surprised when he saw the power that Yi Chen had just used. He couldn't believe that Yi Chen could use this kind of power with his cultivation level at this stage. It was obvious that the power that Yi Chen had just used was already close to that of a cultivator at the early stages of the divine tribulation realm. How strange! Yuya muttered under her breath. She felt that Yi Chen was really very strange. How could Yi Chen have a strength that was so much higher than his current cultivation base? This became a big question mark for Yuya. Yuya increasingly felt that Yi Chen was more mysterious than she thought. Xiao Gang was blown away hundreds of miles by Yi Chen's strong wind. He hit the ground with great pain. "Damn it, this hurts." Xiao Gang held his chest. He still felt a slight pain in his chest from the attack that Yi Chen had just launched. Even though Xiao Gang was still quite far from Yi Chen, unexpectedly he would still suffer injuries when he was quite far from Yi Chen. Xiao Gang looked at his subordinates who were not far from him. When Xiao Gang looked at his men, Xiao Gang found that his subordinates were currently injured and unconscious. It could be seen that these people suffered far more serious injuries than Xiao Gang's. "Bastard. I will make him pay for what happened." Xiao Gang intends to take revenge for what Yi Chen just did. The man dares to hurt his loyal subordinates. Xiao Gang would not let this matter pass. It concerns Xiao Gang's reputation among the inner court sect disciples. Xiao Gang flew back towards Yi Chen. With a very fast speed, Xiao Gang reappeared in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen saw the arrival of Xiao Gang. It seemed that this person still didn't give up even after receiving a warning from Yi Chen. So you are still alive after being hit by the attack just now. I thought you were dead, Yi Chen said to Xiao Gang. Bastard. So you intend to kill me? Xiao Gang was not happy when he heard that Yi Chen wanted to kill himself. I'd prefer if someone like you left, that way no one else would be hurt. Because of you, Xiao Gang was really angry when he heard the words that came out of Yi Chen's mouth. Even the veins on Xiao Gang's forehead popped out when he listened to what Yi Chen said. Bastard, I will kill you and give your corpse to the dog. Xiao Gang was really already furious. He gave off quite a strong killing aura towards Yi Chen. Xiao Gang intends to kill Yi Chen and give Yi Chen's corpse to his pet dog. I want to see if you can kill me or not. Yi Chen wasn't afraid of Xiao Gang's threats and bluffs. Yi Chen instead directly challenged Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang is an impatient person. He immediately rushed towards Yi Chen to kill Yi Chen. Xiao Gang took out an iron rod from his space ring. It seemed that Xiao Gang intended to use this iron rod to attack Yi Chen. The iron rod currently in Xiao Gang's hands was a Tier 6 artifact. It was good enough for an outer court disciple to possess a Tier 6 artifact like this. Chapter 991 Blackmail Xiao Gang. So you want to fight? Okay, I will join this battle. Inger come out. Yi Chen called in Inger. Immediately divine yin yang sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen tightened his embrace on Yuya even more tightly. Yi Chen trying not to let Yuya fall from his embrace. Die you bastard. Xiao Gang was getting closer and closer to Yi Chen. Xiao Gang started swinging his iron rod towards Yi Chen's head. Xiao Gang no longer cares about Yi Chen's life and death. What Xiao Gang wants now is to kill Yi Chen and take Yuya from Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen could see very clearly every move that Xiao Gang was about to make. Bam! Xiao Gang's iron rod hit the ground with great force. A huge hole immediately formed as a result of the impact from Xiao Gang's iron rod. Damn, he managed to dodge it. Xiao Gang cursed Yi Chen, who managed to dodge the attack that came from him. Even though the distance between Yi Chen and his iron rod was only a few inches, it should be quite difficult to dodge the attack just now. Xiao Gang didn't give up. He tried to attack Yi Chen again. This time Xiao Gang was more serious. He used a much faster speed than before to attack Yi Chen. Bam! 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 Xiao Gang continuously launched attacks at Yi Chen. It's a shame that all of Xiao Gang's attacks could be easily dodged by Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't seem to have a problem when he had to dodge Xiao Gang's attacks. Your attack is too slow. With that like a turtle, you won't be able to hit me, Yi Chen said to Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang was getting more and more angry with Yi Chen. He attacked Yi Chen in a blind manner. Yuya saw what Yi Chen was doing at the moment. Yi Chen was on purpose to anger Xiao Gang. Yuya didn't know why Yi Chen did this. Why did Yi Chen bother to make Xiao Gang angry like this? This would only endanger Yi Chen himself. Yi Chen did this to exhaust Xiao Gang's profound energy, allowing Xiao Gang to run out of profound energy when trying to attack Yi Chen. Xiao Gang struggled very hard to attack Yi Chen. Unfortunately, all the hard work done by Xiao Gang didn't pay off. Still, all the attacks launched by Xiao Gang couldn't hit Yi Chen. It could be seen that Xiao Gang was getting tired. He had used a lot of his profound energy to attack Yi Chen. How long are you going to run away like that? Fight like a man. Xiao Gang told Yi Chen to fight with him like a man. So you want me to fight like a man? Fine, I will fight with you. After seeing Xiao Gang's profound energy was running low, it was time for Yi Chen to show his strength. Yi Chen immediately used Godmaster One Sword. Himself immediately entered into Tao of Sword mode. Yuya, who was near Yi Chen, instantly noticed the changes made by Yi Chen. Tao of Swords? Yuya looked genuinely surprised when she discovered that Yi Chen could reach the highest stage in sword arts. In the God realm itself, there were only a few people who could understand the Tao of Sword. These people were usually sword masters who had dedicated their lives to the path of the sword. It was not uncommon for one to need tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years just to be able to learn the Tao of Sword. This made Yuya wonder Yi Chen's age, whether Yuya was wrong in estimating Yi Chen's age from the start. Yuya was very confident in her abilities. There was no way he would be wrong in estimating Yi Chen's age after having this close contact. It was clear that Yi Chen was still very young and had not yet reached 100 years old. One god / Yi Chen used the first move of the Godmaster One Sword to slash the forest on the right side of his body. When Yi Chen slashed at the forest beside him, thousands of miles of forest were instantly cut clean by Yi Chen's slash. Xiao Gang gaped when he saw what Yi Chen had just done. He thought what Yi Chen had done was really insane. Xiao Gang had never seen someone do something like the current Yi Chen did. Do you want to feel it too? Yi Chen pointed his sword at Xiao Gang. He asked Xiao Gang if Xiao Gang wanted to feel his sword slash. Xiao Gang's body immediately broke out in cold sweat when he listened to what Yi Chen said. If he had just received that slash, perhaps Xiao Gang would have died on the spot. The power of the slash just now was terrifying enough that it sent chills down Xiao Gang's body. Xiao Gang even started to think that he had just found the wrong opponent. The person that Xiao Gang thought was weak and useless turned out to have terrifying strength. Yi Chen started to get closer to Xiao Gang. Yi Chen wore an evil expression as he approached Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang got goosebumps when he saw Yi Chen's evil expression. Yi Chen's expression was very frightening for Xiao Gang. When Yi Chen took one step forward, Xiao Gang took 2 steps back. Xiao Gang doesn't know why he retreated when he saw Yi Chen's arrival. For some reason Xiao Gang felt that Yi Chen was very dangerous for him. Yi Chen saw that Xiao Gang was starting to get scared when confronted with him. Fighting an enemy who had fallen morally was something very easy. Yi Chen moved behind Xiao Gang using 9 shadow steps. After being behind Xiao Gang, Yi Chen immediately pointed the divine yin yang sword at Xiao Gang's neck. You don't have an escape route anymore, you better give up now. Yi Chen told Xiao Gang to give up right now. Glup. Xiao Gang swallowed his saliva. He couldn't believe that Yi Chen was already behind him. Yi Chen's movements couldn't be seen by Xiao Gang's eyes at all. Friend, earlier it was just a misunderstandings, so don't take it seriously. Xiao Gang said that what happened just now was a misunderstanding. Xiao Gang really is a shameless man. After threatening Yi Chen and Yuya, after throwing threatening words and disrespectful words towards Yi Chen and Yuya, Xiao Gang with an innocent face said that earlier it was a misunderstanding. I don't care what excuse you have made my wife and I angry, so you have to pay for what you have done. Yi Chen said to Xiao Gang to pay for what he had done. Yuya was happy to hear what Yi Chen said. Yi Chen would take revenge for what a shameless bastard like Xiao Gang had said. Xiao Gang deserves what he deserves. Xiao Gang panics even more. He doesn't know what Yi Chen will do to him. Quickly give up everything you have in your body right now. Yi Chen told Xiao Gang to give up everything he had. It looks like Yi Chen is going to rob Xiao Gang into poverty. Huh? Xiao Gang and Yuya were both shocked when they listened to what Yi Chen just said. Chapter 992, Destroying Xiao Gang's Future as a Man. Yi Chen wants everything that belongs to Xiao Gang. He will take everything that belongs to Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang was quite surprised when he heard that Yi Chen wanted his belongings. This man really looked like a bandit. Why are you silent? Would you rather die than give up what you have? Yi Chen told Xiao Gang to take out all the things he had. Okay, I will give it to you. Xiao Gang gave his space ring to Yi Chen. Inside this space ring is an item that belongs to Xiao Gang. Yi Chen received Xiao Gang's space ring. He broke the seal of Xiao Gang's space ring. After destroying the seal in Xiao Gang's space ring, Yi Chen saw if Xiao Gang had anything good in this space ring. Yi Chen started looking for the contents inside Xiao Gang's space ring, hoping to find something good. I think I was wrong about Yi Chen. Yuya looked helpless when she saw Yi Chen snatching Xiao Gang's belongings. What Yi Chen did was not what Yuya had imagined. Even though Yuya had thought that Yi Chen would instantly turn Xiao Gang into vegetables, Yi Chen didn't expect him to actually want to snatch Xiao Gang's belongings. Yi Chen was very disappointed after seeing the contents inside the space ring. Inside Xiao Gang's space ring there was nothing interesting, mostly just useless items like an aphrodisiacs and some useless pills. This fellow is so poor. Is he really an inner court disciple? In his heart Yi Chen started to think that Xiao Gang was not an inner court disciple. How an inner court disciple could be so poor like this? This could not be imagined by Yi Chen. Are you joking with me? Where is the precious thing you have? Yi Chen again pointed his sword at Xiao Gang. Yi Chen couldn't believe that Xiao Gang was so poor like this. This man must be hiding his treasures somewhere. Friends are all I have, so please let me go. Xiao Gang said to Yi Chen that was all he had. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Gang. It was obvious that this person was trying to lie to him. Useless. Yi Chen kicked Xiao Gang who was in front of him. Xiao Gang's body was blown away by Yi Chen's kick. Yi Chen didn't hold back when he kicked Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang would definitely get a decent amount of damage from Yi Chen's kick. Yi Chen, why do you bother wasting time with a bastard like him? You should have just crippled him into vegetables straight away, Yuya said to Yi Chen. Yuya hoped that Yi Chen would directly cripple Xiao Gang from the start. Yuya dear, we don't need to make that bastard a vegetable. What I did just now was enough to make Xiao Gang suffer for life, Yi Chen said to Yuya. What do you mean? Yuya didn't understand what Yi Chen meant. It's better that you don't need to know about the matter, Yi Chen said to Yuya. Yi Chen didn't want Yuya to know that Yi Chen had just kicked Xiao Gang's important part. If Yi Chen told Yuya about this matter, maybe in the future Yuya could do this if Yi Chen messed up. Straight face, Yuya didn't understand what Yi Chen meant at all. She didn't know what Yi Chen meant. Do you want us to go somewhere else or should we go back? Yi Chen asked Yuya. This place had been destroyed due to the battle he and Xiao Gang had fought, so this place was no longer fit to be inhabited. Let's go back, I've got enough fresh air. Yuya invited Yi Chen to come back. She already felt that she had enough fresh air. Okay, Yi Chen nodded. He took Yuya back to the cave to rest. Yi Chen, how old are you now? On the way back, Yuya asked how old Yi Chen was. Maybe around 20 years old. Yi Chen told Yuya about his current age. 20 years? Yuya was quite surprised when she found out that Yi Chen's age is still very young. Yi Chen's age can be said to be very young if you look at the average age of people in God realm, which can reach thousands or even tens of thousands of years. So why do you ask about something like that? Yi Chen wanted to know why Yuya asked about that matter. No, it's just that I was quite surprised when I saw that you were able to understand the Tao of Sword at such a very young age.
Yuya said to Yi Chen.
Really, even though I'm quite difficult to learn this Tao of Sword, I need a few days to learn this Tao of Sword. Yi Chen told Yuya that he was quite difficult to learn this Tao of Sword, puffed. Yuya coughed lightly as she listened to what Yi Chen had just said. She couldn't believe what she had just heard from Yi Chen. Yi Chen learned the Tao of Sword in just a few days. This was the craziest thing Yuya had ever heard in her life. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I look like a monster? Yi Chen said to Yuya, who was in his arms, "You are indeed a terrible little monster."
Yuya said that Yi Chen was the most terrifying little monster ever she had met.
What Yuya said was the truth. Yi Chen was a little monster who had ruined her innocent life. If Yuya didn't meet Yi Chen, perhaps Yuya would still be a beautiful goddess who was still innocent and unsullied. Yuya, don't talk like that. I'm not a little monster, I'm the most handsome man in this world. Yi Chen said to Yuya, you should probably look at your face in the mirror. You are still lucky if a woman is willing to be with you, Yuya said to Yi Chen. Yuya actually didn't want to say this, but because Yi Chen was too arrogant and overconfident, Yuya couldn't help but remind Yi Chen of this matter. You don't believe me? Let's see later. Yi Chen told Yuya to take a look later. Later Yi Chen would show Yuya his true appearance. Yi Chen wanted to see how this beautiful goddess would react when she saw Yi Chen's real handsome face. Yi Chen was very confident in his good looks. He was sure that Yi Chen was one of the most handsome men in the entire God realm. Yuya didn't think much of this. After all, she didn't really care about this matter. Yi Chen brought Yuya back to the cave. After returning to the cave, Yi Chen put Yuya on the bed to rest for a while. After hugging Yuya for some time, Yi Chen finally let go of Yuya too. Yuya lost her sense of comfort when Yi Chen let go of herself. Somehow she suddenly felt this kind of feeling. Chapter 993, Sun Palace. Yi Chen went outside the cave. He wanted to change his appearance as before. After all, Yi Chen was currently outside the sect, so it didn't matter if Yi Chen changed his appearance to his original. After all, Yi Chen was still not very used to this kind of appearance. Yi Chen's boring appearance made it difficult for Yi Chen. Yi Chen also wanted to give Yuya a surprise. He hoped that Yuya would be surprised when he saw her real appearance. Inside the cave, Yuya was currently waiting for Yi Chen very patiently. Yuya didn't know what Yi Chen was doing outside the cave. Yuya felt that he wanted to see what Yi Chen was doing right now. When Yuya wanted to peek at what Yi Chen was doing out there, Yi Chen suddenly entered the cave. Yi Chen, where have you been? Yuya's words immediately caught in her throat. Yuya was currently looking at a handsome man standing in front of her. This man could be said to be the most handsome man Yuya had ever seen in this life. Yuya was even slightly dazed when she saw this handsome man in front of her. Yi Chen was very happy when she saw Yuya surprised like this. It seemed that the surprise prepared by Yi Chen had succeeded in surprising Yuya. Yi Chen went to Yuya's side. He came closer and tried to hug Yuya. Yuya immediately woke up when she saw Yi Chen approaching. She immediately became very alert when she saw Yi Chen approaching. Stop, who are you? Seeing this handsome man approaching, Yuya immediately stopped Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled when he saw Yuya didn't know him. It seemed that this appearance could make Yuya not know Yi Chen. Goddess Yuya, don't you know who I am? Yi Chen asked Yuya if she didn't know about him. Yuya looked at Yi Chen up and down. She still didn't know it was Yi Chen. Yi Chen's changes were shocking, so it wasn't surprising that Yuya didn't suspect that this handsome man in front of him was Yi Chen. Seeing the confusion shown by Yuya, Yi Chen immediately rushed to the bed. Yi Chen hugged Yuya, who was on the bed again. Yuya was quite surprised by the bravery of this handsome man. This handsome man was so brave to hug herself without an approval of her own. Yuya intended to drive this shameless handsome man away from her. Yuya was ready to use her power to chase Yi Chen away. Just as Yuya was about to push this handsome man away, Yuya suddenly felt a familiar feeling for handsome man, Yi Chen. Yuya looked at the handsome man in front of him. From a glance, this man had an almost identical appearance to Yi Chen. The difference is this man is much more handsome and looks more dignified than before. You are Yi Chen? Yuya asked Yi Chen, who was in front of her. If I'm not Yi Chen, then who am I? Yi Chen said to Yuya. Yi Chen told Yuya that he was indeed Yi Chen. What happened to you? Why did you become like this? Yuya asked what happened to Yi Chen. Why did Yi Chen change so much that Yuya barely recognized Yi Chen? It's a bit of a long story to tell. Yi Chen didn't bother to tell Yuya this. Yuya didn't need to know about this matter, so how do you believe what I said earlier? Yi Chen said to Yuya, I do not know?
Yuya looked away from Yi Chen. It could be seen that Yuya didn't want to face Yi Chen, who was now a very handsome man. Yi Chen's current appearance was truly the standard of a man Yuya could dream of, so it wasn't strange that Yuya didn't dare to look at the current Yi Chen. Yi Chen chuckled when he saw Yuya dodge this matter. It seemed that he had won this time. Yi Chen pushed Yuya into the bed. Yuya was quite surprised when he saw what Yi Chen was doing right now. Yi Chen, what do you want to do? Yuya immediately asked what Yi Chen wanted to do. Yuya's heart could no longer calm down when she saw Yi Chen plop herself down on the bed. This was like a scene where a man had his first night with a woman. What's more, of course I want to sleep with you. Yi Chen said that he wanted to sleep with Yuya. Yuya's heart quickened when she heard what Yi Chen said. She panicked more and more when she heard what Yi Chen said. Our Yi Chen must not do such a thing. Yuya told Yi Chen not to do such a thing. Yuya wasn't prepared for a serious situation like this. He didn't want to do something like that too soon. So why, didn't we hug like this yesterday too? Yi Chen said to Yuya. Yi Chen only wanted to hug Yuya, so Yi Chen had no other intentions for Yuya. Just doing this was enough for Yi Chen. Yi Chen had already gained tremendous benefits when doing this with Yuya, huh? Yuya was shocked when she heard what Yi Chen had just said. It seemed Yuya had misunderstood what Yi Chen had just said. How can I think of such a thing? Yuya blamed the thought of hers running wild. Yuya thought that Yi Chen wanted to go further into the relationship. Unexpectedly, this man only wanted to hug her like before. This is all his fault. Yuya could only blame Yi Chen. Because of the words that Yi Chen said, Yuya's thoughts went wild. Yi Chen hugged Yuya. He started cultivating while hugging the beauty on the side. Yuya herself was curled up in Yi Chen's arms, herself continued sleeping in Yi Chen's arms. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the main palace was the eternal Sunstar realm. A young lady with a very sexy body got up from the bed. This young lady has an extremely perfect body and a very beautiful and dazzling face. Any male who sees this young lady's beauty will instantly become the slave of this young lady. The figure and beauty possessed by this young lady can be compared to the four beauties in the god realm. Beside this young lady there was a man who was currently in a terrible state. This man had dried up like a skull, useless. This young lady said that the man beside her was completely useless. This man was already dead, so he was unable to listen to what the young woman had just said. Ru, come here. This young woman called the name of her maid. A young woman with a rather beautiful appearance entered the room. Miss Sun, are you looking for me? The woman named Ru saluted and asked the sexy young lady. Chapter 994, Sir Chapter Ancient, Yang, Body, take this person away from this place. I'm sick of seeing this person. A young lady Sun told maid Ru to carry away the corpse of the man who was on the bed. Okay, young lady Sun, I will take care of this person as soon as possible. The maid named Ru will immediately carry out the orders given by the young lady Sunday. One more thing, bring me a new one. This young lady Sun wanted a new man. This young lady cultivated a cultivation technique that required a great deal of yang qi, which was why this young lady absorbed the yang qi of the man beside her to dry like this. This woman was truly terrifying. The person beside her was dry like that from running out of yang qi. Miss Sun, but there are no men left. You have used them all. Maid Ru informed the young lady that there were no more men with a supply of yang qi left. All the existing men have been sucked dry by this beautiful young lady. The young lady looked dissatisfied as she listened to what Maid Ru had just said. She was furious when she heard that her supply of yang qi had run out. Maid Ru looked scared when she saw the young lady Sun get angry. She immediately lowered her head and did not dare to look at the young lady Sun anymore. Is there nothing left? Asked the young lady Sun to Maid Ru. Young lady, I'm sorry, but they're all gone. Maid Ru told young lady Sun that the man with yang qi's supply had run out. Young lady Sun was furious when she heard this news. She desperately needed yang qi to continue cultivating. No matter what, young lady Sun had to be able to get a supply of yang qi. You go and find me a new one. I don't care what method you use, make sure you don't bring trash here, otherwise you will lose your life. Young lady Sun told Maid Ru to go and find a man with pure yang qi for herself. Very well, I understand. Maid Ru immediately nodded to young lady Sun. It could be seen that Maid Ru was very, very afraid of young lady Sunday. Young lady Sun was known to be quite ruthless. She was almost as ambitious as Sun Quan. This beautiful young lady would do anything to gain power. This young lady Sun didn't even care if she had to kill so many people to get what she wanted. You can do whatever you want. If anyone dares to resist, destroy their star. Hurry up and leave right now. Young lady Sun told Maid Ru to leave as soon as possible. Okay, I'll excuse myself first. Maid Ru nodded. She would immediately do what the young lady Sun told her to do. Maid Ru took the dead man's corpse. It was time for Maid Ru to bury this man. Young lady Sun saw the departure of Maid Ru. After the departure of Maid Ru, young lady Sun walked to the front of the window in her room. The way the young lady Sun walked was so graceful and seductive that no man could imagine. Every move this woman made was so seductive.
She was truly like the reincarnation of succubus queen, the young lady sun looking up at the heavens in the eternal sun star realm. That's really disappointing. Why haven't I found anyone with a decent young chi until now? Young lady sun was very disappointed when she found out that she didn't find a man with a truly worthy yang chi for her. If young lady sun were to obtain one with a large amount of pure yang chi, then it was certain that she would soon reach the pinnacle of cultivation, ancient, yang, body. Where is the person with the rarest body in the world? Young lady sun seemed to be looking for the whereabouts of the owner of the ancient, yang, body. Young lady sun had searched for the owner of this body throughout the god realm for quite a long time. Unfortunately, she had yet to find the owner of the ancient, yang, body. You'll see, if I ever find someone who has an ancient, yang, body, I won't let it go. Young lady sun definitely won't let go of the owner of the ancient, yang, body. The owner of this ancient, yang, body will be the best furnace in this world. Young lady sun smiled charmingly. She couldn't wait to imagine if she managed to find the ancient, yang, body. Meanwhile, Chen, who was sleeping together with Yuya, felt an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Chen sensed something bad was going to happen in the future. Instinct. Chen very sharp. Chen very, very confident with the instincts he had. Instinct belongs. Chen would not deceive himself. Chen saw Yuya in his arms. Can be seen if Yuya's now sleeping very peacefully once. Currently Chen is constantly near Yuya. Every second Chen is always near Yuya. It can be seen that Chen is not willing to let go of Yuya's amazing beauty. Chen knew that he would not be able to do this continuously. Sooner or later Yuya would definitely recover his strength. If that happened, then Chen would most likely not be able to hug Yuya like this again. Chen enjoyed the time he had with Yuya. Every second was precious to Chen. Chen hugged Yuya tighter. He hugged Yuya while absorbing Yuya's yin chi. Some days go by very quickly. Without Chen knowing, Yuya had already started to recover her strength. Now Yuya had enough strength to go against the flame dragon and retrieve the flame spirit root. Yuya opened her eyes, which looked very beautiful. Yuya looked straight at Chen, who was in front of her. It just so happened that Chen was currently in the critical phase of breaking through to the 4th level of the divine spirit realm. Chen's cultivation speed was truly extremely fast. This was beyond what normal cultivators could imagine. Looks like it's time. Yuya felt that it was time for him to leave. Yuya must not remain in this place. Yuya must immediately go to seize the flame spirit root that is in the flame dragon's hands. Yuya knew that being with Chen was the happiest moment in her life. However, Yuya had her own problems to deal with, so she couldn't continue to enjoy the comforts of this place with Chen. Yuya getting up from the bed, Yuya took very light steps before leaving this cave. Before leaving, Yuya didn't forget to look at Chen, who was currently in the critical phase of breaking through. For some reason Yuya felt that it was difficult for her to leave Chen. The feelings that Chen had given her for the past few days made it difficult for Yuya to leave Chen's side. Unfortunately, Yuya's matter was more important, so he decided to strengthen her resolve. Chen, see you later. Yuya said goodbye to Chen. After bidding farewell to Chen, Yuya left the cave and headed towards the flame dragon's place. Chapter 995, Cat Chapter. Up with Yuya. Chen was currently too focused on breakthrough. He didn't notice the departure of Yuya, who was beside him. Boom! Chen finally break through to the next level. Chen is now at the 4th stage of the divine spirit realm. After Chen break through the 4th level of the divine spirit realm, Chen started to open his eyes. I finally break through to the 4th level of the divine spirit realm. Chen was overjoyed when he found out that he had break through to the 4th level of the divine spirit realm. Chen's cultivation speed became extremely fast when he was with Yuya. This kind of speed could not be imagined by Chen. If Chen continued like this, then he would very quickly reach a much higher cultivation very quickly. Chen turned his eyes to the side, looking for the whereabouts of Yuya, who was supposed to be sleeping beside him. When Chen looked to the side, he didn't find Yuya beside him. Where did she go? Chen immediately panicked when he didn't find Yuya near him. It was quite strange to see Yuya had disappeared from beside him. Chen started looking for Yuya around this place. Unfortunately, Chen didn't find Yuya around this place. Where did Yuya go? Chen started to wonder where Yuya had gone. Master, you won't find her around this place. The beautiful goddess has already left. Shuyuachan told Chen that Yuya had already left. Chen would no longer be able to find Yuya around this place. Go away. Since when did he leave? Chen immediately asked Shuyuachan since when Yuya left. She left a while ago. Shuyuachan told Chen that Yuya left a while ago. Do you know where she went? Chen immediately asked Shuyuachan about where did Yuya go. I don't know about that matter either. What I know is that she flew into the deep of the forest. Yuya told Chen that Yuya flew to the deep of the forest. Shuyuachan himself didn't know what Yuya was doing at this time. All she knew was Yuya went to the deepest part of this forest where the flame dragon lived. Don't tell me he intends to go fight the flame dragon again? Yi Chen immediately guessed that Yuya was going to fight the flame dragon again. Yes, it's highly likely that it could happen. Shuyue-chan said that it was highly likely that it could, even though she's still recovering. Why is she pushing herself like that? Yi Chen felt annoyed when he found out Yuya was forcing herself, when Yuya had just recovered. How could he be reckless and decide to fight the flame dragon? Yi Chen probably knew that Yuya was a strong woman. The problem was that Yuya's strength had not yet fully recovered. If Yuya forced a fight under these conditions, then Yuya's chances of winning would be slim. So, what do you want to do? Do you intend to catch up with her? Shuyue-chan asked Yi Chen. Of course, I will follow her. Yi Chen was going to follow Yuya. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Yuya. That's a stupid thing. If you leave, then you might die from being dragged down by the battle between the two. Shuyue-chan warned Yi Chen that he could die if he interfered in the battle that was taking place. I don't care about such things. Yi Chen told Shuyue-chan that he didn't care about that matter. Geez, you really can't be helped. Shuyue-chan felt that Yi Chen couldn't be helped anymore. Yi Chen was quite worried about Yuya's safety, so it wasn't strange that Yi Chen was willing to go through danger for the sake of this matter. You might think that what Yi Chen did was stupid, but in reality, what Yi Chen did was something that made women like Yi Chen. Please don't stop me. Yi Chen told Shuyue-chan not to stop himself. I won't stop you, but please be careful. You use heavenly armor to protect your body from being seriously injured when approaching a possible battle, Shuyue-chan said to Yuya. Shuyue-chan would not stop Yi Chen. Shuyue-chan knew that she would not be able to stop Yi Chen's decision. Once Yi Chen had made a decision, it would be very difficult for anyone to stop Yi Chen. Thank you very much. I will remember that. Yi Chen understood. He would remember what Shuyue-chan said. Yi Chen went out of the cave. He immediately flew to the deepest part of this forest. Yi Chen hoped that if he could meet Yuya, it would be better if Yi Chen could stop Yuya before fighting the flame dragon. Yuya was currently sneaking towards the hideout of the flame dragon. Unlike before, Yuya this time did not blatantly fight the flame dragon like before. Yuya knew that his current strength was almost comparable to that of the flame dragon. So when it came to fighting, it was difficult to decide who would win. It's quite quiet here. Where do you think the flame dragon has gone? Yuya felt that this place was very quiet. She wanted to know where the flame dragon had gone. Yuya was starting to worry that if the flame dragon prepared a trap for her, it could be that the flame dragon prepared a trap for her. After the battle a few days ago, the flame dragon must have become extremely vigilant. The flame dragon must have prepared something if Yuya returned to this place. I'll go straight inside and get the flame spirit root. Yuya decided to sneak inside and take the flame spirit root that was inside. Just as Yuya was about to sneak inside, suddenly someone grabbed her mouth from behind. Yuya was quite surprised when she found out about this. Who was the person who suddenly appeared behind her? Yuya intended to expel this person who had held captive her. Yuya, calm down? Yi Chen immediately told Yuya to calm down and not make a fuss. Yuya was very familiar with this person's voice. It was clearly Yi Chen's voice. Yuya looked back. When she looked back, she saw that Yi Chen was indeed behind her. Yuya was surprised when she learned that Yi Chen, what are you doing in this place? Yuya immediately asked what Yi Chen was doing in this place. You're still asking why I'm here, isn't it because of you? Yi Chen told Yuya that he was here because of Yuya. Yuya didn't expect Yi Chen to say such words. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen was willing to endure danger to come to this place because of her. Yuya might be happy about this, but on the other hand she was worried about Yi Chen's safety. Don't you know that this place is very dangerous for you? You better go back. Yuya told Yi Chen to go back. This place is not suitable for Yi Chen. Chapter 996, Yuya vs. Flame Dragon. I also know that this place is very dangerous, but I am very worried about your current situation. Yi Chen knew that this place might be dangerous for him, but Yi Chen went to this place because of Yuya. You idiot, I've recovered, so you don't have to worry like that. Yuya told Yi Chen that she had recovered, so Yuya hoped that Yi Chen would no longer worry about her like this. According to you, what Yi Chen did was very dangerous for Yi Chen. It could harm Yi Chen by coming to a place like this. Still, I'm still worried about you. Yi Chen told Yuya that he was still worried about her condition. Yuya didn't know how to scold Yi Chen anymore. Yi Chen really looked very worried about him, so Yuya couldn't bear to scold Yi Chen. Who is the intruder who dares to enter the territory of this king? When Yi Chen and Yuya were talking, from the front came a loud and angry voice. Hearing this, Yi Chen and Yuya immediately became very alert. The flame dragon came out from its hiding place. It appeared right in front of Yi Chen and Yuya. Yuya looked at the flame dragon in front of him. After a few days of not seeing each other, Yuya finally reunited with the flame dragon who had injured him. Yi Chen, quickly leave this place right now. I can't currently protect you, Yuya told Yi Chen to leave this place immediately. With Yuya's current strength, Yuya couldn't fight while protecting Yi Chen. You don't have to worry about that matter. I will try to help you. Yi Chen didn't want to leave this place. He wanted to help Yuya fight the flame dragon. are you crazy? Yuya couldn't believe what Chen said. What Chen said was completely unreasonable. With Chen's current strength, a single burst of Flame Dragon's breath of fire was enough to turn Chen into ashes. If Chen stayed in this place, then Chen would definitely die a gruesome death. Trust me, I'll be fine. You better focus on that Flame Dragon. Chen told Yuya to focus on the Flame Dragon that was currently right in front of them. Yuya really didn't know where Chen's confidence came from. Chen was very confident in his abilities. Although Yuya could see Chen's confidence was very high, Yuya was still worried about Chen's safety. Yuya had never felt worried like this. She was terrified when something bad happened to Chen. You shameless human, after being defeated by this king, you still dare to come here again? Are you seeking death? The Flame Dragon roared at Chen and Yuya. It could be seen that the Flame Dragon was furious when it saw Yuya come back to the place. Flame Dragon, quickly hand over that thing to this woman. If you still insist on not handing it over, then this woman will completely destroy you. Yuya gave a bluff to Flame Dragon. Rather than Yuya having to fight against the Flame Dragon, Yuya would rather take the Flame Spirit Root from the Flame Dragon's hands by bullying him. Hada, did you think I would be afraid of that little bluff of yours? Flame Dragon was not afraid of Yuya's threat. Then don't blame me. Yuya had no choice but to fight against the Flame Dragon. After seeing the Flame Dragon's arrogance, she had no choice but to fight against the Flame Dragon. Yuya started to release her profound energy. When Yuya released her profound energy, suddenly the ground shook violently. It could be seen that Yuya was using the full power he currently had. Yuya knew that her strength had not yet fully recovered, which was why Yuya used all the strength she currently had. I have beaten you before, therefore this time I will beat you again. Flame Dragon said that he was able to defeat Yuya again. The Flame Dragon has very high confidence in defeating Yuya. This place is also Flame Dragon's territory, so it's not surprising that the Flame Dragon is very confident in his abilities. The Flame Dragon began to emit hot flames that enveloped its body. This fire was so hot that it could melt any rock that was around this place. Both Yuya and the Flame Dragon were currently using the full strength they had. It could be seen that neither of them were holding back. Chen could feel an extremely strong power emanating from Yuya and the Flame Dragon. This power was so strong that Chen's body felt extremely heavy. Bam! Yuya and the Flame Dragon started a very fierce battle. The impact of the battle carried out by the two was truly overwhelming. Chen was forced to retreat quite a distance by the impact of the battle carried out by Yuya and the Flame Dragon, so it's a high-ranking cultivator's battle. Chen saw this high-level battle for the first time at this close range. It was quite thrilling to see the strength that Yuya and the Flame Dragon possessed at close range like this. The battle that Yuya and Flame Dragon fought was beyond Chen's imagination. Currently Chen couldn't possibly get close and help Yuya. What should I do now? Chen started to think about what he should do now. Chen obviously couldn't join the battle. If he did join, then Yuya would definitely find it difficult to protect himself. Damn it, why don't I have enough strength? Chen cursed himself for not having enough strength. If Chen had enough strength, surely he could help Yuya. Master, don't be so desperate. Even if you can't join the battle, you still have something to do. Shuyue-chan said to Chen, something that can be done? Chen started to think about what Chen just said. I know. After thinking for a while, he finally knew what to do, since Chen couldn't fight the Flame Dragon. Why didn't he sneak away to retrieve the Flame Spirit Root? After all, the Flame Dragon was currently busy with Yuya, so he definitely wouldn't have time to keep an eye on Chen. Alright, Chen had already decided. He was going to go inside the secret place of the Flame Dragon. At least this was what Chen could do at this point. 9 Shadow Step. Chen used the 9 Shadow Step to leave unnoticed by neither the Flame Dragon or Yuya. Chen went towards the place where the Flame Dragon hid the Flame Spirit Root. While Chen was starting to go inside, Yuya was currently quite busy fighting the Flame Dragon. The battle between Yuya and the Flame Dragon was quite fierce. It could be seen that the battle was evenly matched. Chapter 997 Infiltrated the Flame Dragon's lair. Human, you seem to have gotten weaker since the last time we met. Flame Dragon told Yuya that she had become weak since their last meeting. It's just your feelings. Yuya tried to deny that she had become weaker than last time. Yuya didn't want to expose her weakness in front of her opponent. That's why Yuya didn't want to admit to the Flame Dragon that she was weak. Huh? Then I'll just beat you and let you know not to mess with this king anymore. Flame Dragon said that he would defeat Yuya as soon as possible. I won't let you win just like that. Yuya said that she wouldn't let the Flame Dragon win just like that. Let's prove what you said. Flame Dragon said to Yuya to prove what she just said. The Flame Dragon started to attack Yuya. It used its claws to attack Yuya. 3-finger dragon claw. The Flame Dragon used its 3 claws to attack Yuya. Yuya was currently standing still. There was no sign of Yuya going to dodge the attack launched by the Flame Dragon. 3-finger dragon claw successfully hit Yuya's body. Yuya's body was torn into pieces by the 3-finger Dragon Claws attack, ha, humans feel it. The flame dragon looked very happy when he saw Yuya getting hit by his attack. This was much easier than he imagined. When the flame dragon was happy, he discovered that Yuya's body in front of him was starting to blur and turn into blue light. Seeing this, the flame dragon knew that what he had just attacked was Yuya's substitute body. You are too confident. Feel this. Yuya launched a sneak attack towards the flame dragon, himself hitting the flame dragon with all the strength he had. The unprepared flame dragon was instantly knocked down by Yuya's surprise attack. Bam! The flame dragon's huge body hit the ground very hard. The ground below was instantly scattered by the impact of the flame dragon's body. Too hard. Yuya felt that the flame dragon's body was too strong. Her attacks were unable to penetrate the flame dragon's skin. Boom! Flame dragon came out from the rubble of the ground. Flame dragon looked at Yuya with an extremely intense look of hostility. Bastard, you only dared to attack me with a sneak attack like that. Flame dragon was dissatisfied when he saw Yuya attack himself in such a manner. In a battle, all kinds of means are allowed, so it doesn't matter if I use a surprise attack like that, Yuya said to the flame dragon. This is an unofficial battle, so all kinds of means are allowed in this battle, damn it. Then I will make you regret it. The flame dragon started to roar at Yuya. The flame dragon's body began to be covered in magma that erupted from beneath its body. Yuya saw what the flame dragon was doing. It seemed that this time the flame dragon would be really serious in fighting her. Yuya started to take out her sword. A very beautiful sword appeared in Yuya's hand. Yuya's sword was called Moon Lord Sword. It was one of the high-tier weapons in the God Realm. The Moon Lord Sword was at the Earth tier rank. One could say it was a rare weapon that not just anyone could possess. Yuya was a cultivator who possessed strength at the peak of this world, so it was not strange that Yuya possessed a high-tier weapon. The current flame dragon had completely coated its body with magma. Now it was ready to battle Yuya with all its might. Yuya raised the Moon Lord Sword, himself rushed towards the flame dragon to attack it. The flame dragon didn't stay still either. The flame dragon headed towards Yuya. Clang, 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 clang. The two began to wage a fierce battle that shook this forest. All the weak creatures around this place were running from the impact of the battle that Yuya and the flame dragon had fought. While Yuya was busy fighting the flame dragon, Chen had currently slipped deep into the place where the flame spirit root was, in order to reach where the flame spirit root is. Chen relied on the help of Yuya-chan. Chen used the help of Yuya-chan to get to the place where the flame spirit root was. Yuya-chan, is it still far? Chen asked if the flame spirit root's place was still far away. No, we'll be there soon. Yuya-chan told Chen that soon they would be where the flame spirit root was. Good. Chen was quite happy when he heard that the flame spirit root was approaching. Rumble, 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 rumble. The stone walls that were around Chen began to fall down on Chen's body. The earthquake caused by Yuya and the flame dragon's battle was so powerful, it made the area around Chen's place become fragile and easily destroyed. The two of them are really crazy. This whole forest might be destroyed due to the battle they are doing, Chen said in his heart. The battle of Yuya versus flame dragon was truly extremely formidable. The battle of these two could make all places shake and shatter like this. If Yuya and the flame dragon fought on Earth, then it was certain that the Earth would completely crumble to the ground. Chen now understood the strength possessed by cultivators at the Divine Overlord realm stage. Their strength could no longer be imagined by mortals. Right now Yuya's strength is still far from being recovered. If Yuya's strength really recovered, perhaps Yuya could destroy this star very easily. Master, you better hurry, otherwise this place will collapse soon. Yuya-chan told Chen to go get the flame spirit root immediately. If Chen continued to be in this place, then Chen could be buried alive. Okay, I understand. Chen understood. He was going to rush over to retrieve the flame spirit root. Chen now rushed forward. Chen passed through and break through the various traps that the flame dragon had set up to prevent intruders from entering. When Chen went deeper, he found that this place was filled with extremely hot incandescent lava. The temperature in this place was probably almost exactly the same as the temperature of the sun. Luckily Chen was immune to heat, so he wouldn't be affected by the heat in this place. So this is the place. Chen just found out that flame spirit root grows in a place like this. It was quite difficult to imagine medicinal plants growing in such a high temperature place. Chen started to look around this place. He started to find out if there was a treasure in this place. When Chen looked around this place, Chen could find that around this place there were a lot of big red crystals. Chen began to look and observe more closely. When Chen looked at this crystal, Chen discovered that this red crystal lump turned out to be a divine red profound crystal. Chen's brain was slightly confused when he found out that the crystal lump in this place was the divine red profound crystal. Chapter 998 Get Rich. Yi Chen almost couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. Yi Chen rubbed his eyes to make sure once again that what he saw was real. When Yi Chen rubbed his eyes, Yi Chen confirmed that what was in front of him was reality. This is great, I will become a rich man. Yi Chen was very happy to know that this was the divine red profound crystal. In the God realm, divine red profound crystals were already quite a valuable currency. With as many divine red profound crystals as Yi Chen could buy whatever he wanted. This time Yi Chen had actually snagged a jackpot. He didn't expect that in the flame dragon's lair there would be so many divine red profound crystals like this. Master, you're drooling. Chu Yuechan said that Yi Chen's saliva was dripping when he saw that chunk of divine red profound crystal in front of him. After being told by Chu Yuechan, Yi Chen instantly wiped his drool. When he saw the divine red profound crystal in front of him, it just so happened that Yi Chen was short of profound crystal. 90% of the divine rainbow crystals currently owned by Yi Chen were brought by Xia Yanyan. Before leaving, Yi Chen gave 90% of his divine rainbow crystals for all his wives to use. Yi Chen wanted the best for his wife, so Yi Chen would not be stingy about resources for his beloved women. Now Yi Chen had a successor that was estimated to be far more numerous than the divine rainbow crystal that Yi Chen previously possessed. Yi Chen really looks very happy, he really likes this place. Time to mine. Yi Chen felt that if this was the right time to mine, he would mine all the crystals in this place. With a happy mood, Yi Chen started to mine the divine red profound crystals that were in this place. To speed things up, Yi Chen summoned several of his clones to help him mine the divine red profound crystals that were in this place. With a single command from Yi Chen, all the clones immediately went to mine all the divine red profound crystals in this place. Yi Chen was really tempted by the divine red profound crystal L that was in this place. Yi Chen had even forgotten his original purpose for coming to this place, even though Yi Chen's original purpose for coming to this place was to obtain the flame spirit root. He didn't expect Yi Chen to fall into the divine red profound crystal and forget about the flame spirit root. Yi Chen and the clones skillfully dug up all the divine red profound crystals in this place. With the good cooperation between Yi Chen and all the clones, Yi Chen managed to harvest a huge amount of divine red profound crystals. Yi Chen took all the divine red profound crystals that were in this place. Not a single one of them was left by Yi Chen. After everything was gathered, Yi Chen immediately put everything into the fairy gate storage room. With the limitless abilities of the fairy gate's storage space, all the vast amounts of divine red profound crystals could easily be put into the fairy gate's storage room. It's finally over. From now on I won't be in financial trouble. Yi Chen was overjoyed. With all the divine red profound crystals that he currently got, with all the divine red profound crystals that Yi Chen managed to obtain from this place, it was certain that Yi Chen would have no trouble increasing his cultivation. There were many things that Yi Chen could do using this divine red profound crystal. All the things that Yi Chen wanted could easily be bought. Yi Chen could even exchange divine red profound crystals for divine rainbow crystals, although for that Yi Chen had to pay a bit higher to exchange for divine rainbow crystals. Yi Chen was already used to cultivating using the divine rainbow crystal. So it was not strange that Yi Chen preferred to use the divine rainbow crystal to cultivate. With this many divine red profound crystals, Yi Chen now had no need to be so frugal. Ahem, master, it's not that I don't like seeing you like this, but have you forgotten your original purpose for coming to this place? Chu Yuechan reminded Yi Chen of Yi Chen's original purpose for coming to this place. The original purpose of coming to this place? Yi Chen started to remember his original purpose in coming to this place. No, I almost forgot the original purpose of coming to this place. Yi Chen's original purpose in coming to this place was to obtain the flame spirit root. How could Yi Chen even be tempted by the divine red profound crystal in this place? You definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Yi Chen had to come back as soon as possible. Yuechan, thank you very much for reminding me. Yi Chen thanked Chu Yuechan for reminding him. If Chu Yuechan had not warned himself, perhaps Yi Chen would have forgotten about this matter. Next time you should be more restrained and not be greedy like that. Chu Yuechan told Yi Chen to refrain from being this reckless. Yi Chen chuckled at Chu Yuechan. Yi Chen knew that what he did was a mistake. Just now Yi Chen was so greedy that he forgot everything. If there were enemies hiding around this place, then maybe Yi Chen had become food for the monsters. So where is the flame spirit root? Yi Chen started to wonder where the flame spirit root he was looking for. It's over there. Chu Yuechan headed upstairs. Right above this place, Yi Chen immediately looked in the direction Chu Yuechan was pointing. When Yi Chen looked in the direction Chu Yuechan pointed, he saw that there was a plant that had roots emitting fire. This plant emitted a fire around the stems, roots and leaves. The fire at the root broke out quite brightly. Why is it floating? Yi Chen started to wonder why the flame spirit root could float like that. Master, the flame spirit root is a medicinal plant that has its own consciousness, so it can move freely at will.
Shuyu-chan explained why the flame spirit root could float like this. I see. Yi Chen nodded to Shuyu-chan.
Now Yi Chen understood why the flame spirit root could float like this. It turned out that the flame spirit root had enough consciousness to make it move. Master, you better go and catch the flame spirit root.
Yi Chen said to Yi Chen to go and catch the flame spirit root.
Okay, leave it to me. Yi Chen told Shuyu-chan to leave this matter to him. Yi Chen would definitely solve this problem very quickly.
You are too confident. Let's see if with that confidence you can catch the flame spirit root. Shuyu-chan wanted to know if Yi Chen could catch the flame spirit root easily. This is easy. How difficult is it to catch a plant?
Yi Chen felt that catching the flame spirit root would not be difficult.
Then why don't you try it now?
Shuyu-chan told Yi Chen to try it right now. Yi Chen nodded, immediately went towards the flame spirit root above. Without wasting any time, Yi Chen stretched out his hand to catch the flame spirit root. Yi Chen used his hand speed to catch the flame spirit root. Chapter 999, Capture Flame Spirit Root. When Yi Chen was about to catch the flame spirit root, suddenly the flame spirit root disappeared. What? Yi Chen was quite shocked when he saw this. He couldn't see the flame spirit root's disappearance. Seeing this strangeness, Yi Chen immediately looked around himself to find the whereabouts of the flame spirit root. When Yi Chen looked around himself,
Yi Chen discovered that the flame spirit root was currently far behind Yi Chen. Since when?
Yi Chen couldn't believe that the flame spirit root was already behind him. The movement of the flame spirit root was so fast that Yi Chen couldn't see it. Master, why is it that you seem to have a hard time catching the flame spirit root? Shuyu-chan asked why Yi Chen looked troubled when he was told to capture the flame spirit root. Straight face, Yi Chen heard what Shuyu-chan just said. What Shuyu-chan said was a mockery to Yi Chen. I'm not serious. You see, I'll be serious. In order to save his face, Yi Chen had no choice but to say that he wasn't serious before. Giggled. Shuyu-chan giggled when she heard Yi Chen's excuse. It was obvious that Yi Chen was making excuses so as not to lose face in front of himself. Yi Chen focused his gaze on the flame spirit root. This time Yi Chen will be serious about capturing the flame spirit root. Yi Chen used the 9 shadow steps to appear in front of the flame spirit root. Using the 9 shadow steps, Yi Chen wished he could trick the flame spirit root. Gotcha! Yi Chen immediately caught the flame spirit root with his 2 hands. When Yi Chen was about to catch the flame spirit root, Yi Chen found that he was only grabbing empty air. Once again the flame spirit root disappeared from Yi Chen's sight in the blink of an eye. What's that? Yi Chen again really didn't know what had just happened. Why the flame spirit root could disappear so quickly. The movement of the flame spirit root was much faster than Yi Chen thought. Even after using the 9 shadow steps, Yi Chen was still unable to outwit the flame spirit root. Giggle. Shuyu-chan giggled as she watched Yi Chen fail again when he caught the flame spirit root. It could be seen that Yi Chen had a hard time when he wanted to catch the flame spirit root. Shuyu-chan didn't bother telling him how to catch the flame spirit root. Let Yi Chen figure out for himself how to catch the flame spirit root. Right now flame spirit root was dancing in the air. What flame spirit root was doing was like mocking Yi Chen. If flame spirit root could speak, surely flame spirit root would mock Yi Chen for not being able to catch him. Straight face, Yi Chen felt insulted by what flame spirit root did. This flame spirit root dared to mock him. This made Yi Chen very angry. So you're mocking me? Then let's see if you can escape this time. Yi Chen really looked very serious. Right now Yi Chen even opened his wind vein. When Yi Chen used wind vein, Yi Chen's speed increased very fast. With Yi Chen's speed increasing, Yi Chen's confidence increased. Yi Chen was very confident that he could definitely catch the flame spirit root. Yi Chen again chased after flame spirit root, himself using his full speed to chase after flame spirit root. The chase between Yi Chen and the flame spirit root took place in this place. The two of them constantly circling in this place. Yi Chen had a lot of trouble when he wanted to capture the flame spirit root, yet again the flame spirit root was still able to avoid him. This thing can fly that fast, how should I catch it? Yi Chen started to think of a way to capture the flame spirit root. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen finally remembered something. Wait a minute, why would I bother chasing after flame spirit root when I have that technique? Yi Chen almost forgot that he had a technique that could allow him to take whatever he wanted. Yes, that's right, Yi Chen has a rare technique, perfect steal. By using the perfect steal technique, Yi Chen can take whatever he wants. Yi Chen looked at the flame spirit root in front of him. At this time Yi Chen saw the flame spirit root dancing in front of him as if mocking Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled evilly when he saw this. Soon the flame spirit root would get its karma for daring to play with Yi Chen. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen laughed evilly in his heart. This time Yi Chen will definitely get the flame spirit root easily. Perfect steal. Yi Chen used perfect steal on the flame spirit root. When Yi Chen used this technique, the Flame Spirit Root immediately passed into Yi Chen's hands. Seeing the Flame Spirit Root move into his palm, Yi Chen immediately grasped the Flame Spirit Root very firmly. Yi Chen wouldn't let the Flame Spirit Root run away just like that after causing himself such trouble. Yi Chen returned to his evil laugh. He finally caught the Flame Spirit Root. Flame Spirit Root tried to escape from Yi Chen's palm. Unfortunately, what Flame Spirit Root did was completely useless. The Flame Spirit Root couldn't escape from Yi Chen's palm. Yi Chen was quite annoyed with this plant that had this consciousness. If the Flame Spirit Root was useless to him, Yi Chen might have crushed the Flame Spirit Root in his hands. Yuya, do you have anything to store these annoying medicinal herbs? Yi Chen asked if Chuyuechan had anything that could be used to store these annoying medicinal herbs. Of course, I have it. You can use this chest for a while. Chuyuechan gave a small chest to Yi Chen. The chest that Chuyuechan gave wasn't just any coffin, it was a chest used by alchemists to store medicinal herbs that possessed consciousness like Flame Spirit Root. Yi Chen received the chest given by Chuyuechan. He immediately put the Flame Spirit Root into the chest given by Chuyuechan. Finally it worked. Yi Chen was happy that he had managed to get what he needed. Now Yi Chen just needed to go back and take Yuya out of this place. Yuya's goal against the Flame Dragon was to obtain the Flame Spirit Root. After Yi Chen managed to obtain the Flame Spirit Root, Yuya should no longer need to fight the Flame Dragon. Master, congratulations. Chuyuechan congratulated Yi Chen. She was happy to see Yi Chen manage to get the Flame Spirit Root without any help from her. Yi Chen was proud of Chuyuechan's praise. He was finally able to recover his face in front of Chuyuechan. Let's go out from here. Yi Chen said to Chuyuechan to leave this place. Master, wait a minute, is there one more treasure you haven't taken yet? Chuyuechan told Yi Chen that there were still treasures that Yi Chen had not taken. Huh? There are other treasures? Yi Chen was quite surprised when he found out that there were other treasures in this place. Of course, the treasure this time is hidden at the bottom of the magma beneath you. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen that there was another treasure hidden at the bottom of the boiling magma beneath Yi Chen. Chapter 1000 Red Origin Pearl. Is there anything valuable down there? Yi Chen looked down. He was very curious about what was down there. You should go downstairs and have a look. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen to go downstairs and take a look. Okay, if you really believe that there's something good down there, then I'll go and have a look. Yi Chen firmly believed in the words Chuyuechan had just said. If Chuyuechan believed that there was a treasure down there, then that meant that there was indeed a treasure down there. Yi Chen swooped down, immediately diving into the molten lava beneath him. It was very easy for Yi Chen to go straight into the lava. What Yi Chen did could not be done by any cultivator. No sane cultivator would dare to enter into a puddle of scorching lava like this. If it wasn't for Yi Chen having the Sage God inheritance, perhaps Yi Chen wouldn't have dared to do something crazy like this. Since Yi Chen had the Sage God inheritance, Yi Chen didn't need to be afraid of this molten lava. Yi Chen dived to the very bottom, himself diving at a very fast speed. In just seconds Yi Chen arrived at the bottom of the hot lava pool. Where is it? Yi Chen started looking for the treasure that Chuyuechan said. He searched very carefully for the treasure that Chuyuechan said. After searching for a while, in the distance Yi Chen found a small ball that emitted a red light. Is that? Yi Chen started to guess that it might be something Chuyuechan said. To confirm that this was what Chuyuechan said, Yi Chen started to approach the red light. When Yi Chen approached, Yi Chen found that this red light turned out to be a pearl in a place like this? Yi Chen didn't expect that under the lava pool there would be a pearl. Master, this is the Red Origin Pearl. This is a pearl naturally formed by the purity of the magma present in this place. From the aura it radiates, it is estimated that it has been formed for hundreds of thousands of years. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen about the details of the Red Origin Pearl, which is in front of it. The Red Origin Pearl is something that is very difficult to obtain. The probability of the formation of a Red Origin Pearl is very small. The probability of the formation of a Red Origin Pearl is only about 1:100,000,000, so it can be said that this Red Origin Pearl is a treasure that is quite difficult to obtain. What is the function of this item? Yi Chen wanted to know what the function of the item called the Red Origin Pearl was. Red Origin Pearl has many functions. Inside the Red Origin Pearl there is a very large pure energy that can be used for various things. Even this you can use to cultivate and increase strength very quickly. Chuyuechan started to explain about Red Origin Pearl to Yi Chen. Oh, so it's like that. Yi Chen nodded as he listened to what Chuyuechan had to say. It turned out that this small item had many extraordinary benefits. Master, it is very likely that the Flame Dragon will use this Red Origin Pearl to evolve to a higher level. Chuyuechan told Yi Chen about the possibility that the Flame Dragon would use the Red Origin Pearl to evolve to a higher form from now on. So the Flame Dragon wants to use this thing to become much stronger than it is now. it's a shame to give this to a dragon like him. I won't let him get this easily. Yi Chen wouldn't let the flame dragon use this red origin pearl. If the flame dragon managed to evolve using the red origin pearl, then the flame dragon would definitely be more difficult to deal with. This would be quite dangerous for the residents of the Skycloud Peak Star Realm. In order to save the survival of the hundreds of billions of people living in the Skycloud Peak Star Realm, Yi Chen decided to take this thing. Are you sure about that? If you take this thing, then the flame dragon will definitely not let you go. Shuyue-chan warned Yi Chen of the risks that Yi Chen would have to take. Yes, I already know the risks I will take. Yi Chen already knew the risks he would take when taking the red origin pearl. Yi Chen stretched his hand forward to take the red origin pearl. Yi Chen easily grabbed the red origin pearl. This is so easy. Yi Chen felt that retrieving the red origin pearl was much easier than when he caught the flame spirit root. The red origin pearl did not put up any resistance when it was grabbed by Yi Chen. This made it easy for Yi Chen to obtain it. After getting the red origin pearl, Yi Chen immediately put it into the storage room of the fairy gate. Now that everything has been taken by Yi Chen has left nothing in this place. If the flame dragon knew that everything in this place had been taken away by Yi Chen, then it was certain that the flame dragon would be furious. Boom, boom, boom. Boom! A while after Yi Chen took the red origin pearl, the lava around this place started to become unstable. The lava around where Yi Chen started became surging and unstable. It's bad. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Yi Chen felt that something bad would happen, so Yi Chen decided to leave this place immediately. Yi Chen rushed to the surface, trying to get up quickly. With a very agile, Yi Chen has arrived at the surface. On the surface is much more terrible. Lava began to gush up and gush upwards very fast. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks started falling and this place started shaking like it was about to collapse. Looks like this place is going to collapse. Yi Chen felt that this place was really going to collapse. This is what Yi Chen can see from the lava that is starting to rise upwards. It looks like there will be a big explosion in this place. Yi Chen didn't want to be trapped in this place, he rather had to leave this place immediately. Yi Chen flew as fast as he could at this time. Yi Chen's exit was not easy. Yi Chen had to pass through the rocks and dead ends that lay ahead, returning to the battle between Yuya and the Flame Dragon, currently very focused on fighting against the Flame Dragon. Currently Yuya's situation was looking unfavorable. Yuya was starting to be suppressed by the Flame Dragon. Clang! Yuya was forced to retreat when she received an attack from the Flame Dragon. If it continues like this, then I will lose. Yuya felt that if she continued like this, then Yuya would sooner or later suffer another loss at the hands of the Flame Dragon. Humans, just accept your defeat. You won't be able to win against this king. Haha, Flame Dragon's satisfied laugh. He felt satisfied when he saw Yuya cornered like this. Yuya was quite dissatisfied when she listened to what the Flame Dragon had to say. If Yuya's current strength was at its peak, then Yuya would have gagged the Flame Dragon's mouth.